All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. I figured I'd open the show drinking since you did it on Chris Cuomo.
First off, that's a little insulting.
That's not insulting. That's called true.
No, it's not inaccurate.
It's not.
You
Here's
were
the thing.
drinking it up.
I want to explain something, and you all are so disrespectful that, first off, Chris Cuomo was a friend of mine. I was doing CNN,
Yes.
and I didn't know that people could see me drinking.
Really? You did.
It was Friday night at 7 o'clock. What the hell I'm supposed to be doing?
Would you
Well,
like me to get you
I'm
a bigger
just
shovel
saying.
for that hole you keep digging yourself?
No,
I'm just saying you didn't know that you were on TV
Right.
with Chris Cuomo.
I didn't know. First off, I did know, but I didn't know he could see me at the time I was drinking.
I got you.
Guess that makes
And
it
the
so
other
much
thing
better.
is, fuck you guys, I drink. That's what well, really? Oh, okay. Charlie, Big Honey, who was shocked that D.L. Hughley drinks?
Nobody that I know. And when I got the word up that we may be talking about it, I was like, why is this surprising?
Right, what the fuck?
Like, that's what I expect.
All I know is you called me and you said, I didn't know they were going to see
I
me.
didn't know.
I was drinking.
I didn't know.
And I'm like, but you drink all the time.
Right,
What are you talking about?
Right. First off, I'm appalled at you guys' reaction, not mine. I'm doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do.
At least he's consistent.
Right. You know me, son. How much
Yeah.
liquor have you ever bought me in your life?
There are not enough hours in the day.
Exactly.
Well,
I'm not ashamed of myself. That's the problem. This is the problem
I
with
get it.
America. Y'all live
Oh,
dual lives. I live mine out loud.
no, I get it.
Right.
There are a lot more things that people should be ashamed of.
Right.
I
I
will tell
agree,
you that. Like the
100%.
guy in New Jersey who was mocking George Floyd's death. You saw that?
I did.
When he put his
I think that the one who there was one who was a New Jersey
corrections officer and the other worked for FedEx.
FedEx.
He no longer works
Yeah,
there.
No.
Yeah.
But there are people right now who are more angry at George Floyd for dying than angry at the policeman who murdered him.
Correct.
Yeah.
How dare he disrupt what we have going by dying because somebody placed their knee on his neck for 9 minutes.
Right. And think
nerve,
about all
the
the people who've
gall.
said stupid things like, well, if he could say something, then he could breathe.
Right.
Right.
There are people in America, and I hate to be this truthful, who don't believe that even a mayor in Temecula, California, basically doesn't believe that black people who have been killed by the police, that there's not one who didn't deserve it. There's not one. America, we're here where we are right now because America saw what it had seen for centuries and was repulsed by it.
Mhm.
America watching black men and black women splayed and murdered in public square and public view is as much a part of Americana as baseball. It's older than baseball. And all of a sudden, America recoiled from it.
Yeah. Well, it's not all, because, there are still some, like that bar, who says, listen, what are you talking about? Racism in police departments? I don't know what you're talking about. I
Right.
don't think we have an issue with that. is
You
what he
mean
said.
the Attorney General that looks like the husband of Roseanne.
Yeah, that one. That very one.
But there are people who are not going to see it. But what I'm more heartened by, and I hate to really be like this. I'm not a hopeful dude. I'm a cynical dude who drinks on CNN.
Yeah, with Chris Cuomo. Hey, Chris.
What I'm heartened by is the fact that so many people from around the globe and so many people from across, orientations and demographics and genders and ages see what we've seen and are acting on it.
Yeah, they're not having it now.
I gotta. It really brings. I was getting a haircut a couple days ago. This guy Twain, he has a mobile barbershop. He comes, he's from
I know
Nashville.
Twain.
He's cutting my hair. Me and my dog Charlie, who's laying down here right now. We're in there. All of a sudden, these two older white people come up, and Charlie's going crazy. And I calm him down, and they say, "I'm sorry." And I said, "What?" They said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all that's going on. I'm sorry I never spoke out before, and I'm glad that we're starting to do the right thing. And I am you know, if this guy's in office brought us to this, then I'm grateful for it. And I just wanted to let you know I'm sorry.
Wow.
If it comes to that, then I have no choice but to be hopeful. And I have no choice but to be grateful. And the first thing I thought about is I wish my father were alive to have seen that. And the first thing in the thought is, wow, I never saw that happen. And this nigga's getting his hair cut in the driveway?
Welcome back. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut. So Cops is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gone with the wind.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't want to see
all the
that
stuff
anymore.
we used to be proud of.
Yeah, gone. Although
Why?
I do think
Why do you
about,
think that is?
Well, I think that people are finally opening up their mind to the fact that, some of the stereotypes and the way that they portrayed us in these movies or glorified that is wrong. And we don't want to see it. Although Hattie McDaniel did win an Oscar, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, she was the
Hattie
first black-
McDaniel won an Oscar because that was the only way they saw us.
Yeah.
First black actor or actress to ever do it, if my memory is correct.
Yeah. Do you think, I'm really weirdly optimistic?
But you can't help to be optimistic because when you look out onto the sea of protesters all across this country, all across the world, actually, a lot of them are white.
Yeah.
Like they pulled the statue down of Christopher Columbus, decapitated one, and they put one in the river.
Yeah, but I hope that doesn't mean that people that work on Columbus, they can't get time and a half.
Oh, no, you lost that.
That'd be horrible.
That's no longer a holiday. What you going to do now?
They can cut off his head, but not their paychecks.
Do you think that's gonna do more harm than good? That Cops is off the air. Do you think that's actually gonna do anything?
I just think. Listen, I can't prove a negative. I couldn't know what it's gonna be, but I'm very heartened that people are open to a different interpretation of a conversation that we've already had.
Fair enough.
I literally think, like, I don't want a world with no police. I just don't want a world that is populated with so many of these type of policemen.
Yeah.
I don't want a world where 4 policemen who are complicit in murder sit around and expect that they enjoy the same privileges of people who are doing the right thing. And I don't want a world where people tell me about all the good cops who are never where I need them to be when bad cops are acting out. That's my thing. All I want is what you make me be, accountable.
Yeah.
All I want, and I understand it's a tough job, and I get that people are, in challenging positions, but you have to understand, if you are holding people to a standard, you have an obligation to at least meet that standard. Not be above it. That's unfair.
Yeah.
But to meet it. If you said and acted the way policemen generally act in a time when they get mad, if you talk to somebody at a retail outlet the way they talk to people that they work for, you wouldn't have that job.
Yeah.
If you were in Afghanistan and you acted that way, you'd be brought up on war crimes. You shouldn't be able to act in America the way you can't act in Afghanistan.
But
That's fair.
I think we're taking a step at least in the right direction when you
Me
look
too.
at some of the statements that a lot of the companies that normally would be silent during these times have released very passionate statements about what they believe is right or wrong. When you think about the people who have now spoken up, we joked about this, the fact that Michael Jordan actually spoke up and now donated millions of dollars.
Now he has the Air Justice coming out.
I think that's very important. I think, again, it is a reason for optimism. There is a reason to be at least hopeful.
But some people, like Bank of America, I appreciate the $1 billion you're going to donate to stop discrimination. How about approving loans for black people?
How about a credit card?
Literally, how about denying them credit based on the race? It's really simple. Do the fucking right thing.
Yeah.
Pay attention to what's on the brochure of America. When you look at the brochure of America, it's dope.
Yeah, it is.
You go, wow. But it's like, you ever booked a room on Priceline and the brochure looks so dope?
Yes.
And you get there and you're like, I didn't know y'all had a dead body in here.
And roaches. I've done that.
Still got the outline and everything.
That's all we're asking for,
Yeah.
to do what you say you did.
Yeah. Well, not only that, don't just do the right thing because you think people are watching, but do the right thing when no one is watching.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, don't do it just because it's popular. Don't
Yeah.
do it because, it'll get you likes or whatever. Just do it because it's the base, it's right.
Do it because it's what you said you would. Literally
Exactly.
right now, people are employing Donald Trump to give a speech to quell the nation's fears, to talk about what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump is in no position to do it. Donald Trump giving a speech on racial harmony is like R. Kelly being the spokesperson for Girl Scouts.
Oh.
And we're out. Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian and a former Last Comic Standing champion. Welcome, Alonzo Bowden.
Here he is. There he is.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Excellent. It's got to be rough for you because you're a road warrior like I am. So this got to be the first time in a very long time because of COVID you haven't been gigging like you used to.
It has been 20 years since I've gone this long without going to an airport. I even I drove by LAX just to practice.
To prepare.
This used to be my office.
Why do everybody we interview have books that they never read behind it? He just set up a goddamn display.
Man, I'm telling you, I have read these, and I you know how I'll prove to you I read
Okay.
these? Because this whole shelf, as you can see, I'm going to pull it out right now. I mean, I ain't reading.
Has it been, because I know that I'm going on the road for the first time now, and I'm going back. And it wasn't because I was necessarily afraid. I mean, I understand I needed to be cautious. I get that. But I didn't go because the joints were closed down. Because if they were, I would have still went. You know what I mean? I would have still gone. How has your approach changed? Because comedically, I'm sure you're gonna go back out performing. Your outlook, it's got to be a little kind of impacted by what we're kind of going through right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was supposed to be leaving tomorrow for Atlanta to go back to the Punchline, and they pushed it back a month because of the curfews. So yeah, I was ready to go back to work. But now I'm doing everything, and I don't know how much well, obviously you're doing your show this way. We're doing it through Skype. But everything I'm doing has been through Zoom and live stream. And, it's learning to do stand-up without an audience.
Right.
That's what it's been. It's been where it's normally
like radio. Like radio.
Yeah, it's one-way conversation.
Right.
It's not the difference with radio, though. Even you, like, you're there with Jasmine, and you got the crew and stuff. Like, you still have others. There are times with some of these Zoom shows where I'm like, okay, I hope someone's laughing. It's just one way, right? You just put it out there, and it's like, that was it.
Why do you think that it has, this COVID-19 has impacted the people, like it's older people, it's blacks, it's Latins? Why has it impacted those particular demographics? Why do you think it's been so destructive and dangerous to those demographics?
Well, the older people is, they're older and weaker, right? Their immune systems are probably not as strong. But the big impact in the Black and Latino communities has been, once again, we don't have the medical facilities, public transportation. People are jammed together through no fault of their own. So I think that was the difference. Even living conditions, living in apartments, and especially like back east in New York, stacked on top of each other.
Right. Proximity.
Even here, like in LA, we're normally socially isolated, right?
That's actually true.
And for the first month, it rained in April, so we wasn't going out anyway.
Right.
I ain't going outside. So we had that natural buffer, I guess. But yeah, I think it's economic and social conditions for the Black and Latino community and physical conditions for the seniors.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about all of the conspiracy theories that are floating around? You know, some people say it's all blamed on 5G. Some people say, it's Bill Gates and the whole vaccine thing. And there are some people who are saying even when the vaccine is created, they're just not going to take it because there's a chip inside.
Well, first of all, I know it's not 5G because I have T-Mobile. And if it was 5G, I just say, T-Mobile, you can't get a 2G signal outside of a T-Mobile store. So they're hilarious, right? So you brought up Bill Gates, which is one of my favorite ones. Bill Gates wants to put a chip in you.
Yes.
Why?
Right.
Like that, nobody said why. Why
right.
does Bill want to chip us? They can already watch us. They
right.
have our phones.
Right.
Everyone's phones. They know where you are at
right.
all times. I think Bill Gates got other things to do. Matter of fact, Bill, if you want to know where I am, give me a call. You're a billionaire. And if a billionaire has any interest in me, if a man with 80, 90 billion dollars has any interest in my personal life,
correct.
I'm good. I'm good.
I made it. This motherfucker. Why do you think we have something like literally? It is something that no one I know has ever seen anything like this. I think that it was like all of a sudden everything was running along, and then the whole world, like the world was closed down. Literally, you couldn't go anywhere or do anything. What do you attribute that to? I mean, it can't. I mean, I don't think it was man-made, but it was certainly. I think that we created conditions that were ripe for a body like this, a virus like this to take hold. I think that, some of the things you alluded to earlier, and just not being careful as a country, not having good stewardship of our medical apparatus exposes us to something like this.
Well, I think the first pandemic, right, is stupidity. Because you look at how this happened. Right now, the fear, obviously, this is a new disease, a new virus. Nobody knows what it is, but people are dying. So that's scary right away.
Right.
But the reaction to it, the first government reaction is like, well, we'll just ignore it and it'll go away.
Right, right.
And then the next reaction is, oh, it's the Democrats. Like the Democrats can't even pick a candidate. They find a secret virus and spread it worldwide. You know what I mean? So the scientists, right, the Dr. Fauci and all the scientists were up against stupidity. Stupidity is a tough one, man. Stupidity don't get tired. Stupidity is working 24/7, like what Jasmine was talking about. I got some of those texts. Don't take the vaccine because they want to inject you with the disease and kill you. They don't have to. I could just breathe and get the disease. They don't have to give it to me personally. So I think the fear of this, we all shut it down because the fear, this is a new thing and people are dying.
Right.
So immediately it's scary. And then and when I say we, I mean the United States government and our country, the worst possible reaction on every level. That's what was amazing. Yes. We would double down, like it's just going to go away.
Right.
It's fake. It's like every step of the way, scientists and doctors, people who've gone to college and studied these things were like, stay apart from each other. Don't breathe on each other. Clean this, do that. We're not sure what's happening, so we're going to overprotect. And people are like, well, my freedom as an American. And it's like,
yeah.
I have a friend who I grew up with, a lifelong buddy. He lives in China. He moved to China about 4 years ago. He's a university professor, blah, blah, blah. He said when this thing first hit, because China had been through SARS, when the government said, put your mask on, everyone put their mask on and stayed inside.
Right.
They didn't look at it as a government conspiracy. Right. They were like, uh-oh, here we go again.
Right.
And now he sends videos periodically, and he sent a video. They're walking the streets. They're not wearing their masks.
Right.
I wouldn't say they need it, but they have it under control because in the initial social they stopped it from spreading.
Right.
So that get a handle on it.
But I think there was so much misinformation, though. You know, you saw them talking about, you know, during this press conferences, social distancing, but yet they were standing side by side. They said wear a mask. Everywhere Trump went, including the manufacturer of the mask, didn't even wear one. So I think there was so much misinformation. And then as you talked about, you know, these people were like, we're not going to stay inside. The guy walked into a sandwich shop with a rocket launcher, like saying, you know, these are my rights. I should be able to go wherever I want to. So I think we kind of not us, a lot of people go. He was like,
well, black people thought you couldn't get it before.
Well, yeah, we did kind of start that initially.
Well, that's true. And the other problem we have, and I have a friend who's a doctor who deals with this all the time. People don't listen to experts.
No.
People would rather listen
Google
to
and Facebook.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago. I'm going to listen to a scientist over a politician every day.
Right.
I'm going to listen to a scientist because it's in his name, scientist.
Right.
You know? People chose to listen to politicians, and then that cult of Trump. These are people who actively reject intelligence.
You're absolutely right. But we regardless of what, we have killed truth and intellect. Like, you don't trust anything. You don't trust the government. You don't trust the press. You don't trust bureaucracies. You don't trust doctors. Like, we've killed truth. And at a certain point, as long as truth had viability, as long as there were certain things you could believe, now we get to make our own truth up. And like right now, like when the president of the United States, which was probably the smartest thing he said, was you could ingest disinfectants, which is great for Trump supporters because it's exactly what they are. Like, bleach is great for them because it works great on great for whites, but it's hell on colors. So it's easy. But the idea that something could say something as silly and destructive as that and not be drummed out by people speaking truth. There were people who would rather just say nothing and go, oh, well, he misspoke, and to make excuses for stuff like that than to just assail it as a lie and dangerous.
Well, see, when the thing came out to drink bleach, I encouraged it. I said, if you believe in drinking bleach, please, let's thin the herd. So let's get them out.
Let them go first.
You want to drink bleach? Don't let me stop you. You're right. Intellectual has become an insult. In the past 10 years in the United States, the word intellectual has become an insult.
Right.
And this is one more time, and we all know this, right? They deny it, but everyone's seen the speech. How many years ago did Barack Obama say, hey, listen, this could happen. We need to
right.
He's so smart, it's frightening. It's frightening because he talked about this years before it happened.
And prepared for
put
it.
A panel together for it.
Yeah, prepare for it.
And he also said the world needs to work together. See, that's the other thing we've lost, right? There was a time when the United States would be in the lead on something like this.
Right.
Our scientists would be working with, scientists from around the world, our labs and our facilities. We have geniuses here, there's no doubt. And this time, the rest of the world is like, well, I don't know what's wrong with America, but
but I remember the insult, to your point, they used to call Obama professorial. They used to go, he's so professorial. He's so, it's like he's giving a lecture. They hated his intelligence, and it was almost like an affront. It was like insulting to them, like that he was bright, and that he was urbane, he was sophisticated, and he was thoughtful. And they took it as an affront to America.
Well, to your point, he was giving a lecture because he was standing there thinking, I'm talking to millions of stupid people.
Yeah.
I need to give a lecture. That's what you do. You've done it. You've been in a situation where you're educating a group of people. It's like, yeah, I'm giving a lecture. In his case, it was like, man, one more time, I got to give a lecture to all of them.
Yeah, pretty much. And you're right. The funny thing is when he would speak, they would be angry, and everything that he would say would make perfect sense. Even some of the policies regarding, our economy and regarding, the climate change situation, all of that, the stuff that he did, and everyone was in an uproar. Trump, who can barely spell or speak, they sit quiet. Mm-hmm. Nobody says anything.
But they know he's dumb. Here's the thing. They know he's dumb. It's not that dumb is, and you joke about this all the time. Dumb is okay if contained, like if it's contained, but it gets dangerous when it spreads. And right now, like everybody lauds Dr. Fauci. I thought he was intellectual, but I thought he was a coward. I think that at a certain points, you should just say, hey man, if you listen to this dude, it's going to be 100,000 people dead, which is exactly what happened. But his trying to accommodate stupidity is really why, like, they went from, you don't need to wear a mask, you do need to wear a mask. Right. So they're saying that just acting earlier could have saved half of the people we lost. But that accommodation of stupidity is as lethal as actually being stupid.
Right. And, Jasmine, to your point of them being angry when Barack Obama spoke, do you know how angry you'd be if while someone was speaking, you had a dictionary and had to look up every word? What that mean? What that mean? What that mean? Okay. DL, like the masks, and I get it, right? Because this is a science thing. So initially they said we don't need masks. Then they did some study and they said, oh, wait, you do need to wear a mask. Well, that's you've gained information and you've changed your opinion. That's called learning. And that's what happened in that case. Now, it would have been better. I was one in the beginning when they said, don't wear a mask. I got it. Then they said, wear a mask. It's not going to protect you. It's going to protect others like you from breathing on other people, right? And they're like, what about my rights as an American? And I'm like, how about if we just take it as being courteous?
Right.
How about we not make it this big thing and your rights as an American and, you're fighting to go to the beach and this and that. How about if it's just courteous? I do it, man. I pull into the parking lot, right? I put my mask on. I go into the store. I buy whatever I got to buy. I come out of the store. I take my mask off. So I had the mask on for 15 minutes and I'm still an American.
Right.
It's very simple to do this. And it's funny because, I talked about this. The same people, like when they were protesting at the beach about having to wear a mask, they were all wearing sunscreen. They were all wearing sunscreen. I don't have to wear protective equipment, but I'm going to need some of this SPF 50.
There he is. Alonzo Bolt, man. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut. All right, we are, I think, back.
Yeah, you can say that. I think that's official.
When last we met,
things were mighty different.
They were mighty different. A lot of things are different. Like where we go on, where we air. That's different. I am D.L. Hughley. Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Not the. I don't want people to think I'm not circumcised. I am.
I'm sure nobody's thinking that.
Oh my God.
Nobody's thinking that.
There, of course, is Jasmine Sanders. There is DJ Lucci. So. The thing that comes to mind right away, it took a pandemic to get us back on TV.
Yeah. A force of nature. Right. That's what we needed.
Hey, the world is ending. Let's bring them niggas back.
It's literally an act of God.
It really is.
I'm sure that's what they said as they sat around the table, too.
Yeah, some people part the Red Sea, other people bring us back. That's what they do.
Well, the point is we're back.
Right.
That's what matters most.
But things are so much different than they were. We are in the grip of a global pandemic.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's not just us that sit down. It's shut down. It's the world.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because now there's so many things that are different. Like we have to be, even to do this, we have to be socially distant.
Right.
We have to be 6 feet apart.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I'm pretty sure the dude that set this up wasn't good at math.
Oh, I'm certain we're not 6 feet.
I know I am.
I'm certain.
Yeah.
Well, from him, but probably not from me.
One thing about DJ Lucci, she did, kind of the edicts that have been put down by the powers that be to keep people safer. Like rather than be prepared for, we just shut everything down. But one of the people who really adhere, because millennials get a bad rap because you see them partying at school, partying on beaches, and they go to spring break. Look at all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like this is not social distancing.
No.
This is not. But I can tell you, one person that is that little fucker right there.
Listen, LaDonna Hughley prepared all of her children for this from day one. I don't know how she did it, but she literally prepared us for this. This is literally our MO.
The first time I've hugged my daughter in, I guess,
a month.
A little over a month.
Yeah.
Was last Friday for her birthday.
Aw.
But had I known it was going to... My girlfriend surprised me, but had I known my parents were coming, I'd have been like, no.
Right.
It's not happening.
Because she doesn't,
not even on your birthday?
No.
Because she don't want to get us sick. And then she don't want to get her girlfriend sick. And then, my wife's father lives with us. We got to keep that nigga alive.
Facts. Even though he tried to kill you guys.
Even though he tried to burn my house down. That's a whole, we got a lot of shows to talk about that. But I just think that this is now where we are, and the idea of what is going to be normal for all of us, like no one will know what the new norm is like.
Right. Well, I think people are still trying to figure it out, because you also have people who really don't believe in social distancing, unlike DJ Lucci. People are partying. They have quarantine fatigue is what they're calling it.
Right.
And they're ready to get out to the beaches and the parks and everywhere else. They want to get out.
But the thing that's interesting is that we've been shut down, like depending on where you are in the country, there's no uniform way. Some people are, but the states that are opening up, like Georgia's opening up. And Georgia, everybody was talking about it's a balance between the economy and keeping the people safe. But Georgia, they decided to open up massage parlors, and they decided to open up barbershops and beauty shops and bowling alleys and nail salons, and that's where poor people go.
Right. Yeah.
And so really this is went from, a nation trying to come out of a pandemic to the purge.
No, it's literally like the part of a movie we don't get to see, like The Walking Dead or something like that. Like, we're in the mix where you don't see it, and then when you click on the movie, it's when the zombies come.
But here's the thing, though. I'm a firm believer in you are responsible for your own actions.
Sure.
So just because they open these places up doesn't mean you all of a sudden decide you're going to get a tattoo
but
or
I
you're going to get your nails done.
I think
Stay the hell home.
But they've done a very poor job, like depending on where you live. This is the first time I ever wished, because we've been live in California. We've been under quarantine for almost 6 weeks.
Yeah,
right. Almost 6 weeks.
We've been in quarantine for a month.
Yeah, it's the first time I ever wished I lived in a state where they didn't give a fuck about their people.
Like Florida.
Like Florida. Like everywhere they had slaves, they don't care.
Facts.
Everywhere they used to have slaves, we can open it up.
Yeah.
These niggas can take it.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. and like protesters were walking around. Why is it that when white people want to protest anything, they walk around with assault rifles? Like, you can't shoot the virus. You can't. And then they compared it to slavery, which was so dumb. Like, America had slavery for 400 years, and you can't take being under quarantine for 2 months.
Facts.
Yeah. Like, they're not used to that, though. No. They're not used to being told where they can't go. We are used to it.
Slaves had to pick cotton, and you mad because you gotta pick up your dinner at curbside.
Right. And half of them haven't even been in quarantine that long.
Not at all. Slaves didn't have Postmates.
Yeah. No. Curbside pickup.
True.
Hey, Frederick, my wings ready. I gotta get back.
But they're the main one who are ignoring the quarantine as well. Mm-hmm. So they don't. As a slave, you didn't have a choice.
No,
you were told what to do.
And I think that it's for your own good. Like I remember some idiot compared, the quarantine and stay at home to Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks had to sit on the back of the bus because America didn't care about her life. Mm-hmm. You are being asked to stay home because they do.
Yeah,
they do. And how bad is it for white people that you can compare to a black woman in the 50s? That's when you know you fell off.
And what about those who are saying it's like Pharaoh? Even Pharaoh let his people go. What?
Yeah, Pharaoh let his people go after it was so much disease.
And pestilence.
He let them go because he said, this is going to keep happening to you. Let the niggas go.
Kill the firstborn. It's a lot different. It's a lot different.
So I just think, and the thing that's interesting to me particularly is that literally white people have no equivalent. They don't have anybody to point to because there was never a time when they were denied rights as a people. So they got to co-opt ours.
Right.
They got to. So we're just like Harriet Tubman. We're just like, and the worst thing is that you can't be like us and you have nobody to compare this to. But the one thing I will say is when they said, like I guess the Surgeon General, who you don't see anymore because I guess he fucked up.
They sat him down quick.
But when he said you can't drink or you can't stop drinking and smoking and doing drugs, you can't tell me to not drink and do drugs and not smoke and be home.
Right. How do you think I'm going to survive?
Like,
it's not going to happen.
Either you're going to have a murderer or alcoholic.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut, and don't adjust your whatever listening device or watching device. Right. It's us. We have different mic flags, though.
I don't think they're different.
You don't think so?
It seems like we've been here before.
I think they're different.
I don't know what it is.
Less disappointment.
We have Charlie, Big Charlie in the back.
Yeah, is Big Honey still?
Big Honey still right there.
Yeah, Big Honey.
You can't say he's literally a white shadow.
Yeah, he is.
We couldn't afford lighting for him.
The ward.
Because we couldn't afford lighting, so he actually is a white shadow.
And a big one, but we love him.
I think that we are permeated. Like everybody has an idea of what works. There's just so much fear and so much misinformation. And, everybody, I heard from somebody that said this. And so you can't really tell what is real or not. Mm-hmm. But one thing that's constant, I don't care what situation we find ourselves in here, in as a country and as a nation, there will always be somebody that acts as zip damn fool.
All the time.
Yeah.
And we have a segment called This Nigga Here. It's somebody that does something every day. Because we do that all the time. You ever watch somebody go, this nigga here?
Every damn day.
What is he thinking about?
Yes.
So I want you to take a look at this clip. Jeff, you got the clip for me?
Senator Dale Zorn from Ida, he says the whole thing was a mistake and a misunderstanding. But he says he still feels that time period should be taught in schools.
I think even if it was a Confederate flag, we should be talking about teaching our national history in schools. And that's part of our national history. And it's something we can't just throw away.
So Dale Zorn, who was a senator from Michigan, decided after, all these things that are going on, because the main thing about America, no matter what's going on, the pandemic, drought, flood, fire, it's always time for racism. So this nigga here decided to wear a Confederate flag mask.
Mm-hmm. Well, he said his wife made it for him.
Yeah, of course.
Well, first of all, let's be very clear. He denied it.
Yeah.
Then he said, no, my wife made it for me, so I wanted to wear it.
Right.
Then he came out with a statement of, it's part of history. Yeah. It should be taught in school.
When have racists ever liked history? Like everything they don't is uncomfortable for them, they deny.
Yeah.
Like everything, like racists will never, they're responsible for everything good. Mm-hmm. Like everything, modern civilization, America, they created or responsible for everything except the word nigga. They weren't responsible for that. That was hip hop did that.
But the other thing is, look at the way that they frame history. Remember the article that we talked about that was in, I think, the New York Times, and it talked about Thomas Jefferson?
Right.
And the little romantic apartment that he had for the love of his life, Sally. And we know that was not true, but that's the way they remember it, and that's the way they tell it, and the way they teach it.
But history is amazing because they don't generally want to talk about it. If they wanted to talk about history, it wouldn't be out of so many of the nation's textbooks.
Right.
Like if you're in Texas or Louisiana, it's not called slavery.
No.
It's called the people want to work.
Yes, look at their nice uniforms.
But the Confederate flag, if we're going to be realistic about history, was a symbol of treason, tyranny. You took up arms against the United States of America, and there are men who talk about we want freedom, but they wanted the freedom to deny other people freedom.
Right.
And most of the symbols of the Confederacy actually came about after the Civil War. Mm-hmm. After the Civil War, like the Union Jack and the statues came about not as symbols of what was going on in the war, but to terrorize people.
Yeah.
And in Michigan, you could tell. Here's how I know the state capital of Michigan ain't Detroit, because he wouldn't have got away with that shit.
Well, first of all, he was on the floor of the Michigan Senate.
Right.
Of all places.
Of course.
You weren't at Nana's and Popeyes. Right. You were on the Senate floor.
Right. Yeah, it's only 2 white people in Michigan: Kid Rock and Eminem.
You know what it reminds me of? When he said, Jazz said his wife made it, that scene from Django, when they cut the holes and don't ask me or mine for nothing. When his wife made it for him, man, don't wear it.
Yeah,
but you know, like no matter what is going on in America, there is always time. I don't care what you say. There's always time for racism. Like even the race car driver, was it Dale Larson?
Oh yeah,
who got caught? He was on a video game and he said nigga, and then he pretended like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, and I wasn't raised that way.
Not who I am.
Here's what I would like to say: if you get caught being racist or saying the N-word, stop telling people that you weren't raised that way. You were.
Right.
If you follow somebody who said the word nigga home, it's somebody answering the door who taught them.
That's true.
It is something, and there always is time for racism, because no matter what, people don't seem to understand that we are firmly entrenched. It doesn't matter what aspect we're talking about. We're talking about people dying. We're talking about the economy upended. We're talking about things never being back to normal. Mm-hmm. But the thing that satiates the American psyche more than anything else, the thing that we're most comfortable with, is the fact that we're very familiar with racism in every form. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's going on.
Yeah.
There's always time for niggas.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. It's like a Sunday dinner. You know what to expect.
Right.
And you're waiting for it. Mac and cheese,
right.
Sweet potatoes. You know what it's going to be.
And
racism.
If his wife was going to make him a mask, why did she make him one with enough room for that extra chin?
Bruh, that gobble right there.
That's called a waddle. The waddle.
He has more chins than a Chinese phone book. I don't understand.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. And of course, I have been excited about talking to this young woman.
I wonder why.
You know why, because she's a lovely lady of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Of course, my sorority. And I had to get that in there first before I let you know. Of course, everyone knows she's a former White House correspondent. And she's basically, she's still a correspondent. But
right.
I'm sorry. She's actually practicing self-quarantine.
Right.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Because being careful and safe, loving her family and loving herself. We get it. But also, I think she's best known as always keeping Trump on his toes.
Yeah.
Please welcome to the show, April
Ryan. How are you, Miss Lady?
Hello, DL. Hello,
this quarantine got you looking. You got your hair done somewhere.
That's how Deltas roll. Don't worry about that right there.
It's a hot comb in your quarantine. I know that.
Let me tell you something. I've learned how to use a curling iron. Yeah.
Now, it's amazing that you've kind of morphed into your own thing. Like you're doing kind of what you've always, maybe it's what you've always known. But I think a lot of the country, we always knew you, but a lot of country got to know you for your run-ins with the Trump administration. And you were, for decades, a White House correspondent, right?
23 years, DL. 23 years.
And you survived almost everything, wars and floods and earthquake and fires, but you could not survive the Trump administration, which is, you're like the post office.
No. I'm still here.
That's right. Still battling.
Let's be clear. I have run from death threats, and I have not gotten caught, and I am running from Rona, and I'm not getting caught. I will not go back to the White House until the all clear is there. I'm still working. I'm working from home.
Right.
I talked to Congressman Don Byers. I talk to everyone still.
Right.
But it's just not safe. Even the White House Correspondents Association said, if you don't have to come, don't.
But even at that, you were always the epitome of professionalism. But that became increasingly more difficult. It seemed to us, now I can't tell you how you felt, but as an observer, we often talked about it. It seemed difficult to act professionally with people who were determined not to be. Like there's a certain amount of decorum, whether you, regardless of what political stripe you adhere to, that there seemed to be a certain respect for the office of the presidency and the media. And that seems to not be the case anymore.
It's not the case. This president has a true disdain for the media, particularly there's even a difference in how he goes after those who are mainstream reporters who happen to be white versus the black female reporters.
Right.
If you notice when some of the reporters chat, like just keep going, he has a different demeanor, even in his terseness.
Right.
So it's us.
But he's dismissive. I don't want to use fair and Trump in the same sense. But he's dismissive to everybody. But there's a special.
Yes, there is some extra sauce or something on it that he puts on it. I'm thinking about Yamiche early on.
Yeah, I'll say Yamiche Alcindor. Yes.
Yamiche Alcindor, who works for PBS, a dear friend of mine. And I was watching. I think it was a Sunday. And it was a Sunday. I was watching, and I saw her get up and ask a question. And she.
You remember what the question was?
I forgot. This feels like a year now.
Right.
I forgot what the question was, but it was a Sunday. She asked a question. She kept asking. It was a pertinent question, a real question. He did not want to answer, and she kept going. And I said, "Uh-oh." And I texted her. I said, "Yamiche, be careful." And as soon as I said that, I texted her real time. He said, "Oh, well, yes, and you work for this, and you used to work for the New York Times." I said, "Yamiche, he's giving you a warning. He's letting you know he knows who you are, and he's checking into you." Mm-hmm. And I said that because I had to deal with that. I was alone for a long time, being chastised by the president. He called me a loser, but who's the loser telling people to disinfect with Lysol, Clorox?
Right.
Like I said,
it makes sense it actually makes sense for Donald Trump to tell his followers to use Clorox, because it's just like him. Clorox works on white people, but it's hell on colors. So I just I tell you.
But you know what, though, for me, that brings me to this point. I think the thing that's so difficult to understand as a citizen watching a journalist do her job, you and Yamiche, same thing, asking pertinent questions that we want to know the answer to, and to know that he can threaten you in a subtle way, or even you having the threats that you've had and all of that, you flat out ask him very plainly, are you a racist? And I watched what happened after that, the death threats and needing, bodyguards and things of that nature. What have we come to that we can't even ask necessary questions, especially in your job, to the president?
Something that, as you said before, in a prior segment, one of the people was saying, we need to learn our history. That's the problem. People don't understand civics. They don't understand U.S. government. They don't understand the Constitution. And they don't understand that reporters are part of the First Amendment, freedom of the press.
They're a tentpole of a democracy. They are. You're supposed to be like the referees.
When checks and balances fail, our founding fathers, who did not look like us and didn't expect me to be there, said the press has the right to ask questions, to be independent for the sake of accountability.
Right.
Mm. And now what's happened? And I think about John McCain, the late John McCain. We talk about how we love our soldiers and we support our soldiers because they give us our freedom. But even this president went in on him, a man who was broken and bled for our freedom. And John McCain said something so important. He said, once you start suppressing the press, you begin this thing called dictatorship. And I'm going to tell you something. No truer words have been spoken. And
do you think that what we are in now has any semblance to our aspirational goals as a country? Do you think that we are evolving and elevating, or do you think that we are sliding back?
We have devolved, DL.
Why do you think? Why do you think that is?
Because we are now looking like Russia and China. These are things that happen to the press, or what happens in Russia and China. We are now chastised, mocked publicly, called the enemy of the people. I have to have bodyguards? What is that?
Well, I think that I'll say this. I think he has a particular disdain for women, but I think women of color he has a disdain for, because he honestly doesn't feel like they should even be in a position to have these conversations with him. I honestly, you can see the way he looks at them. Like he like every time
be in the room and he wants to automatically to diminish you, like, oh, okay, like whatever.
Right.
But when we ask a question that gets under his skin, you know it.
Yep.
And he can't tolerate it. And the crazy thing about it is, like Harriet Tubman did, black women lead the way. We were the ones showing the others in the room that you do not let him knock you down, because this is your job.
Right.
It's not about you. It's about the American public.
Oh,
and I'm going to tell you something. I'm still standing, and he will not make me leave. Right now, Rona's got me here at home.
But I love it, and I think he
all it took to make April stay home was a virus.
Yeah. But I love how he really believes he can get under your skin, and he can't. And you can see it in his face when you would ask him a question. Certainly when Yamiche asks a question, you can see her standing there very poised, and he hates it. And I think that's why he reverts to name calling and trying to be dismissive of you and your abilities to check him when he needs to be checked.
Well, Sora, as you know, we stand on the shoulders of greatness. We are the dreams and the hopes of slaves and all those who press for freedom. And I'll be damned if I let this president or anyone else, from this president to Sean Spicer to Sarah Huckabee Wood and Omarosa, make me leave. Hell to the God.
I'm going to say something, and I believe that we're in a situation where it should be a shame. It should be a national disgrace that this country leads the world in citizens that have contracted this virus and that have died from this virus. It should say something about where we are. More Americans are dead right now in this man's presidency than died in the years of the Vietnam War. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that whether you like this or not, this man is incompetent.
Oh, yes.
And I think that to lead people, you have to love them, or at the very least like them. And I think he does not have a true respect for leadership. Means that I'm going to do what's best for somebody else. I'm going to do what's best for the people who elected me. His service is just to him. And I think it's disingenuous to compare him. There are a lot of people I disagree with politically, but from a human standpoint, I can't recall anybody in recent governance history that has had such a patent disregard for humanity. You know what I've never heard this president say during the entire time of this pandemic, which has been, I am sorry. We feel, I feel horrible for these people. My heart goes out to them. Never a tear, never a moment of pure humanity. And I think what he saw, what you saw is that I know you can't say this, but I think you saw an absence of that from the very beginning.
Well, let me say this. I can say it, and I'm going to say it now because I believe that I'm doing a disservice to the American people by not speaking the truth. And when I say the truth, but speaking without filters. I have covered 4 United States presidents who've called me by name. Well, let's say 3 who have called me by name. This one calls me a whole bunch of names. But I've been there for 23 years under 4 presidents. The last 3, I have seen various situations where there were national emergencies and crises. We had H1N1, we had Ebola, we've had Katrina. I've been there for all of that. And now I'm here for coronavirus. And I'm going to go back to something you said. You talked about leadership. I'm going to say power. Power means service. Power means service. And when he took that oath of office on that January 20th day, he took the oath to protect and serve. And that's not happening. Okay? I have graded presidents in 2 books. And I'm going to give this president, just on Rona alone, I call it Corona, COVID-19, an F.
Well, no, why, okay. An F, not a D, not a C minus.
An F.
Okay. I'm familiar with Fs, April. I got a lot of them. And I got an F because you know why I got Fs? Because I didn't show the fuck up. I didn't even go to class. I wasn't interested. I did not attend. I didn't even have the basic modicum of motivation to show up. So that's why I got it.
Smart as hell, and I love talking to you. It's like being at Thanksgiving with family when you got the Republican over here, the Democrat over here, and this one over there just have their opinion and their drink, and y'all just going at it.
Oh, no, they drinking for sure.
But no, I gave him an F, and the reason why, number one, for the failing grade, people are dead, and one dying is an F. But if these people didn't have to die, his handling of this, he got in on this late. There are documents that Congressman Benny Thompson of Mississippi, who is the head of the Homeland Security Committee in the House, that date back to December 2019 from world organizations saying, watch out, dated to the White House, dated and sent to the White House. Not only that, Susan Rice in the transition years ago was talking to Michael Flynn about the possibilities, the timeliness of a pandemic coming. They didn't know what, but they knew something was going to happen. They dismissed it. January and February, the president was talking about this is a Democratic hoax.
But he says he didn't say it.
Okay, let's roll the tape. Anyway, we got tape.
And listen, I've been around long enough that when a black woman say roll the tape, you don't want that.
You
know, and you don't say it unless it's not true. I'm not that girl. If there are no receipts, I'm not gonna say it. And
I'll
tell
you the enablers around him, the people who are not stepping forward, who know these things are true and are not calling it what it is.
And that's the problem, the enablers. And the question is, after this is all said and done, it's unfortunate, once this is all said and done, that's when the investigations are going to happen.
But you would have, April, I agree with everything you said, but here's the thing. It says more about the American citizenry. It says more about us as a population than it does about his presidency. Because the fact that we would allow this, if you just change the names on this particular dilemma, if you change this disaster, if you change it from Barack Obama to from Donald Trump to Barack Obama, the nation would not act as passively as it has.
Been gone the first day.
Exactly. So we can say that it is not the administration alone that gets an F. It is the American population that gets an F too, because they accepted it.
Enablers. I still believe there are still so many people who want to do right and who are trying to fight. And so many people have been bullied into submission. They fight those people of goodwill. So that's the problem. A lot of people are scared to be tweeted about the president. What's a tweet going to do? Come on, man.
But they took oaths too, like this Dr. Fauci and the other chick. They sat
Dr.
by.
Fauci sidelined Dr. Fauci and poor Jerome, as you call him, Surgeon General.
I'll say this. I agree. But we come from people who risk a lot more than a bad tweet. We come from people who risk life and limb to better their families and to protect their communities. So when somebody tells me I'm afraid of this man because he may say something bad about me, it is hollow to me. Yeah. I think the American people, if I'll tell you what, this is a true testament of where we are right now. It isn't that people are dying that the American people are responding to. It is that the economy is in the tanker. Because if you had the same number of people dying right now, but the Dow was up and people were still, and unemployment was low, this country would shrug it off. And that is an indictment on us. We can't say that there are good people when so much malfeasance and evil is allowed to be done.
I'm going to say there are good people who are trying, but their voices, I don't know why, are not loud enough. But that's when I have to listen and I have to say, and I'm going to tell you the last thing. I told you his mishandling and the deaths first and then the mishandling, but also DL, the messaging. A president and his staff or those who are in this emergent situation should be in lockstep. There should be no air between them. They should all be on the same talking points, the same page. You cannot trust this president. He tells you about medicines, malaria medicines that are more deadly than anything right now. People are dying, taking it and dying. And then he goes out there from the podium and lies, saying he was being sarcastic, talking about, oh, maybe we'll stick a light in someone, or maybe we can use, if we do a disinfectant on our hands, maybe we can do a disinfectant in the body. When you are a child, your mama and your daddy tell you don't go under the sink because it's poison. What's under the sink? Lysol.
Lysol, yeah. Mm-hmm. But you know what? It really is this. At a certain point, you stop being a good person. At a certain point, you could have had the most stellar reputation. You could have had the most earnest of intentions. You could be the most empathetic human being. But when you allow all that to be corrupted, you have ceased to become a part of that administration, and you become an accomplice. They are accomplices. And so there is, ultimately is this, when the light is shining like this, there ain't nowhere to hide. And history will be a horrible, horrible estimation of where we are. I got to tell you this. I tell you this every time I see you. One thing I know about you, we haven't always agreed on everything. I think that I've said some things you didn't like. And
a few, I'm sure.
But I respect you, and I respect you are only want for this country what you have exhibited. Empathy, humanity, professionalism, and love. And if they are not, and sometimes they're not worthy of it, and we'll see how this thing works out, but I think we're better for having you around. We are.
I appreciate you, Dia, and I love you, but I want to tell you this before I go, and I don't want to sound doom and gloomish, but there are several things I want everyone to watch out for. This is going to be an ebb and flow for 2 years until there is a vaccine, a mass-produced vaccine, and a global immunization. That's going to be at least 2 years. So we've got to be careful until then. And also remember that this administration is taxed. Everything is taxed, meaning we are in hurricane season, and FEMA is already out there.
Fire season's coming up in the West.
It's praying time, y'all. That's all I got to say.
Well, this sounds more like Revelations to me. April Ryan, thank you, baby girl. You be careful.
Love you, girl.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Jasmine.
All right. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Are we coming or going? Is it on? Is it on? so warm, and I'm closing his heart. So make your last call. We can have everything or nothing at all.
Couple technical difficulties we're working through. Bear with us. We still got a good show planned for y'all, okay? Here, yeah, that's better. Thank you. I love you too, all of you. How y'all feeling? Good? Well, tonight's a conversation. I know there's a lot of craziness going on right now. We're going to talk about it tonight, okay? We don't do this up here alone. All right, we need y'all to make this work. So this is a joint effort. Let's get into it. So I learned a lot of times in the past, yeah, or two. Like there's different types of love that I should know. Wow. And so my question is, what kind of love is it that can leave me all alone at some bar with just a 6-bar sweetly laughing at my foolish heart? Only love can break your heart like poison in stars. Come you apart. And if it's all the same to you, this kind of love, yeah, it taught me nothing true. I was guilty of for now. And so my question still remains, what kind of love again can leave him all alone in his car with just the radio blasting, singing to his foolish heart? Honey, don't take your heart. Oh, you are. Oh, yeah. Only love can break your heart like poison stars. Come your heart. Yeah. Only love can All right, let's keep going. I just got to tell you guys that story real quick. Let's get into it.
So this is a love story, a love song that I wrote. I wrote this love song to God, but it could be for any of your loved ones. So hold your loved one right now, okay? Here we go. My heart has been a chessboard, making moves and losing out. But there's so many times before, when there ain't nothing to brag about. But this might be never. When you call, I'm singing your mood. You turn me all the way around. Oh, when I'm tired of the fire, see, I just want you to be forever mine. Oh, you got to be forever mine. Oh, and there's nothing I can see now that ain't been sung before. Oh, but your love is a standout. So come ahead to take the ball. Yeah, to Jimmy Marlowe. And now I'm stuck here giving up a show. Oh, pick me up. Don't never put me down. Oh, when I'm tired of the twilight, see, I just want you to be. For a minute. I just want to dance. You know, sometimes I don't always sing, you know what I mean? Sometimes I just want to get down, you know what I mean? Oh, somebody's in the mood. Hey. Hey. Ready? The way that you never seen it before. Looking for my head, you know. You rest in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the call like a Trojan. Come back every time. You got me shit like the mouth when they come out and I wake up blessing my life. I just want you to be forever. You will never seen it before. Looking for my head, can't find it no more. You mess in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the crown like a Trojan. The way that you will never seen it before. Looking for my head, can't find it no more. You mess in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the crown like a Trojan. Come but every time. You got me shit like a mouth when they run. Come out and nowhere, come rest in my life. I just want you to be forever mine. The way that you will never seen it before. Hey. You rest in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the crown like a Trojan. Come every time. You got me shit like a mouth when they run. Come out and nowhere, come rest in my life. Thank you so much, champ. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for turning up with me. So one of the things, like we said, this is a conversation, we're talking, and one of the things we like to do is pay tribute to the greats who came before us, who paved the way and allowed us to do what we do. So we are at a jazz festival. Are there any Nina Simone fans in the audience? So, in 1963, in a Baptist church on 16th Street in Birmingham, Alabama, a woman is sobbing, and this woman is holding a shoe. And this tiny little white shoe she's holding has blood all over it. And she's sobbing because this bloody white shoe belongs to her now dead daughter, who was in a church earlier that day that was bombed because of hate. God damn. Now, surely justice can deal with injustice like that, right? Whoa, wait a minute. A man peacefully pulling his wallet out of his pocket was shot 4 times dead in the arm. Surely justice can deal with injustice like that, right? Well, now our pants they sat a little low, we stand a little taller, and we talk about injustice like this. got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Oh, God, yeah. Alabama's got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Oh, God, now Alabama's got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Oh, God, now listen. Can't you see it? Can't you feel it? It's all in the air. I can't stand the pressure much longer. Somebody feel free. Can't you see it? Can't you feel it? It's all in the air. I can't stand the pressure much longer. Somebody feel free. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Oh, God, now Alabama has got me so. Tennessee made me lose my rest. And everybody knows about Mississippi. So they got me said I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm pissed off. I'm so pissed off. Hey, Dad, tell them how y'all feel. Man, oh man, oh man. Sometimes we get pissed off. We can't stay that way though. You know what I'm saying? We gotta get progressive. We'll talk about that. So we're still talking. I'm gonna tell you guys a story about my life. Don't judge me, okay? You don't know I call him the teacher. He had hard lessons for the kids. Now I get out, but you true had he put me under that same spell. He loved me stress me out. You love me like a precious gift, and he loved me like a sloppy kiss. And you would Thank you. Okay, so I have to tell you, we all have that person or that thing in our lives that we gotta say, let go of my hand, okay? We have that person in our text message history right now, okay? Okay, let's get funky for a minute. Let's talk about it. Just me, I and my time. A wisdom gem and yours. Never get to myself that I buy for years. Scraping behind you. It wasn't so bad, I can say I love it. Well, maybe better me, maybe better me than you love. Why? I guitar, don't hold my hand, don't hold my hand, let go my hand, let it go. Trying your best to excite me. 'Cause you know you must leave me. More than one or two. Fiery night. We broke so many times I end up on the ground, but now I'm crying out. I love y'all. Thank you so much. So, like I said, we're still talking, and we like to pay tribute to the greats who came before us, but we also like to honor those artists nowadays that are conscious and that are making amazing music. And I'm a big hip-hop fan. Are there any hip-hop fans in there? And I don't know about y'all, but it excites me how hip-hop always has embraced jazz music, yes? So I always say that jazz inherently evolves and transforms. And so I'm a big Kendrick Lamar fan. Are there any Kendrick fans in the audience? Okay. Oh, that's good. So one of his songs off of his early album, I love so much, and it's a song called No Makeup, because I think at a point in my life, You know, I enjoy makeup, I have fun with it, but it used to own me. It used to define how valuable I was, and the more I took those things off, the more the people in my life who were there for the wrong reasons were moved out of it. So I just want to pay tribute real quick, and I want to do this song, No Makeup, for you guys, because I love it, and I love you guys, so we'll make it work.
The colors on your face light up the sky. Those lips are colorful. I love the time. Girl, that's fine, but do you mind? No makeup. I know she about to ask me how she look. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it on. It was early in the fall. She resembled the models out of the neighborhood, concentrating on the way the eyeliner thickens. You're staring at her and trying to figure her vision. The wittiness, the prettiness, the colors on her skin tone, her complexion and the direction of her approach. Damn girl, why so much? You about to blow your cover when you cover up. Don't you know your imperfections is a wonderful blessing from heaven? It's where you got it from. I love your smile. You can do it without style. From your lips all the way to your eyebrows. It's the beauty in her, but when the makeup occur, I don't see it, all I see is I love the way you put it on your eyes. The colors on your face light up the sky. Those lips are colorful all of the time. Oh, girl, that's fine, but do you mind? No makeup. I know she about to ask me how she look. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it down. It was running in the mall. She resembled the models out of the neighborhood, concentrating on the way the eyeliner thickens. You staring at me and trying to figure my vision. The wittiness, the prettiness, the colors on my skin tone, my complexion and the direction is alcohol. I feel like it's not enough. I can never put on too much makeup. Again, I know my imperfections. I be constantly stressing from you. Is what I get it from. And tell me I need you smile at least once in a while. I hate my lips, my nose, my eyebrows. It's the beauty in me, but what you don't see is that I had a black ID. Okay, so we're gonna move things along and take it way back for a minute, right? Okay. Are there any Lil' Kim fans? Hey, here we go. Listening to what your girlfriends say. I know you tell me on the radio. True, I know you tell me on the radio. True. Listen, like Kendrick said, you ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. You ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. Gotta get drunk to have fun. You ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. Cause you
Cape Town, you know I see you. SA, you know I see you. Alright. I love y'all. I love y'all. Okay, so we're gonna keep it rocking. Yes. So while we're talking, this is still a conversation, right? So I want to talk about family because that's a big thing for me. All of these men and women up here and behind this stage are family, and all of you out there are my family as well. And this doesn't work, you know, without every family member pitching in. Y'all gotta listen real good. We gotta play real good. You know what I'm saying? So I want to take a second though to highlight this man in particular. Yeah. So they're all amazing and gifted, and he over here is extraordinarily gifted. He is one of the best keyboardists, but also probably the best vocalist I've ever heard in my life. I had to do it. And I always say, when I first heard Charles sing, he made me want to be a better singer, a better artist. He's helped to grow me as an artist. And so I just think it would be a real tragedy if we left this place without him blessing y'all with a song. Because he's also a gifted songwriter. So, Charles, I will step to the side. I'm going to step over here with the backgrounds. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sir Charles Jones.
Yeah. Give it up for Andra. Like, she's a rare human being to let somebody do that. Okay. It's such an honor to sing for you, Cape Town. If you feel good, clap your hands along to the song. Sun shining on my bad days, when my sky's gray. Just one smile makes my whole world brand new. You are the one. Every minute I choose with your family, you're there for me, and I'm so grateful to know someone just like. Where would I be without you? Hey, I don't know where I would be. Where would I be without you? Oh, and I never, never wanna find out. Where would I be without you? Oh, I don't know where I would be. Where would I be without you? You are the one. Every minute I choose is you for me, you're for me, and I don't know what I would do. I'll never forget all that you've done for me. Hey, when I needed, and I'm so grateful to know someone just like. I don't know where I would be, and I never, never want to find out where would I be without you. Hey, I don't know where I would be. Where would I be without you? I hope I'm even half the friend that you've been. I don't know where
If I didn't have these big old boots on, I would take them off and throw them at him, okay? So this is what we get to experience every day with this man. Thank you so much, Charles, for that. So we're still talking, and I want to have a serious conversation really quick. I want to switch gears to a song that's very special to my heart. And my prayer with this song is always that it infects people and affects people. I always pray, let it be something that's healing. Let it be something that's encouraging, that's inspirational. And I know in the last couple of days, South Africa, you guys got some interesting news that has been weighing heavy on your hearts. And so, obviously we're dealing with some stuff in the U.S. as well, too. And I just wanted to come here today. I'm going to be polite about it right now. But anyway, so what I want to say is really I would like to make this, instead of something about anger, although being fired up and, being progressively angry, wanting to do something, understanding that we can't just sit and watch the scene pass or just expect it to pass. We have to stand up and we have to do something. We have to say something. We have to all come together as South Africans. We have to all come together as Americans and say we won't stand for this anymore. We're better than this. We deserve more than this. And so I want to speak to all of you guys who are tired, all of you guys who aren't sure about the future, who don't know what's around the corner, and I want to just instill a sense of hope in you. Because the only person that we really serve, that I know I really serve, is upstairs, is way, way, way upstairs. And that's who really controls our fate. But we still have to act, and we still have to do something. So I want to encourage all of you guys and encourage us on this stage and backstage tonight. This song is called Rise Up. I hope you enjoy it. You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we're gonna walk it out. Ooh, mountains, we gon' walk it out. Mountain, and I rise like the day, I rise unafraid, I rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. For you. Silence is quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. Oh, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move, mountains, yes we can. Move. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you. you can all rise. Cape Town, you can rise. Thank you so much, family. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, fam. Before we finish here, we love you so much. You guys have been so amazing. And I really hope that we all leave here encouraged and uplifted. But before we finish, I just want to shout out my amazing band. This is Dave Wood. I call him Master Shredder on guitar here. We have the beautiful ladies, Crystal Starr and Kira DaCosta on backgrounds, and basically just on flavor, you know what I mean? We have my man, Shay Godwin, who I call Dr. Octopus, on the drums. We got my boy, Nando Rayo, Pico de Gallo, the funk man himself, on bass. And you all know, good and well, Sir Charles Jones. So, before we finish, I know this is a jazz festival, but we lost a legend recently, Chuck Berry, the father of rock and roll, as we all know. And he inspired so many bands. He inspired us, and he inspired a band that we love, Queen, this song that we do all the time. So in honor of Chuck Berry tonight, we're going to rock. We're going to end this by rocking.
Just an alley creeper. Night on the beach. Young fighter screaming. No time for doubt. With the pain and anger, can't see a way out. It ain't much I'm asking for. I heard her say, got to find me a future. Move on my way. I want it all. I want it all.
The year was 1942, and President Franklin Roosevelt issued a directive to construct an emergency supply route across Canada to Alaska. It would become a modern engineering miracle, matched only by the construction of the Panama Canal, the Alaska-Canadian Highway. Often overlooked in this great engineering achievement were the 3,700 black soldiers who played a tremendous role. Let's meet the black World War II heroes who helped tame the Great North as builders of the Alaskan Highway.
There are 4 units, 3 regiments, the 93rd, 95th, and 97th regiments, and the 388th Battalion that were assigned to the Al-Can project. For the most part, these soldiers came from the southern states, Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi, and a few from the Northeast, and those were the ones in the 388th.
I happened to be a part of the 97th Engineer Regiment, which was trained at Eglinton, Florida, to go to Alaska to build the northern sector of the Al-Can Highway. My job was to make a collection of the construction on the road, problems with equipment, and a progress report was supposed to be sent to the Corps of Engineers in Washington, D.C. every 2 weeks.
In the 1940s, we had blacks who, some were conscripted, a lot volunteered to serve because they saw this as an opportunity to prove to the world that they could fight, wanted to fight, and they felt that by fighting and shedding their blood that this would cause the country to treat them as equals, as full citizens.
From Crispus Attucks, the first to die in the Revolutionary War, to Prince Whipple, the lone black man who joined George Washington as he crossed the Delaware. From the firing of the first cannon of the Civil War, black Americans have helped to carry our country's flag to victory. In World War I, they fought for freedom, even though their own freedom was limited by segregation at home. When white American soldiers refused to fight by their side, black Americans fought with the French and distinguished themselves in battle. They went on to become the first American troops to receive the French Croix de Guerre. When World War II rolled around, Uncle Sam wanted everyone to fight, that is, except black Americans. And yet, they insisted on the privilege of full citizenship and the right to fight and die for their country. Thanks to the efforts of people like Mary McLeod Bethune and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, the White House soon gave in and signed a bill allowing 1 million black men and women to join the military. However, segregation applied even in battle.
Pearl Harbor, December 7th. We had a situation where the United States was very uncertain about what else might occur in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor. The air was not a trustworthy place to conduct combat. We didn't think it was. We certainly couldn't trust the seas, and so trying to link Canada and Alaska, this highway, was an interior opportunity that we felt was a safe passage for getting troops and providing for some strategic defense for the continental United States.
Prior to Pearl Harbor, black soldiers were not allowed to serve on active duty. But with so many troops in Europe and the Pacific, and to the dismay of many military leaders, black troops who were held on bases throughout the South were ordered to Alaska.
We boarded a troop transport and cargo ship, the David W. Branch, and we traveled through the inland waterway to Valdez, Alaska.
A lot of them had no idea what they were getting themselves into. You know, you get drafted, you get sent to Georgia to wait for orders, and you get sent to Alaska, places that they could probably never even imagine. and under conditions that were just horrible. They were in combat construction engineer groups. These are the guys who basically clear forests, construct roads, build bridges. It's very hard work, backbreaking work. It's manual labor. The United States military assigned about 10,000 troops to this task, and about a third of those, about 3,600, were African American. These were men who came from the South for the most part. They had never lived in extremely cold climates. They had to endure temperatures that ranged from 80 degrees below in the wintertime to 90 and 95 degrees in the summertime.
Despite being new to these harsh environmental challenges, the black engineering units made steady progress, usually completing 5 miles of construction per day.
The government did not think that these African American soldiers would be successful. The government just said, okay, we're going to send them up there with poor equipment, with no ammunition, with isolation and a whole bunch of other obstacles. And the soldiers were able to overcome every single one of them.
We had what had been designed to be Arctic clothing, but we had to improvise. For example, Arctic boots never worked. You needed to have freedom of motion in your legs and toes, so we found that galoshes were the best item to wear on your feet. Then we had layers of stockings, barrel-up stockings, wool stockings, turtleneck sweaters in order to cover over your nose, and we had parkas, Arctic parkas.
The gentlemen had to have the right layers of clothing on because even within their tents, they would freeze. See, most human beings can't fathom once it gets down to 20 below, but imagine 70 below zero. They would beat their chest to stay warm. They would jump up and down. They would do whatever they could to stay active to keep the circulation going. So they were constantly working around the clock to beat the elements.
The major construction equipment consisted of D8 Caterpillar tractors, D4 tractors, and we had General Motors 2.5-ton trucks, carry-alls 1.5-ton trucks. We had dump trucks of different manufacturers mixed. Some of it was used and in ill repair. The original trucks that we took to Alaska, believe it or not, had no heaters.
The government not only gave them ill equipment, poor equipment, but they gave them an abundance of equipment, so much was wasted. There were so many stories of where they just let the truck go off a cliff, or they didn't care if the dump truck or the Caterpillar bulldozer was just stuck in the water and frozen because the government didn't care.
One of the major problems operating vehicles in sub-freezing weather was condensation would form low balls of ice which would stop up the gas lines. So we had 2 drivers who were trapped on the highway that we were constructing who froze to death before they could get to help. After that, every 10 miles we constructed a little log hut with a stove so that no matter where you were stranded, you didn't have over 5 miles to get to a place where you could find a means of warming up. The bulldozers and heavy equipment and the road graders would create about 3 miles of military road each day. We were blazing the trail.
Obviously, the element is one issue. Equipment is another issue. And I dare say esprit de corps or morale will be another issue.
During that period when the armed services were segregated, the officers, the commanding officers, were white. A lot of them didn't want to be assigned to black units because for many of them it was the kiss of death. If you get assigned to a black unit, your career is going down the tube. And the soldiers knew it. They didn't like having to be led by officers who really didn't want to be a part of them.
the commanding officer by the name of Buckner issued a warning that in no way did he want the black soldiers to mingle with any of the white townspeople because he did not want a mongrel race to be created.
So he brought with him some very strong stereotypes and some very strong feelings about blacks and about their role in the armed forces. And if he had his druthers, they would not have been there. But again, it was a manpower issue. They needed to have those men there, and he relented. But it was only because of necessity.
They brought that segregated stuff up there with them because the people in Alaska didn't have it. We had a black officer. Captain Smith was from New York. He was our chaplain. He was on board when we were going by train, and he came one Sunday and said, "We're going to God's country. We're going where a man is treated like a man." We got to Alaska, they gave him a separate latrine and a separate place to eat. A separate tent away from the white officers. He was a captain.
Everything from housing to outhousing was segregated. The black troops were set up in remote base camps as far away from towns and local people as possible. Even the Eskimos were told to avoid the black construction engineers.
We had guns, but no ammunition. We discovered where the ammunition was being stored. And when that was found, we all had guns and ammunition.
Once they did get ammunition, of course, the white commanding soldiers then treated them a little differently because now these African Americans have guns and ammunition. So they were just overcoming, obstacle after obstacle in a very proud fashion. The majority of these men were very patriotic.
In a strange irony, they endured the same racist treatment by their own countrymen that was the basic doctrine of Nazi Germany.
The German state, the Bible of the Nazis, the gospel according to Hitler. I'm not going to read all of this, but there are one or two things in this book that will interest you. I quote, "From time to time, the illustrated papers show how a Negro has become a lawyer, a teacher, perhaps even a minister. It never dawns on the degenerate middle-class America that this is truly a sin against all reason, that it is criminal madness to train a born half-ape until one believes one has made a lawyer of him."
I never gave it a thought. I was proud to be an American servant in my country. I don't say I overlooked discriminatory problems and things like that, but my idea was to do a job and come back safely home.
This was a period of rigid segregation. This was a period when blacks served in very limited and confined roles, and they just decided to do the very best they could under the most adverse of circumstances. They needed them in areas where no one else would go, but they wanted to keep them remote from the people, if you will, so that there'd be no fraternization. And it's a difficult situation to imagine today that you're trying to do a job for your country, risking your life, and no one really cares. We just want you to get the job done, thank you very much, and go on to the next task.
Well, I think the general morale of the outfit was very good considering the conditions under which we were working. Well, that's true of all the work that the black engineer outfits did on the Alaskan highway.
Some of them have not really experienced snow.
It's very hard, back-breaking work.
They gave him a job of building a bridge across one of the streams, which was built in a weekend. We had difficulty in getting fresh food.
A lot of them had no idea what they were getting themselves into.
Brown bears would frequent the camp.
There was that sense of camaraderie or togetherness.
Some were a little extra nice after we found out we had the ammunition.
Despite life-threatening conditions and inferior equipment, typical for all the black regiments, they endured. They used an assembly line methodology. One unit would clear. The next would follow behind, erecting small bridges. The next would grade the road. They built and operated their own sawmill. They were forced to build their own housing because the military tents proved insufficient. All the black regiments completed their road construction on schedule. In 8 months, this highway covered 1,500 miles overland and rivers. During the dedication of the Alcan Highway, just about everyone connected to this incredible engineering feat was welcome, except the nearly 4,000 black soldiers who gave so much.
I think more about the role of the black construction engineers during that period. The Tuskegee Airmen had to be visible for obvious reasons. Flying a plane, the president's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt, took a personal interest. I mean, she went down to Tuskegee, took a ride in a plane that was piloted by one of the airmen. But Alaska was remote. And by design, those blacks who were assigned to serve in that remote area were treated with even greater remoteness. I mean, I think the fact of the geographic distance, the fact that the commanding officers didn't want them to play a major role certainly mitigated against any kind of visibility and recognition.
There was a sense of, we're going to beat this, we're going to overcome this, which I think is systemic to the character of African Americans, because throughout history we've always had to make a way when there was no way, and this is just another example of that.
To me, it's a tribute to the men who, some of them who froze and gave their life in a project to protect America.
Having proven themselves under the worst possible conditions, all but the 97th Regiment was reassigned to combat units in Europe and the Pacific. The 97th remained in Alaska for 2 more years until they too joined the combat in Europe. It would take 50 years before the men who made up the Black Corps of Engineers would receive any recognition.
Well, not only did the black men of the 93rd, 95th, and 97th regiments, as well as the 388th Battalion keep busy, they fulfilled their mission beyond the call of duty. I hope you enjoyed this brief journey as we glimpsed the provocative tales, incredible accomplishments, and the undeniable fortitude of a people as they traveled from slave ships to spaceships. On behalf of New Millennium Studios and me, your host, Tim Reed, thanks for watching, and we hope you'll tune in for the next installment of Legacy of a People. History will never be the same.
What have I done, man? I've let myself down. I've let my family down.
can't run, man. I ain't no coward. And Pop's gonna go in on me. And then there's Mum. And what about her? Pop says it all the time. You can run, but you can't hide. But same way Pop's gonna go in on me if I stay, man. Gotta bounce.
Are you going somewhere? What's that? Aaron, I asked you a question. Where are you going? Aaron, I'm talking to you. You're ducking out on me, aren't you, Aaron?
I'm ducking out on you. What are you talking about, man? Hey, look, just listen to what I'm trying to say.
Listen what? What's that?
I don't know what it is, okay? What, are you a police officer or something? Hey, look, just chill, man, alright, yeah? Let's just stop. Hey, Michelle, don't touch my things like
What
that,
are your
man.
clothes doing in that gym bag?
Hey, look, it's too much for me, okay? This is just too much stress for me. You don't understand how much stress this brings.
I think I have an idea, thank you very much.
Nah, man, you don't know what it takes.
And you do?
Yes, I do.
Oh, how do you know?
Hey, just stop, man. It's just too much, all right? Look, I've got to go. I can't take this anymore, man. Just...
And you think I'm not stressed?
Listen, look, I'm too young for this. Look, man, listen, Michelle, we're still kids. You know that, yeah? I'm too young for this.
I'm younger than you, Aaron. I'm the one who's carrying it. I'm the one who's going to have to make decisions.
Why is it all about you?
What?
Huh? Yeah, why is it all about you, Michelle? Tell me. Every time it's about you and what you want. I see you. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me fixed on you, innit? Is that what you want? You want to control me, yeah? I've seen your type before. You're trying to trap man. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to trap man into these little games you're playing. I understand. Yeah. Continue, yeah?
If you haven't noticed, I've got plans.
Yeah, cool.
I shouldn't be here. I should be at home, revising.
Go home then.
Instead, I'm stood here talking to you about this bullshit.
Go home then.
Seriously. I've got 3 conditional offers from 3 of the top universities.
Hey, look, I got plans too, you know.
Oh, really?
Look, you see this, yeah? I think, look, it's not working, yeah? Just forget about this. Yeah? Do you understand that? We're done.
Fine.
Cool. Go then. Me and you, we're done. We're over. You get me? Like, we're done.
I heard you the first time.
Cool.
I'll go. But you're not leaving me to raise it all on my own.
That's it. See, or why are you saying it? That's what I'm trying to say. See, look at you, man. You're saying it.
This was a mistake.
Yeah, a mistake. That's what we are. We were a mistake. This, in fact, is a big mistake. Think about it. Can you do this all by yourself?
No,
yeah?
Because you're going to do your part. Look, do you know what? We don't have any choice.
We do have a choice.
No, we don't.
That's the thing. We do have a choice.
We
It's not too late, you know.
Aaron, don't come through that bullshit. You know that's not an option for me.
Are you sure?
Sure about what?
This thing, like... Are you sure it's even mine?
Are you fucking with me right now?
No, seriously. Are you sure you didn't really test wrong or something?
Seriously, Are you being for real?
No, I'm not even joking here. Like, I've seen your type before, you know. Them type of girls who go crazy. I've seen you. You're lying, innit? Yeah, them setup chicks. You're gonna want me fixed upon you, and then after that, right? 3 months in, you're gonna tell me how you accidentally lost it. Is that what you? Look, I've got plans too, you know. I'm just saying that we need to be careful about this. Yeah?
We've both got plans. I feel as though all I'm hearing from you is I and me, as if I and me made this baby. It was us.
I understand that. I'm not saying I don't want kids, yeah? But just think about it for a second. Are you sure this is what you really want?
Yes. Yes, it is.
We're still kids, man.
But like it or not, we're gonna have to grow up.
This is it, you know. 18 years from now, 20 years from now, we can't look back. This is what you really want? Because if it is, then I guess I got a man up. Come here, man. Come here, man. I'm not gonna leave you alone by yourself. You're stupid. I want to be there for you, yeah? Just gotta trust me. Yeah? Just gotta trust me.
So we got a situation you've never failed ignore. Keep your mind open, y'all. It's the time that they're born. How the moon and stars align. It's a cosmic time.
One of the most interesting things to me about any city in America that's an older traditional city is that every single one has a main street and they have a church street. And here in Norfolk there was a church street that dated back as far as the early part of the 19th century. And as you can imagine, the church street was made up mostly of the prominent churches in the city. But as the city began to develop, by the time we get to the middle to late 19th century, a number of homes and businesses began to spring up in and around that particular corridor.
Washington Avenue was a street where a lot of professionals lived. But in my background, my mother was a domestic worker. And it was a lot of pride, and most of the residents believed in education.
Well, I think Church Street had a lot of good aura about it because of the fact that we had a lot of people that did really good on Church Street, and a lot of people that raised kids and really sent kids to school, and then even though we had some rough times with some people, but once you got to know people on the street, the merchants, the people that was in business, you was all right because you were in the midst of people that cared for each other on the basis of an everyday part, that they would see you and they got to know who you were and what you was all about, because Church Street extended their arm to the people that worked in this area. And it was just amazing to come up here every morning early and see so many people getting activity of business started during the day. And it went along smoothly.
It was a real hustling town back then, back in the day, you know, and there were a lot of sailors. Of course, there were a lot of sailors there, and a lot of things that attract sailors were here also. And every corner, in the middle of the block, there was always some kind of a club or lounge or something. There was always something happening. There was always music on the street. You know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the place was still bustling. You know, Granby Street was the same thing, up and down, in fact. But you know, mostly, Church Street was all black. We couldn't go to Granby. We couldn't go to Granby, not too much. We'd slide in every now and then, but we'd be delivering something.
When I grew up in Norfolk, we were probably on the tail end of segregation. And so we still had a lot of Norfolk that was extremely segregated as far as schools are concerned, restaurants, movie theaters, and most of your public accommodations were white only and colored only.
The Church Street that we understand today as being a place, a commercial district, that would emerge after the Civil War, after Reconstruction was over, by the time you got to the 1880s and 90s, where the city was revitalizing itself because it had been an occupied city during the Civil War. And so it's in that time period that a number of businesses would be created. Church Street was not just a black district. There were white businesses, black-owned businesses. You had businesses from whites coming in from Europe. You even had a few Chinese who would create businesses along that Church Street corridor in that time period, the late 19th century. The neighborhood that was contiguous to Church Street, Huntersville, that was seen as an immigrant community. Blacks began to move into that community about at the same time. So you had a wide mixture of people. In fact, it's usually a mistake to say that residential segregation was a common part of American society. It was not. It was actually created starting in the latter part of the 19th century. And so prior to that, people lived next to each other. People rented rooms in the same buildings. And Church Street really mirrored that confluence of people and cultures coming together. And it continued to reflect that really through the 1950s and 60s.
It was very active, and a lot of stores opened up, as you know, and if you want to know that when Easter came, that was the promenade. You go on Church Street and you could see some of the most colorful outfits. And we had it made. When you put on those Easter outfits and walked up and down Church Street, it was the promenade. So it was really enjoyable. And I enjoyed myself being a kid, get my Easter stuff on, walk down there and on both sides of the street. Yes, sir. Walk from A Avenue down to Main Street, turn around and come back, that was a good thing for us.
Everybody knew everybody. Everybody interacted with everybody. My best friend Linda and I went to St. Joseph's, which was right on Bramilton Avenue. And then after school, her dad owned T.C. Williams Cleaners. So after school, she would go to the cleaners and I would go to the shop. And it was no such thing as child labor laws. You just helped. It was a family. And you came in and you did what you had to do. And I did my homework there. And we were there at dinner time, so we usually had Chinese food, or the 5 and 10 cent Woolworths was right down the street, or we ate at Woolworths. So this was a normal routine. And there was no problems. We never had any problems, and that was during this big segregation time. But we never had any problems with segregation there because everybody knew everybody. And with my dad, if you wanted to have your photo taken and you didn't have any money, he'd still take your picture. So I guess that's why we're not rich. But he didn't care. Everybody, if anybody was broke and they came to him, he always had a few dollars to help out anybody that was down on their luck. And all the business owners in the area helped out. Linda's father, as I said, owned the cleaners. And they would clean the clothes for the nuns and the priest. So it was, everything. My girlfriend Rita's dad owned a grocery store. So if you needed something, you went to the grocery store there. That was on Bramilton Avenue. And as far as I can remember, it's always this area has not really had a big segregation thing. I do remember one time Linda and I were going to the movies, but we did not realize because nobody had told us about the segregation, and we didn't have any problems where we were because Church Street, it was black and white on Church Street, even though I guess we didn't realize that was where we were supposed to be, and then the white people were supposed to be on Granby Street. And when you went to Woolworths on Granby Street, you went through the back door, and you got they had the best hamburgers in the world. But
I remember the lady who used to serve.
Yeah, but the thing was, the people that cooked the food there were black people, so we got the best of everything. The folks that ate at the front got what we didn't want. So it was great for us anyway. But as I said, Linda and I went to Granby Street to the movies. And when we got there to the counter, the lady, she kind of acted a little weird, I guess, but she took our money, and the two of us went in and sat down. We didn't know that we were causing a problem until after we got back home and told our parents. And they were like, "You went where?" And so we were telling them, like, that was when we found out that this was for us and that was for other people.
Well, I think one of the most memorable was watching the Daddy Grace Parade on the 4th of July. Boy, and they had a parade because you had the Eureka Lodge and you had other high school bands, Boogie T High School Band, and they would put on a parade that would just really rock the street. I mean, rock the street. And people came from everywhere just to see that parade during the 4th of July weekend. So that was quite a moment that really got to people. Yeah. And I think the other one was when Dr. King came and walked the church and went to Seymour's barbershop. I remember that incident.
At the beginning of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln made a decision to hold on to Fort Monroe in Hampton. And because of that, because he saw that as a critical place where the Union Army would make its assault against the Confederacy. Since once Virginia seceded from the Union, Richmond became the capital of the Confederacy. And so it's from Fort Monroe that the intent was to not only control the entire region, but also to launch campaigns that would eventually take Richmond. And so Norfolk was an important part of that particular strategy. So by May of 1862, Abraham Lincoln actually came to this area and spotted out locations where the troops would land from Fort Monroe. So one of the places was Ocean View, and the other place was Sewell's Point, about the area where the naval base is located. And they marched slowly into the county first of Norfolk, and then into the city. And the city was really very small. It was only about 4 square miles, just as the sister to Norfolk, Portsmouth, was only 2 square miles in size. And so the city is really from the Elizabeth River at that time, the Civil War, up to where Scope is, at the intersection where you have Granby Street and you have Church Street and you have perpendicular to that Bramilton Avenue. That was the extent of the city of Norfolk. And so they slowly marched into the city, allowing any Confederates who wanted to leave to escape the city. And they set up what would eventually become headquarters number 1 during Reconstruction.
A lot of the businesses after the 1960s with the Civil Rights Movement, the businesses just started to decline. One of my mother's moments I can remember her saying is that integration, when it did take place, it took a lot of the businesses. In some ways it helped, and in some ways it hurt. And sometimes she always got the slogan backwards in some ways. But I believe that's what the decline of the black businesses on Church Street during that time in the 60s, that's what happened to them.
In fact, you actually had a lot of people from Richmond and from eastern North Carolina during the Civil War come into Norfolk and find land in the region, or they would find a job working with the government in some capacity, or they would join the military and get mustered into one of the United States colored troops. There were at least 4 of them that were organized here in the Norfolk-Portsmouth area. And so Norfolk really became a hub. We would see a significant increase in the black population, especially with the decrease in the white population. Blacks came in massive numbers. But because of the beginnings of the Great Depression, and there were 2 Great Depressions, one started in 1890 and the other started essentially in 1930. So in 1890, a lot of blacks left the city and went to rural areas in search of land, or went to New York. In fact, so many immigrants from Norfolk went to New York and settled in the area of Harlem, they actually called that section Little Norfolk. And they had an association called the Sons and Daughters of Norfolk. You had to have been born in Norfolk or had a parent born in Norfolk. And this was a prominent organization in New York City. And so it wasn't really until the 19-teens and 20s that we would see a number of blacks attracted back to this area. First to Newport News because of the Newport News Shipbuilding Association. You had Huntington, who was very interested in hiring blacks. In fact, a man by the name of Brown would come there and start a bank because so many blacks were employed at the shipyard. Then he would come over to Norfolk and start the Brown Savings Bank. And this would help to jumpstart a lot of businesses. It would help a number of blacks to develop homes. In fact, he had a savings program. Started out first with a Christmas savings program and then went into a home building savings program. And this really helped to transform Norfolk. It helped to transform Huntersville, which was contiguous to the Church Street corridor. It helped to transform that Butte Street area and Bank Street area, which was contiguous once again to Church Street. That's where middle class blacks lived. And a lot of these people were professionals. You had physicians, you had attorneys, you had business entrepreneurs, you had bankers who were living in that area, insurance representatives. And so it helped to jumpstart a lot of their businesses and begin creating this very vibrant commercial district that was seen as the Black District in Norfolk.
The reality of the street, though, is what its history tells us. And history tells us what a great melting pot the street was, what its real heyday was fused by the German-Jewish migration in the 19th century. Of course, it was older than that, but you really saw the life starting to come into it in the 19th century, and then early 20th century history, and you saw an influx of, you had the African American community right alongside the German Jewish community and the Japanese community and many others who found Church Street to be the most welcoming for all their businesses and the arts.
You started to see this class of black professionals coming in around in the 19-teens, and these are lawyers and physicians and professionals of all sort, as well as a group or cadre of educated people who were teachers. They formed the basis of the middle-class black community, and they were coming in, and they were not suffering as much as the working classes in this area during that recession period. By the early 1920s, you had something like 20 black banks and savings and loans, and while some of them wouldn't survive beyond maybe 5 years, it really highlighted how there was a lot of money being exchanged and a lot of revenue being generated in the area.
Most of my early childhood was spent in 5-block radius of where I'm standing. I was born about 3 blocks away from here, and the house in which I spent most of my early childhood was right across the street. And 719 Chapel, my grandmother's boarding house. And the school that I attended was in this vacant lot across here. Just about everything I know about childhood and all the fun and the life lessons was learned on this block and the surrounding blocks. The thing that really hurts me is when I look here, not only has it been totally changed, but there's not one brick or one resemblance of anything that was like when I was here. No homes. From that corner down to this corner, there must have been about 15 homes that were black owned. Of course, the school was here, and they're all gone. What's left is subsidized housing that the city owns, but all of the wealth that was created by people like my grandmother owning their houses with their equity and the wealth of their family in their homes are all gone. They tore them down. And what has been replaced is, of course, merchants from outside of the community. But everything else is all gone. Why the school? I have no idea.
NRHA is an agency that provides real estate development services as well as property management services to the city of Norfolk, as well as some other entities. We also do work for real estate development work for Old Dominion University, as well as some work for Norfolk State. And Norfolk State is certainly an important partner for NRHA in community development.
Urban removal, as I call it, came in and took most of these houses by eminent domain, gave them a fraction of what they were worth, and basically eliminated that part of the wealth of the family. I was born in a house about 2 blocks from here, and from that point, when I came back here as a young kid, this was my world. It's 5-block radius. I'm 2 blocks away from Church Street, where I hung out as a kid, and again, all of my life lessons was learned in this sort of 5-block area.
After the war, so many things were happening, and I can't quite say what year it was, but I knew it was on the decline. Some of the streets that were there, you don't see them anymore. There's a street that was running in there called Denby, Hull Street, and for some reason, it just began to fail. And I can't tell you exactly what year it was, but I just saw that it wasn't like it used to be.
I remember when it started changing, when the city of Norfolk came to my dad and offered him money for the shop. And they were explaining that they were doing revitalization of the city of Norfolk and how it was just going to be wonderful for everybody. And my dad wasn't getting kind of, he was older. I had already graduated from high school, and I was going to John Jay. So, yeah, they were out there age-wise. So they talked and everything, and then they came back again with a better offer. So when they came back with that better offer, they took it. And then after that, it was like place by place, you know, with Linda's dad. This is what happened with the cleaners. They offered him a substantial amount of money, and he took it, but he didn't leave the area. My dad left and went to California. So, but Linda's father left the Bramilton Avenue and moved over to and bought land on Only Road. So that's his place is still there. But that's how it started changing, was just little by little until they got all of the businesses off of Church Street.
You ruin a street and you ruin that vibrancy of it, the lifeblood of it when you cut it apart. It's like it to me, it's just like cutting off appendages, you know, on a person. You start taking away lifeblood, you know, of it. And that's to me what happened in Church Street. When they reconfigured the street at the other end and cut it off from the rest of downtown, that was to me, and I think that's been recognized as a mistake. It shouldn't have happened. But they did it because they were working on that interstate ramp in that area and where they wanted to put a shopping center in the city at that time. And they put it there, but look what happened to it. It's no longer even, you know, a vibrant piece.
I really appreciate young people like you. It appears that you're working on something that will bring life to the Black community, and especially those persons who have heard the word Church Street, and especially those who have really walked that journey. And I think it's wonderful because I'm 81 years old, but I never thought that Church Street would have quotation marks around its name. And I guess if I had known it, I would have paid more attention to it, thinking about something of this experience. But as I walked down Washington Avenue to Church Street, it never dawned on me that anybody would even think, 50 years from that time would be interested in knowing about how a community could develop to really give life to maybe another community like Church Street. So I thank God for young people like you and the emphasis that you have put on something that I never dreamed of. As many times I walked down Church Street, I never had any idea that 2013 someone would be trying to bring history back in a different direction.
Our next guest is an actor and comedian. He was the second longest running cast member on Mad TV. He was in the film Jerry Maguire and The Pest. It is Ari Spears.
What's up, young man?
What's up, baby?
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Thank you for having me, brother. D.L., before we get into this, can I say something real quick?
Sure, of course.
Okay. I'm 45 years old, so I'm not up on all the latest lingo.
Right.
Like I never knew until recently what thought meant, bay, no cap, lit. But a lot of people been hitting me up on Instagram going, hey man, we want to give you your flowers now. And I'm like, damn, am I fitting to die?
Well, this
they just want to celebrate you while you're still here. So DL, I want to give you your flowers.
No, don't put
Yes,
that shit on me, nigga. No, I'm all right.
No.
I'm all right.
I want to say thank you for having me. And as I've always told you, I think you're one of the smartest, most intellectual comics of this generation. Because you and Joe Torre made me tighten up my game. People got to understand there's levels to this comedy shit. And being funny is one thing, But like Jordan, there's levels to your skill. So being able to do crowd work, being able to do blue comedy, clean comedy, impressions, voices, and you and Joe Torre are two of the coldest niggas when it comes to eating hecklers up, chewing them up, and spitting them out. So you made me tighten up my game.
Good, man.
Those are nice flowers.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Better than the woman they sing in the upper room. I bet it's better than that. So you know, I've always had a great amount of respect for you. And recently, I don't, well, people were hitting me because I didn't really take my umbrage to it, but I posted something that Mike Epps sent. Reposted something that Mike Epps sent, and basically you had a bit of a, well, it was a quandary as to why I would post something like that. So basically, Mike Epps was talking about a situation where a young man was killed, I think in Indianapolis, and he said, you know, we have to stop killing each other. So that basically words to the effect that we were killing each other, so they kill us. And you took, which is a sentiment that I totally disagree with. But you took umbrage to the fact that it was posted on my page, right?
Well, yeah, because I was shocked, and I said to myself, as intelligent as DL is, I know he caught that. So if he caught that, why would he repost that?
Right.
And that was just a head scratcher to me.
Right.
Because I felt it was a very dangerous message to try to put out there. And as I've said adamantly, I agree with Mike. Black people, we need to stop killing each other. We need to do better. But those are two separate conversations.
They
trying
definitely
to somehow
are.
insinuate, yes, and trying to somehow insinuate that cops kill us because they see us kill us is just flat out asinine.
It is.
Because history has shown us that they've been killing us way before black on black crime was ever a thing, a la the movie Rosewood, a la Black Wall Street. Elise Neal, a woman who you've worked with, actually hit me up in confusion like, what's this about? I'm hearing my name.
Right.
So I just let her know, sweetie, I'm not disrespecting you. I just brought up Rosewood as an example because you was in the movie.
Right.
So, you know, back when black people were well-to-do, a tight-knit community, we loved and we respected each other, we would often, you know, be hung in our Sunday's best while we wore our Sunday's best 7 days a week.
Right.
You know, we were thriving. We had our own businesses. You know, there wasn't black on black crime. We were respectful of one another, and they still did what they did.
Right.
So to somehow put that message out there, I just think is a dangerous narrative for white police officers to hide behind their bigotry.
I think that you're absolutely right, and I had that conversation with. Listen to me. I think that is a sentiment that is more dangerous than the phrase "nigger." I think that it is probably if you utter a phrase like that every time something happens, then you are tantamount to at least you might as well sign your name on the death certificate because you have been some ways complicit because that's absolutely what they say. But I want to be clear. I reposted the sentiments of a man that I respect and love.
And I got that.
I'm not like you don't have to. I don't have to be beholden to your perspective. I don't have to agree with your perspective. But you know, it's interesting because I don't want to be that evocative where I only hear what I want and repost the things that I like because some things are about conversation. And you and I've never seen myself as a leader, never portrayed myself as a leader, never acted like one, never asked for the gig. I'm not here to correct speech. I'm here to tell you exactly how I feel about things. I think that to your point, you're absolutely right. I think that phrase, there was a cat named Warren Saunders who wrote a piece in the Chicago Defender in 1970 where he was talking about a young man who was a pimp and who preyed on his people, and he coined the phrase black on black crime. But later on in that same article that people, you know, the phrase they got, but later on in that same article, he alluded to the fact that people alluded to the fact that it was systematic oppression of people who were in a geographic area. So people who had been, I can't recall the phrase exactly, but it talked about how people in a place, because the biggest indicator, the biggest predictor of crime is not race or ethnicity, it's poverty. The fact that so many black people live in impoverished places, I challenge anybody to show me a place that's poor and safe, because that just generally don't go together. But I think you are right in that. I think that phrase is very deadly, and I think that you do have a responsibility. But my gig is not to tell people how to think. That's
Well,
not my thing.
I don't think your gig is to tell people how to think. But let me backtrack. When you say you're not a leader, now are we leaders to the extent of a Medgar Evers, a Martin Luther King, or a Malcolm X? Those are the icons of leadership. But like the movie Spider-Man, when Uncle Ben said to Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility. Sure. And you have an outlet. Right. You have a platform and a voice that a lot of people don't have.
Sure.
I have that same voice and that same platform, as does Mike. So I think we should, while we're not iconic leaders, I think people listen to you. I think they listen to me, and I think they listen to Mike. And if somehow what we say helps you, influences you, guides you, I think we got to be careful about what we say.
But see, I think that's, for at least to me on the outside looking into this conversation about, what you guys posted. My thing is this, from my perspective, as just a regular person who might go through and see the page, I think it's important that you do have these types of conversations. So if you post something that perhaps you don't necessarily agree with everything, but it is a talking point, I think the problem with us in the past decade or two, actually, maybe more than that, is that we're not talking. And people who do have a major platform, such as yourself, as DL, we need to have these conversations. And we would never know that there is a disagreement and how to harmonize and get on the same page so that we all can collectively come to some agreement.
But it's a misnomer to believe that we have to come to. I'm just going to say that it's a misnomer that we have to come. The greatest thing that ever happened because of dissent. Some of the greatest accomplishments that we ever made, the greatest strides forward, will happen because of dissent. You're right. To your point, I do have a platform. You have a platform. Mike has a platform. My only obligation, in my estimation, is to be as truthful from my perspective as I can be, and to allow someone else to have a perspective that they equally attached to and that they have a different perspective of, because it is arrogant and foolhardy to believe that I have the answers and that I am right. And to your point, I've never said, the only thing I'm a leader of in my estimation is from my perspective, is what I believe, what I know. The only thing I'm an expert at is my beliefs, and everything else is just a guess. And so you're a cat who I've watched grow, like not just comedically, but as a human being. And I think you've had some ups and downs, and that has only kind of sharpened and honed and shaped your experiences. But and I love the fact that you are now, not even just now, but now you have this idea of the way that things should be and ought be, that isn't happening, and you take umbrage to that. But I don't feel as if I am entitled to tell people how they should think.
Well, again, I'm not trying to tell people how they should think.
Agreed.
But for those that, look, everybody doesn't have leadership skills, and some people need to be led. Right. And again, I'm not being cocky enough to think that I can lead anybody, nor am I trying to. But I think that while we're trying to figure this out, we should be careful about the narratives we put out there.
Agreed.
Now, I'm going to go a little off topic,
Agreed.
but kind of still on topic.
Right.
This is what bothers me when I hear black people publicly shit on Obama. What has he done for us?
Right.
What have they done for us? So let's take Michelle Obama. I had several black women who would hit me in my DMs and go, so what that she was the first lady? That's symbolism. What did they really do for us? Oh, wait a minute. Once upon a time ago, and even still today, black girls have always, black women in particular, have always been made to feel ugly. Nappy hair, dark skin, big lips, wide noses. So to see that kind of cultural symbolism of a black woman named Michelle Obama, sophisticated, got her shit together, classy, in that position, if that gives some little black girl somewhere in this country hope and makes her feel better, if she's feeling suicidal because her skin is too dark, her nose is too wide, her lips is too big, her hair is too coarse, and she's being made fun of, if Michelle Obama serves as a beacon of light or hope to uplift that child's spirits, to make her not kill herself, to instill some self-esteem, are we that comfortable as black people that we're going to denounce the importance of that symbolism? Are we there?
I could not agree with you more. And I think that when people say dumbass shit like that, what I'll say to them is the most educated segment of the population in the United States of America is black women.
Black women.
The most entrepreneurial, the most they have the most optimism toward the future, and they have that because they saw something. And I think that when people, it's so selfish, like when I hear people say, what am I going to get if I vote? Or what? Things are more than just about you. Things are past you. Legacies are about what you do, not for you and the now, but for someone else and the later. And I absolutely agree with you. And I think that where I'm not formally educated. I don't, there are a lot of things, machinations I don't understand or go through. I think that it is foolhardy to believe that discourse, that my perspective is the only one that matters and that discourse isn't healthy. I think it is. I think that what you're saying and doing right now is very helpful. And it's decidedly different from who I knew you to be like when we first started out. You're not the same kid you were. So it's hard for me to hear this bullshit from you. But I can tell you this.
Well,
I can tell you this. I can tell Paul Mooney would be proud of you. Like I can tell that Paul Mooney would be proud of you right now.
I'm proud of that nigga. Because that nigga knows it's freedom time. All of you niggas have been fooled by that goddamn Popeye's chicken sandwich. All of you niggas stand in line for that sandwich. You've lost yourself. You've lost your way. God damn it. These white folks love it when niggas go. They love it. Let me just say, Dia, and let me just say, again, let me go back to the Obama point. Because I've spoken on this passionately, and I've caught a lot of shit.
Right,
from
you
black
have.
folks.
Right.
And I almost wish you would also, and I hope in this opportunity, you say something. Because again, when we publicly shit on Obama,
Absolutely.
for the racist white people that don't like him for the real reason they don't like him, we now give them the opportunity to go,
I think
"See,
you're absolutely right.
His own people don't like him. So why should I? Knowing that's not the reason you don't like him. So whatever it is, black people, whatever discrepancy we have with what Obama may have done or not done, let's keep what going on in our community, like black on black crime in our locker room.
I think you're absolutely right. Here's where I disagree. I think that the phrase black on black crime is a symbol of self-hatred. I think that is.
I agree too.
It is.
I'm just telling you what to say.
It is believing that we are somehow deviant. Crime is about proximity. People around people kill people around people. In terms of Obama, I don't think we're so fragile. Like, I really believe that America has, this is my personal opinion, America never deserved a man who comported himself as well in that office as he has. You can't think of a modern president in the last 40 years that didn't have some level of scandal. He loved this country and the idea of it, and he was aspirational enough to
and still does.
And so, but where I differ from you is my estimation of him doesn't change based on somebody else's circumstances, and his legacy isn't so fragile that some people not agreeing with it will erode it. He will stand the test of time because he was an exemplary man and did an exemplary thing. There's not one human being that's being objective that can compare his legacy to Donald Trump's legacy and not see a better human being, a better president, and a better American. Right. So but I think that those kinds of arguments fall on their face, and they don't necessarily need me to kind of guide them through it. They don't need me to do it.
Well, let me ask you this, and again, this is where I will disagree with you.
Sure.
We're
having the friendliest disagreement.
I was about to say.
They do need you.
A lot of
but let me
bass in
ask
it.
you, do you think when they go, what did Barack do for us? Do you think he did something for us?
I think that he did. I think he did. He passed the most the most forward-thinking legislation in modern American history, the Affordable Health Care Act. Not only did he do something for us as black people, he did something for the American public. Like the people right now who are dying right now, who are struggling right now and dealing with the very pandemic he also had the foresight to prepare America for things that weren't even there. So had people followed his example, if Donald Trump were weren't trying to destroy everything Obama did and learn from him, because I think that's all of us, we have an obligation to learn from the people who did it before, we wouldn't be in this pandemic right now. Had he not disbanded some of the things that Obama done, had he not been trying to erode his legacy and tried to learn from him. So I think that he loved America so much he thought of it not just in the now, he thought of it in the future. He gave America life insurance.
But you know what? Also, but from the very
black people that are listening, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
To the black people that are listening, Obama was the president of the country, not the culture.
Absolutely.
So, this notion that he was supposed to get up there and just serve as black people would have been detrimental to the next black president, because it would have fed white people an excuse to go, you see, just like we thought. He gonna look out for just them.
I don't know.
I think he did a fantastic
Listen,
job.
I think he did a spectacular job. I think he's not without his foibles. I think he did some things I didn't necessarily agree with, but there's no doubt that he comported himself with decency and respect, and he elevated the office of the presidency. But I don't think I'm not one of those cats who watches a black dude do something and owns it. I don't go, look, he's making us all look bad. I think that we're not a monolith. We're not one group of people. How can one man speak for a race that got Lil Boosie and Barack Obama? You know what I'm saying? We can't. So I just think that we are more resilient than and not as fragile where somebody can say a thing about it. If we can survive slavery, if we can survive Jim Crow, if we can survive the passing across an ocean chain together, we can survive people disagreeing and not necessarily understanding our plight. We will still be here anyway. That's just my idea of it. I think that we are much more resilient than people are necessarily ready to accept.
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Still hanging out with Aries Spears.
This motherfucker won't leave.
He won't leave.
It's a good thing we ain't on broadcast television. We'd have been. I just got to tell you, I'm very I think we have one, like if we're taking a trip to San Francisco and I want to fly and you want to drive, we all still get there. We just take different routes. I just am very proud of the kind of not only entertainer but human being you evolved to, and I definitely understand and appreciate your passion. So it's not, it's just a question of me having a different kind of outlet, a different kind of line of sight than you do.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I was going to say back earlier when you said to see where I've evolved, what I've evolved into versus where I was when I first started. I remember you and I did a show together. It was actually me, you, and Michael Collier in Detroit. And we were all young.
Yeah.
I don't think really any of us had too much money.
Right.
But you certainly had more than me. I was a teenager.
Right.
And when we landed in Detroit, the first place you wanted to go to was the swap meet and get some rings.
Yep.
I remember you being there buying gold rings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this nigga got money. So there we go.
Hey, man, I love you. I'm proud of you. You keep up the fight, man. And you keep making
Thank
people.
you,
You're going back on the road pretty soon, right? You got to get out here and see what's happening, huh? Kick the tires.
I hope so, man.
You will.
I hope so, because this quarantine shit is bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I hope so. And for the record, let me just say, and I've been saying it, to Mike Epps, if he sees this, I got nothing but love and respect for Mike. The last thing I'm trying to do is beef with Mike. And I've always had a very polarizing personality.
No, not you, nigga, not you. No.
And listen, I've been called everything from bitter, angry, to a hater.
That sounds more like Paul Mooney. That sounds more like Paul Mooney.
I'm a bitter, angry nigga that like that shit. Niggas angry. I just have passionate opinions about things. And either I say things that most people want to say but are too afraid to say, or just the fact that I have an opinion when I'm just supposed to shut up and tell jokes. Rub people the wrong way.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure it all out.
Not me, man. Let me tell you something. That's my argument. I think people are entitled to their perspectives, and they are entitled to have them without being guided or kind of negated or poo-pooed or people tell them. I think you're bright. I think you see the world differently than a lot of people, and I think that's why you are who you are, and that's why I'm glad you're around, man. I think I promise you. I think we're a better art form because we have young cats like you. Well, not young. You're not young anymore because you got to get a prostate examination like everybody else. But I'm glad you're still here, man. I love you, man. Thank you for checking in.
I appreciate it. And as always, people, thank you. Check out the Spears and Steinberg podcast. DM me on Instagram, and I'll send you the direct link.
For sure, man. Holler at you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut. Hey, welcome to D.L. Hughley, Uncut. I am, of course, D.L. Hughley. We have Jasmine Sanders, DJ Luchin in the booth, looking like Luke Cage.
The booth. In the booth.
Luke Cage. There he is. Woody. Kyle Hughley. How you doing, baby boy?
I'm doing all right.
All right. One thing I find interesting, that even in the midst of a pandemic, we find a way to be quintessentially American.
Yes.
Like, there is this argument, where, aid is really scarce. Like, we don't have a national plan to deal with this pandemic. Like it's catch as can. You're on your own.
Well, we don't have a leader. That's what that is.
And that really is. And of course, power abhors a vacuum, and people are gonna find a way to lead. I think the governors of this country have done some of them, whether they're Republican. I think you got to look at New York. You got to look at Maryland. You got to look at Ohio. You got to look at Michigan. You got to look at Oregon, Washington. Colorado, you got to look at California.
Shout out to Gavin.
You got Gavin Newsom,
Shout out
California.
to Gavin.
I do wish I lived in a red state because they don't give a fuck about their people, and I at least be going to. I can at least go to a restaurant right now.
Yeah,
but
and they're proud of it though.
They are
proud of it.
But this argument, kind of flies in the face of what we always say, like how Americans all come together. Mm-hmm. But there's Trump and McConnell, who are now, the president and the Senate Majority Leader, have this whole blue state, red state thing, and they want to, like McConnell suggested that we should let some states
file
go bankrupt.
There you go.
But you from Kentucky, motherfucker. You from Kentucky.
Let them know.
Look, thanks for your horses, your basketball, and your tobacco, but fuck off.
But somebody should say that to him.
Somebody just did.
Well, come on.
Nobody will hear it.
Yeah, I was going to say somebody should say that to him. The fact that they listened to that and they even debated it. And some people were like, well, it wouldn't have been a bad idea.
Here's the problem. We exist, the United States of America. The difference between us and a third world country is blue states.
That's literally it.
That's it. You could take New York pays a lot more than they get back. California. So do California. So does Connecticut. So does New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So these are blue states that pay a lot more than they. We are the Oprah to y'all Stedman.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
But this notion that we are all in this together, when even at a time like this, we're divided along political lines, and you can see it all the time. When Hurricane Sandy hit. There was a reticence to give them the aid that they needed. But you let a hurricane happen in Florida and Texas, everybody, you know what you always see? You see Florida strong. You see Texas strong.
Mm-hmm.
You don't ever see California strong. You don't ever see New York strong because nobody ever feels sorry for them.
Not at all. You remember what Trump said when all of the California fires.
Right.
And he said something stupid like you should sweep the floor in the forest. What the hell are you talking about?
Literally, it's places that this country would not exist. You could take a few states you could take a few states in the South. You could take Mississippi, Alabama, and West Virginia. You could put them together, right? And they wouldn't have the population that New York does, or the wealth, or the education. The money. Shut up take your government assistance and stop playing in the big boy chair.
Or let us leave.
But the interesting thing about that is knowing that everyone, it's no secret when you look at the statistics when it comes to education, healthcare, all of those things, economics, knowing the things that we know about that particular area of the country, why do we let them lead?
Because
why do we follow? Why do we listen?
Because America's the Flintstones and the Jeffersons, and the Flintstones are in charge. We're trying to go to space. We're trying to drive cars, and these like with no driver, and they still trying to stop cars with their feet.
Yeah,
it's just at a time like this. We are supposed. It's like a team. Imagine a team that a football team, a basketball team, where they go, well, I scored all my points, and we lost because of you. You'll never be a champion unless you can play and win away games.
Right.
You got to win away. You got to win in situations that are dire, in situations that are hostile. And every time there's a situation like that in this nation that I'm aware of, it always seems to diverge and devolve to this. And it's always been bad. Let's not pretend like that this time or administration is responsible for it. But this takes a particular patina that I don't know that I've ever seen before.
I don't know that I have.
I know I haven't.
I'm embarrassed by it.
Well, you haven't seen anything.
I
You're
know. That's
7.
why I said I know I haven't.
Yeah.
You're 7.
But that's a sad thing. Is
You
that a lot of
didn't
people
see
don't realize
Atari
it.
either, so fuck what you talking about.
But I tell you this, looking back at what we had with Obama, there are a lot of people who criticize him, a lot of people who say that he didn't deliver what he promised. But I tell you what, looking back at the way he led the country and looking back at his presidency, you've said this 1,000 times. I couldn't agree more, and that is we didn't deserve him.
Well, no, America didn't.
We didn't deserve him.
He care. Listen, look at the leaders who you see care about their people, and I don't care what political stripe. I think DeWine in Ohio. I think Hogan in Maryland are two. They're Republican, but they are doing an exemplary job. You could look at Michigan's governor Gretchen. You can look at Oregon. You can look at Washington. You can look at California. You can look at Colorado. Look at the people who seem like they care about their people. You can look at Cuomo and. Like this dude, in addition to, he looks like a leader. When you have a leader that says all the glory is mine, but none of the fault, the problem is this, that if you listen to what Trump says, he's responsible for everything great that happened and nothing bad, right? And that he's done everything right. But if you've done everything right, then why do you need to change everything? Why do you need to change anything? If everything you've done has been perfect and exemplary, then and 1 million people got it, and now before this is all done, there may be upwards of 100,000 Americans who are dead. If you've done everything right, then why is there a need to change, and what do you learn from that? If you've done everything right, what are we going to learn from the worst pandemic in modern history?
Well, what you can't do is throw out the number of people who died and then say that you did everything right. That in and of itself doesn't even go in the same sentence.
And if you had done something right, at least pretend like you care about it.
Right.
Well, the latest thing that he said was that he created the best economic plan the world has ever seen.
Maybe.
And the only reason that things are faltering now is not his fault, but because of the pandemic.
Let me just say this. When you got to tell the president of the United States, when he said, the ingesting these
bleach,
disinfectants,
when he said that, let me just say this: when somebody tells you not to listen to the leader of the free world, you cannot say you're the most powerful nation on earth.
Right?
You can't say it.
You can't say it. Oh, hey, what's happening? Welcome back to D.O. Hughley Uncut.
Yeah.
Call me off guard.
We're only doing TV.
I was daydreaming. I'm sorry.
We're only doing TV.
I was daydreaming.
It's uncut, these uncircumcised version of the show.
See, that's why I was daydreaming. Not about that, but
we're the turtle head version of the show.
Oh. That can't be we. That would be y'all.
So, Black Jay.
Yes, sir.
welcome back.
I appreciate it.
You
man.
wasn't doing nothing else, were you?
Oh man, I was doing something. I was doing what everybody else was doing.
That we locked down in the house.
That's right. I was slinging these jokes one way or another.
You were sequestered at home, right?
Man, just trapped in the crib, man. Trying to find some way.
You can't say trapped in the crib.
I can say trapped. I got a full family there. That is trapped, bro.
I like the honesty in that because most people are pretending to be happy, knowing that they are miserable.
Well, no, you can be happy and trapped.
You can be happy and trapped.
Okay, but tell the truth. Are you safer in the house or outside?
I'm glad I get my breaks out the house.
There you go. I'm just asking.
I promise you that.
Here's the thing.
Just saying.
You know that you're tired of being home when you're excited to go to work.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, work? Hey, I'm early.
Man, if they had a Saturday shift, I'd be there so fast.
What about the honey-do list?
Oh, the honey-do
Are you
list
happy
is
to get
real.
on that?
Yeah, because I'm actually happy for him now because it gets me out the house.
Right.
I be looking for stuff to do. Like, I don't care what it is.
I became an alcoholic, so I go to them 12-step meetings. I'm just telling you. How come you're not home yet? I got 11 more steps. I can't
let them down.
So, everybody, it was funny because everybody got, there was a big stimulus package.
Right.
And Donald, everybody's getting these $1,200 checks unless you made a certain amount of money.
Right.
And Donald Trump, they were delayed a bit because Donald Trump insisted on putting his name on the checks, which is interesting because these might be the first series of checks that he ever signed that didn't bounce.
Right.
But a lot of people, you didn't get a stimulus check.
No, I didn't get one.
But you didn't get a stimulus check.
I didn't get a stimulus check.
But we have a segment called Stem Cells.
Mm-hmm.
STIMSALES. Stem cells, right? Where people got their stimulus checks, and we wanted to know how the other half lived, like what they spent them on.
Right. So yeah, it was quiet. I was just going through the phones and the social medias and stuff and figuring out who's there.
Right.
Because the way it came up is my son got a check, and the way that I found out.
Does he live with you?
Yeah, he lived with me.
How he get a check?
Does he pay rent?
No, he don't pay no damn rent. That's the whole point.
He got $1,200.
Well, he got some rent money now. I found out just on the humbug because I was about to file, and he was like, "Oh, wait a minute! Before you do that, you might not want to put me as a dependent."
Because I'm balling. I'm rich, bitch.
I got
Let
it
him
all.
live. Let him live.
I ain't mad at him. He hustled me. I know where he got it from.
So what are some of the things that people have spent their stimulus checks on?
Here's what we found, man. Run that for me, Jeff.
Hi, this is Yuraku from Brooklyn, New York. I was able to do a couple of things with my stimulus check, thank God. I was able to pay my rent for next
Responsible.
month. I ordered a waist trainer.
A waist trainer?
I ordered a wig online that I'm still waiting
Gotta
for.
have that too.
And I ordered some fabric with my artwork printed on it so that I can make homemade COVID-19 wigs for the community. So hopefully that falls through.
I got no problem.
And I also bought a little bit of bourbon. You can't go over this quarantine. So yeah. Thank you.
I'm balling.
Tom Segura here. I just wanted to let you know how I spent my stimulus check. I got that fat ass check from the government. I called my diamond dealer. I was like, yo, man, check out all this money I got. He hung up. So I called my Porsche guy. And he hung up too. And then the only guy that was like down for that kind of money was my weed guy. So check this out, man. I got a bunch of edibles. Like a bunch.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat all these.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get so high that we'll be over this pandemic and there'll be a new one.
He might be upset when he finds out we're running out of food.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he's right on point, man, because that's a comedian right there, and he's got all of these edibles to help him out. You know the material that's gonna come out of all of this children.
I can imagine.
It's interesting because if your account, because a lot of people got. Kyle, did you you got your stimulus check, right?
Yes, I did.
When did you get it?
Got it about, I don't remember the exact date, but I got it about 2 weeks ago, maybe.
And what did you do with it?
Nothing.
Well, it's in your bank right now?
Yeah, I'm just holding it.
And you living at my house with you and your woman, right?
You won't let me leave.
Oh.
But you ain't bought no food or nothing?
Yes, I have. What are you talking about?
But y'all vegans, we don't need that shit. We need some shit niggas need.
I just went to Target yesterday and got some paper towels and toilet paper.
Oh, see?
How did you find that?
Contributions.
Your son, he didn't spend what did he spend his money on?
Oh man, I haven't seen a penny of that. I don't know where it is. He ain't been out the house to spend any money. So I just had to check the mailman. See, I'm here every day, so I don't know what Amazon bring during the day while I'm gone.
I don't want to be dismissive, but if you get $1,200, you gonna buy one rim? You gonna buy one like
you buy what you can get. I know my son got $600 and $1,200.
And you ain't seen him?
I ain't seen him or the money. And I'm like, you owe me money. Give me a little bit.
I feel bad that I didn't get anything back.
What? You got us. Back. You got the show back.
Y'all nothing. Like Tyler, my daughter, she got her bread. She ain't seen me since. My son lived there with his girlfriend because we're all sequestering together. My father-in-law burned my house down. I know he got some money.
He got something somewhere.
Yeah. What would you have spent your money on?
$1,200, man. I'd have finished building my virtual stage in my house. Because we got to figure this out. I don't know when we're going to get back on the road, so I got to figure out a way to get these jokes off in the house.
You could have a mic stand.
That's all I need with $1,200.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. Now, we have been waiting to talk to this guy. He has been fighting the big fight for our community, a renowned civil rights attorney representing families from Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Botham Jean. And, of course, I got to send love to him because he is also a member of my brotherhood, Omega Psi Phi fraternity. You know, the brothers of the Deltas. You know who it is. Please welcome to the show, Benjamin Crump.
How you doing, Brother Crump? How you doing? You all right?
I'm good, Brother DL. So good to see you and Jasmine, and thank you all for what you all do to uplift the culture.
Well,
now more than ever we need it.
We just talk shit, but you
you do the real work.
you fight a lot of fights that society is not used to you winning or doesn't particularly want you to. Championing the voiceless is kind of a thankless job. Why? I mean, I know you're an Omega man, and that is your stated mission to the uplift of people. But you fight fights knowing that the odds are stacked against you. Why?
You know, DL, Thurgood Marshall was my personal hero. He's the reason why I became an attorney. And people don't remember how hard it was before Thurgood Marshall got to Brown versus the Board of Education. I mean, going in the Deep South, going in Texas, I mean, being threatened with your life, literally, trying to say that little black children and little white children should be able to go to school together. And people often forget that part of the journey. They only want to see the victory. But without struggle, there can be no progress, as Frederick Douglass said.
But why the justice in America seems so tinged, and I think it can make. I have no problem admitting that I have a lot of cynicism associated with it. I watch what happened with Trayvon Martin. I watch what happened with Michael Brown. I watch what happened. You represent the families in Flint.
That's right.
What is it that we're going to have to do to introduce America to the probably new fact that we are just as human, just as fallible as anyone else, and deserve just the same amount of respect and empathy and compassion as anybody else?
You know, a lot of it, DL, is what we did with Trayvon, and your voice was as strong as anybody else when we were fighting that journey before people started even acknowledging that Black Lives Matter. You know, for 400 years, they've been killing Black people and nobody being held accountable. Nobody even being able to have any kind of justice, whether in the criminal court or the civil court. Now they will give us money in the civil court, but they never want to send anybody to jail because they don't want to send that message that the police can't do historically what they have always done in America, and that is to be the slave catchers, to provide the status quo. But the one thing I will say to you and Jasmine and all your audience, the reason I remain optimistic is I think about the precedents. When you go to law school, the first thing they teach you is about precedents. You always have to follow precedents. You always have to follow precedents. Now, I don't agree with that because the one time I met Thurgood Marshall, the first time I met him at the Supreme Court, he told us little black students that you know, when you go in the courtroom, you argue what's right. He didn't say argue what they teach us in law school, saying argue precedents. But if we're going to take that law school lesson, the precedence is this for Black people in America. We have overcame everything they threw at us. I mean, they threw slavery, we overcame that. They threw Jim Crow, we overcame that. They threw separate but equal. They threw the Middle Passage. I mean, when you think about what our ancestors had to endure to overcome the Middle Passage, to overcome being in those slave castles, waiting for the ship for 3 or 4 months, sleeping on top of each other, the reason we now have diabetes and glaucoma. I know that we can overcome anything. And so America is going to have to acknowledge the humanity, but also the perseverance in us more than anything else. I have a big case, DL, that hopefully I'll get to talk to you and Jasmine about. We're doing something with Netflix on it called Free Renting, the Harvard reparation case.
I remember that, yeah. You know, it's interesting. You said what you're taught in law school as a lawyer. I thought it was, that's going to be 33 and a third. I thought that was going to be the first day.
That comes later.
I'm glad we won. Where my money? I thought that was.
I will offer this admission, dear. That 33 and a third to then go do some good work. You know, that's
Listen, I got you off. I'm gonna need my money, nigga. I'm gonna need that. I need it. You are involved. It's so interesting because I've got a chance to talk to you on several occasions, and I'm a cynic, and I won't pretend like I'm not. But I'm a cynicism, I'm a cynic in the sense that I believe that I remember watching a movie called Blackfish. And it was about killer whales and how they were caught in captivity. And it was about how they showed the plight of the killer whale and what happened to it and how it was demoralized and how when its dorsal fin was hanging to the side and how it acted the way it did because it was taken out of its environment. And do you know that as a result of that documentary, Blackfish, or that movie Blackfish, they closed down SeaWorld, all of the aquarium, you know, the aquarium of the parks across the country were closed down because it changed their policies because they saw something in a black fish that they do not see in a black man or a black woman or a black child, and it is galling to me that we can't even get. There are animals that you can hunt, legally hunt, that get afforded more rights and empathy and sympathy than black men, women, and children.
No question, DL. In fact, you know, I have the book Open Season, the legalized.
I got a chance to read that.
Colored people, and what I argue in that book a lot is the fact that the laws that allegedly were meant to protect us, they use to kill us. And the reality is this, Jasmine, that 1 out of every 5 black men in states like Florida and Georgia, Tennessee, Texas are convicted.
The places where they love God the most, right? The places where they're the most Christian. The places where they claim.
So they say.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
But they are 1 out of 5 black men are convicted felons. The experts opine, if this trend continues, in the next 25 years, 1 out of every 3 black men in America will be convicted felons. And so as I go talk at universities across the country and civic groups, I often say to the audience, now imagine, because a lot of them can't fathom my experience, DL, I say to a lot of those young white faces and those people who are going to be in leadership positions in the future and some people already in power, imagine if you are a parent of a black male son, and imagine if you are a parent of a black male nephew. Imagine if you have a black male cousin, and imagine in your mind's eye that they're about 4, 5, 6 years old, and they're all playing, and you have watched them at play as children often do, and try to sit there and figure out in the next 10 to 20 years which one of those little boys with your blood running through their veins are going to be defined as a convicted felon and live a permanent life as an underclass citizen in America, never getting the benefit of the doubt, the benefit of consideration, and the benefit of possibility, because that is the black reality in America. And
I would say this, Mr. Crump. I would say this, that you talked about states, the Texases, the Georgias, the Alabamas. Well, they're in the SEC, so those white women won't have to imagine that long.
Oh, my God.
That's about to be a reality right after this draft.
But you know what's interesting to me, though? You talked a little bit earlier about precedent. And my issue with that, I know it's a very important term, but when you look at it in terms of how it relates to us as a black community, the precedent was different, right? It was set really with Emmett Till, right? It showed how undervalued our lives are as black people in the streets. So you look at now, followed that with all of the cases, including Trayvon Martin, including Michael Brown, including Botham Jean, where someone went into his home and killed him, but yet no justice. It's the same thing. So for me, I wonder, how do you go into a court of law and argue, the reverse of what precedent should be for us?
But, again, you go to Thurgood Marshall and what he did. Thurgood Marshall literally was arguing to the Supreme Court something that had never existed ever in life. Equality and emancipation for black people. And Jasmine, you said Emmett Till, the precedence goes back to the Dred Scott decision.
True. Dred Scott
The United States Supreme Court said there are no rights that a black man has that a white man is bound to respect.
Yeah.
And so you go in the courtroom quite honestly and you say to yourself, what am I fighting for? I have a 7-year-old daughter, Brooklyn, who I'm fighting for. And you literally have to put it in your head, despite all the laws that are set to keep us as permanent underclass citizens, you have to say, what am I fighting for? It's better to strike a match than curse the darkness, because we can't give up on our future. Our children
it is one of the things I've always respected about you. I'm going to throw out some cases potentially that I know you're involved in, and I want you to tell me a couple of things. Why you did it, and what you believe or hope that the outcome is. And I'm not talking about like win, lose, but what do you hope? You represent a bunch of families in Flint, right?
Yes.
And that was an example of Governor Snyder was a businessman, right? And I think every time, listen, when you put a businessman in office, he's going to do exactly what they do. I'm going to make money for people who fuck with me.
Right.
Damn everybody else. That's really it. And that's an example of why did you take the fight with the Flint residents, and what do you hope the outcome is?
Very honestly, DL, I grew up with a single mother. She raised 3 boys. We lived in the government housing project in North Carolina. And I often think, but by the grace of God, there go I. I mean, these are children, and I don't know if people understand how dire the situation is in Flint. The fact that when you are exposed to lead poisoning, it stunts the brain development.
Absolutely.
So,
and they end up in prison most of the time.
Exactly. And that you hit it right on the point, DL. I mean, you must have went to law school, because
nah, he didn't do that.
Black people have mental health issues. They don't treat them like mental health issues.
They treat them like convicts.
Criminal in issues. And so the one thing I will say is this: when we think about, they poison the entire community in Flint, Michigan. Governor Snyder and these emergency management people, and it is now known that they knew changing that water supply was going to expose this whole majority minority community, and they did it anyway for a fistful of dollars. And now you think about all the black people who are still sitting in prison today for selling marijuana, some of them for life. And you get to see the hypocrisy in America that they kept saying to us, DL, we got to lock them up and throw away the key. We got to send a message, because they're poisoning the community. They will say that every time they locked up a little black or brown person. And then we come to Flint, Michigan, where they actually poison the entire community, and nobody goes to prison. It's racism, is no justification there.
let me ask you something. You also the Johnson & Johnson case, where one thing that why this was particularly sensitive to me is so a lot of women, particularly Southern women, and we all came from the South, use powder on
Black
their
women.
private parts.
Yeah, under your boobs, you do it.
And one of the reasons they
it's
did
true.
it.
It's true.
One of the reasons they did it was because they didn't want anybody to think they were
That's right.
there was a whole psychological thing that this industry inflicted on them, making them. They didn't want. I want. So they attached it with cleanliness and inferiority, and it really cost a lot of black people their life. And now a lot of people are suing those people and recouping a lot of money, and black people don't seem to understand that you're an old part of that. So tell us a little bit about, expound on that for me.
Yeah, it's kind of deep, DL, because, Malcolm X said that TV is one of the most powerful drugs ever created. He said that it can control your subconscious thoughts with you not even realizing what you're thinking.
Right.
Well, marketing is the same way. I mean, Johnson & Johnson for years pushed this, whether it was at the Essence Festival and the Essence magazine.
Latin women also, too.
Yeah, and Latin women and obese women.
Yes.
They kept saying you have to be fresh. You have to be fresh. So my mother, my cousin, they would pack it down there like cake almost to say they wanted to be fresh because it had been put in our brain through marketing. And then the white women, it came out in the mid-90s that, hey, there was a causal connection between ovarian cancer and talcum powder that is in baby powder in Johnson & Johnson. White women said, hey, we're not going to use it if it's causing cancer. But when they did their marketing and their research, Johnson & Johnson's found that there wasn't a drop-off amongst African Americans and Hispanics. And so what did they do? They doubled their efforts on marketing to us. I mean, they started being major sponsors of festivals and concerts that focus on black people. And so now you have many of our mothers, our aunts, our sisters who now have ovarian cancer, but because there's such a distrust with the legal system, they won't come forward. Our law firm is one of the few black law firms that are doing these cases. And we had a major victory yesterday, DL. Johnson & Johnson up in New Jersey, and that's where they're headquartered at, $120 billion corporation. The judge ruled that the cases could go forward. And so now it is really important that if you have a loved one or family member who has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer, have them call us. And it's not just for the 33 and the third, DL.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. We're already arguing. The show hadn't even started yet.
Why? Well, first off, I was finishing my Popeye's chicken sandwich.
I didn't have a problem with that. It was how you were cleaning your teeth when you were finished.
Well, because we get ready to do TV and
I
it's
know,
live.
but all that, I can't take it.
But I gotta say, I have. That's probably my second one, and it's delicious.
Was it as good as they say it is?
It is. Well, it is I don't want to be on national TV like this, but it is. They really did something good. They must have studied niggas' habits for years.
Yeah. Listen, people will wait in line for hours. People were fighting over it.
It is the most diabolical sandwich ever. It tastes like everything. Like it almost makes you forget that we are fucked over in America.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Forget the oppression. Not my thing. I haven't had one. I don't like chicken nuggets.
Well, oppression is bad, but this bread is so soft.
And the pickle.
It's interesting because I don't like. So G, our sound engineer, I don't like the microphone like in my face.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But you do the same thing on the radio show. But the thing is, you hold the microphone to your face every weekend.
No, I hold it
And
lower.
You have no, you don't. You hold it a little closer.
No, he holds it pretty far.
I hold
Move
my
it around
microphone
quite a bit.
I hold my microphone far. Look at the lesbians.
I was about to say,
I don't like them
like
either.
Mike's either.
That's how she became a lesbian,
my
watching
God.
me hold the microphone away from my face.
Oh my God, you guys are so ridiculous. Don't be silly.
This is interesting to me because I guess the subject of the accusations by Tara Reid toward Joe Biden, and people are like I guess split, but some people are saying, well, no one's giving it any attention. But in my estimation, in 2016, the nation already decided that being a sexual predator doesn't exclude you from the
Not a
presidency.
disqualifier, basically.
Like when you got a dude to say, and it must not be a disqualifier. When you got a dude say, I grab pussies, and you go, well, that's no big deal, then we've already adjudicated that. We've already decided that wasn't a big deal.
Absolutely. And the fact that he had far more accusers than Biden does. There were a ton of them. And even when that came out, people still, white women, still voted for him.
Right. So, you can't, being a sexual predator apparently doesn't stop you from being president or a Supreme Court justice. Being a pedophile doesn't stop you from almost becoming a senator in Alabama.
Right.
So, I honestly have always believed that if you make an accusation towards somebody, you have an obligation to prove it.
Yeah.
Even if we were in the worst situation ever, if the worst situation ever happened, you would still have to go to court and say this person did this at this time, and they would ask you questions, and you would be subject to cross-examination.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I think obviously barring children, right? I think that if you levy allegations against someone, if your life is not in some type of danger, and even then I'm still going to question it, if you can step forward and say they did it, you do not get anonymity.
Right.
Not to me anyway. We need to know who you are, and we need to know, okay, well, prove these allegations.
And I really do. I was never one of those people, that women should be believed. I don't think anybody should be believed absent proof, because that's not the way we're set up.
Right.
We know things have happened, and you still have to prove it. I mean, everybody knows that Donald Trump did in the Ukraine. Everybody knows he did it. Right. But you still had to go and levy proof. You had to show people. And now all of a sudden, when we clearly as a nation decided that you being a pervert, you grabbing pussies, you acting that way, 53% of white women, educated white women, voted for that anyway. Now all of a sudden, we've had that conversation. America has decided it's not a big deal. Don't try to make it one. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I don't give a damn what happens.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying that. I read an article just this morning in the Huffington Post that said, people said, listen, I don't believe Biden, but I'm going to vote for him anyway.
Listen, I don't know whether he did it or not. I know her story keeps changing.
It's murky.
But that could be because I'm inclined to want to believe it. Mm-hmm. But I don't think justice should be about what you're inclined to want to believe. And even for the case of Orange Julius, I say that you shouldn't be able to accuse somebody and then have everybody, because remember how everybody believed Jussie? Everybody believed him.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
But but I'm talking about everybody. They want to be the first ones,
right?
And all of a sudden, when we basically had a lot of proof that it didn't happen, none of those same people came out and said I was wrong. They just stopped talking about it.
Well, go all the way back to Al Franken. Remember, he actually resigned because of the allegations that were against him, and it turns out they were false.
Right, and I'm not. It's just, my thing is, I don't think you should be able to level an accusation against somebody that you are not willing. Even when Dr. Ford, Blasey Ford, went and testified, and I thought it was a brave thing to do. Mm-hmm. They didn't care.
No.
So don't act like you care now. If you didn't care, and I don't think this is about women being abused. I think that they should have their day in court. I think they should have the opportunity to prove their allegations. But you should not be able to level an accusation against somebody and not be willing. You can't just throw a rock and hide the hand. You have to be able to say, because if somebody did something to me, you best believe I'm going to say, this person did it. This is what happened. Yep. You can believe me or not, but this is what happened.
Yeah.
But Joe Biden, but we've already decided as a nation, you can't look at you as a nation. He had horrible accusations, all from his ex-wife to 25 other people. We heard him on video saying,
knew all the details, everything, and didn't care.
Right. And didn't care at all. So now all of a sudden, my old white man is as little less perverted than your old white man.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut, where we are trying our best to get through this.
This is my favorite part of the show. It's my favorite segment.
Oh, yeah.
It is. It's actually because I could have never done it on the other network.
You could have never done it on radio. You could do this.
I could never do it.
No.
But my favorite segment is this nigga here. So, Jasmine, drop the beat.
So apparently, Karen, the K word, they're saying is stronger than the N word, at least currently. Misogyny, patriarchy. They say it's been around longer than slavery, but they say just don't use either. Okay.
So you can't call. Okay, now Karen. We were looking it up. Karen has another derivation. Like Karen meant something. And what did Karen mean before?
Well, back in the day, way back in the day, it meant in Hebrew anyway, a ray of light.
Right, ray of light. What else?
It also basically means hard worker.
Right.
And sunbeam.
Yeah. That's so much different than nigga.
Way different. It's a Danish name too, by the way, but it dates all the way back to the Bible days.
No, it's not. It's not. So it survived all that time, all those eons, all those centuries, without being a negative having a negative connotation till right now.
Yeah. Because now they're saying Karen is a sexist and racist term equivalent to the N-word for white women.
Now, when Job used it, it wasn't.
Calling a woman Karen is an attempt to get rid of a woman's right to stand up for themselves. There you go.
The difference is that word, that name, had like people picked that name out of a book,
right?
And they would go, man, I can't wait till I have my daughter. Nobody ever named their child nigga. Nobody ever did it, and it always had a negative connotation. Always.
True.
It never. What is a ray of light?
Ray of light. Also in Greek, because you know it's in Greek,
Right.
Latin, Danish.
Right.
In Greek, it means chaste and pure.
Yeah, you know what nigga always meant? Nigga.
Yeah. Or ignorance.
It was always meant to demean and malign and destroy and make less than. It never, and I'm gonna tell you, there's a way to say nigga in almost every form of communication, and it always means the same thing.
Well, let me ask you this: in 1956, what did nigga mean?
Yeah.
What did it mean?
Yeah.
Because that's when Karen was at its most highest in terms of popularity as a name was 1956.
Right.
So what did the N word mean then?
The problem is that white people are so devoid of having somebody who of being oppressed that they have to co-opt. They have to go the facsimile thereof. You know how you get this? It's kind of like Obsession. Remember that?
Yeah.
But it's the oil.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. They don't have an equivalent, so they co-opt black equivalents. They go, well, the Karen is like nigga, or the word retarded is like, no, nigga is nigga.
Right.
Those other things meant something else.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, would you like when you're a white woman walk by you and your name is Karen, do you hide your purse? No. But you hide your purse from a nigga.
True.
If do they ever get pulled over for driving and being called nigga? That'll never happen.
No.
It's insane. What happens when Karen, like a lady named Karen, says the N-word? Do they cancel each other out? Or do you still get your ass whipped?
Oh, you still gonna get your ass whipped.
There literally has never been no equivalent to that word ever. It never has happened, and it only meant one thing. And every time I turn around, somebody's trying to co-opt experiences that they didn't have,
right,
to approximate them.
It's almost like they dreamed them up. They can't wait to be, I'm being oppressed, or this is so wrong for me. It's like, are you just relax?
What if your name,
Shut
now
up.
I'm scared to call you your name. Like I know a lot of Karens.
Do you?
So what are you going to call them now?
I don't know.
Nigga.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's interchangeable. Let them tell it.
And I actually know more black Karens than white Karens.
I know more white Karens than black Karens.
But I never have thought you can't be a brand new name and equate it like a lot of things have changed about America. Like a lot of things, like remember baseball and hot dogs and apple pie and Chevrolet, they were all like Americana. But now baseball's gone because more people from Latin America play it than we do. Hot dogs nobody eats because of the nitrates. Chevrolet nobody drives. Apple pie, we too worried about the carbs. But nigga is still standing. Niggas was built better than the pyramids.
Stands the test of time.
In 2 years, nobody will remember that Karen was supposed to be disrespectful.
Well, wait a second, though, because Lucci, before we started, made a great point, and that is, I remember people were saying Becky long before Karen, but nobody ever said anything.
Yeah.
Never heard anything like this.
No.
Well, they thought it was cool because Beyonce said it.
Right.
So.
Well, if Beyonce said Karen, would they take it back?
They probably would. They would. They'd flip it.
I don't understand how they come up with these things, and it's so when you have been have lacked depression. Like, I think it builds character. I think a lot of things that you go through build character. But when you reach for a thin thread like that, like just to name you, because your mother didn't name you that name, hoping that people would use it in a misogynistic way, or hoping that people use it to mean you. It was probably named after her grandma. She was thoughtful about that. She was like, oh, when we had a baby, they picking out names out the book. Karen, that means light. Who knew it meant nigga light?
Yeah.
What? I'm gonna tell you what. We can switch. I would feel safer if you start calling us Karen. I would rather
sound better. Actually.
It would. I would rather hear the police go, "Hey, freeze, Karen." Karen, please.
This Karen here. Hey, it's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Yeah, so this video, particularly in our community, has just really kind of, I think, raised a lot of fear and anger. And it is, well, I'll let the video speak for itself. You guys take a look at this.
Terrible.
So our next guest is an attorney known for representing the family of Botham Jean, and also in the case against Amber Geiger, and is now currently representing the family of Ahmaud Arbery. Welcome, a cat I've spoken to way too many times. Welcome, Lee Merritt. How you doing, Lee?
Good, DL. Except my my camera.
No worries, no worries. What did I just see?
You saw a murder. You saw what is tantamount to a modern day lynching. These three men, and we only see two in the video, but the third one is actually taking the video. These three men set out to find a black man who they thought didn't belong. Who they thought didn't belong in their neighborhood, and killed him.
Now, when did this happen?
This happened well over 2 months ago, February 23rd of this year.
Why are we just now getting wind of it?
Well, one of the shooters, the father of the shooter, a man named Gregory McMichael, is a long-term, a 30-year lawman from South Georgia, and the people in the region conspired to cover this up.
Where was this at?
This was in Brunswick, Georgia.
Okay.
South Georgia.
Explain to me, because you know what? The first thing I saw, the first emotion I had when I watched it is it looked all too familiar. I think that scene of white men in pickup trucks running down and then subsequently lynching or gunning down a black man is imbued in our psyche. So when you said the equivalent of a modern day lynching, I knew exactly what you were talking about. And I think that it just connotes a time in America that is too consistent. Like you talked about 2020 has been rough, but I think 1820 was rough. I think 1920 was rough. I think that the one thing that would be consistent is that scene, whether it was a horse and buggy or the combustible engine, and now a truck. The one thing that's current, consistent, is white men running down black men and then ending their lives.
Yeah, no, and from a civil rights perspective, it looks a lot like the case of James Byrd in Texas, which was another really, it was a lynching that occurred in the modern era, where a young man was chained to a back of a pickup truck that looked like that and drugged to death. And so those were the feelings I got when I first saw this. And most importantly is how the law enforcement community responded to this.
How did they respond?
They gave the men their guns back, essentially said good job and sent them home. They were not charged. They were not thoroughly investigated. The victim was criminalized posthumously for crimes that he never committed and that he has no record of. And life was supposed to go on in South Georgia.
Isn't that always like, I remember I talked to you about doing Botham John. There was a young man, another young man. Yeah. And there's always this rush to exonerate the officers, and that doesn't necessarily change until there's outcry from the community. Like, absent that outcry, I think a lot of the results wouldn't be the same. I think it took forever to charge Botham John. It took forever to charge the young man with the cop.
Yeah. And you brought me on the show before we charged in that case, and it was 15-year-old Jordan Edwards, and everyone kept saying, well, a car was coming at the cop, was reversing back at a cop, and it was going to kill him. He had no choice. He had to shoot up the 15-year-old kid in order to stop the car from hitting him. Then the video was released, and the car was driving away, and it was nowhere close to the cop.
Right.
And that's essentially it. That conclusion without the video ever being
right.
But that's what I don't understand. Even with them saying, their initial thing was they were making a citizen's arrest because they felt like he resembled someone who allegedly was committing burglaries. And so they got their weapons and chased after him. And then I guess the district attorney was saying that they were well within their rights because of the laws there to, I guess, make a citizen's arrest being armed, legally armed.
Yeah. And when you say district attorney, you use that term loosely. Their homeboy said, this is a man whose son grew up with the shooter, Travis McMichael, and had to recuse himself because he didn't disclose to anyone that he had those kind of conflicts. The family had to discover those conflicts themselves, call him out on it, and then he said, I don't consider it a conflict, but I will recuse myself. And this is the legal apparatus that we're dealing with in South Georgia.
Well,
it's that corrupt.
Here's what I don't necessarily understand. Even if he had been committing a crime, even if he had been, which there's no evidence that he was, is it legal to just summarily execute someone? I thought police officers existed to bind you over to trial, to subject you to whatever illegalities. But is it legal? It wouldn't be if an officer did something like that. We wouldn't be having this conversation. Why is it that when a citizen has done it, they seem to have more latitude than a police officer would in those very same situations?
So what most people find ironic right now, DL, is that we're treating these normal citizens like they're cops. Cops get to get away with killing a few people every now and then in tricky situations, but normal citizens aren't supposed to act like that. But this is a normal citizen who retired from being a police officer last year, so he still wants his blue privilege, right? And so, I mean, that's essentially what it comes down to, is that we're treating these people like cops. But we shouldn't give cops that kind of protection.
I think that you should listen. I think that if you're a police officer and you wear that star, you have more of an obligation. I think your sentence should be higher. They saw a black man running, and they decided to play vigilante, and a black man is dead because of that. And one thing I know that white people love in Georgia is to see niggas run. It's usually on Sunday. I do not understand how they think that we're supposed to tolerate that. I mean, at the very least, it should be sent over to a trier of fact. At the very least.
That's to say the least. Now, the question that you asked earlier is when can deadly force be used, right? In what situation here would be legal for them to kill him, right? And that's if he was exerting deadly force against those officers or those people, or if he represented a deadly threat to someone else.
Right.
Because that's completely absent here. This is clearly a crime and should be indicted. But and I'm not name plugging, but I just got off the phone the reason I was late, sort of hopping on this call with Jesse Jackson. We agree that this case actually should go it has to go to the Department of Justice. It has to go to the federal level because we can't. And DL, that's a scary concept.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, wait, we're going to go to William Barnes Justice. Good luck, Lee.
Can't wait to see what that looks like. It's so sad, too, because even when you think about how they talked about how this young man ran this route often, it wasn't his first time that he ran this route often. There were neighbors who were well aware of that. And so in my head, I'm trying to figure out if the shooter lived in the same neighborhood. Was it just the fact that he saw a black man running in the street and apparently called 911 and said he's hauling ass, got his son, grabbed their guns, and went after him?
No, you just described exactly what happened.
Right. Okay, because what I find ironic is that I've talked to you 3 times, and every one of those times, a black man or woman have been killed in an extraordinary circumstance. Everyone. From somebody breaking in and shooting someone that was asleep, for somebody leaving a party, now somebody jogging. And generally the refrain is, well, if they would have just complied, or if they had just done, what is it that you can do that would have exempted them from that level of violence? Because if somebody pulled me over, a truck, if a pickup truck with a white dude jumped out with a shotgun and say, I want to talk to you for a minute, when you got a gun, you don't want to talk, you want to do harm. And I don't understand when people are so benign, they go, well, all they had to do, where is the all they had to do in this situation? The only thing he could have not done is be black.
Yep. And the last time we talked, it was actually a Tatiana Jefferson.
Right.
Tatiana Jefferson was playing video games with her nephew at her home. Nothing else she could have done. Botham Jean, nothing else he could have done. And this is another one of those situations where I do want to say about Ahmaud, after seeing this video, and I just saw it for the first time yesterday with everyone else, I was really proud that he fought so hard, and he fought back. And I remember this morning a poem by Paul McKay is like, look, if we're going to die, let's die fighting back.
Right. And it's a shame, but I think that the one thing I was joking about this, the 1820 hasn't changed, 1920 hasn't changed, but what has changed with black people is 2020, and we've changed. I think that we have our responsibility is to make sure that people know that we are watching and to make sure that they are held accountable. And to your, almost every time I've talked to you, it's been a horrible situation, but you know what else has also happened? You sought and received justice in circumstances. What you did with the young man in Dallas, what you did with Botham Jean. And I think that you kind of you are a good luck charm, if you can say. If a lawyer can ever be your good luck charm. What do you think will be the outcome? What do you think? What's the best we can hope for, and what do you think is the potential outcome?
I can't say, DL. In recent times, the past 3 to 4 years, black people have been standing up all over the country. They've been trying new things, and it is what folks are calling the Black Lives Matter generation. And we're getting outcomes. We did see a conviction for Jordan Edwards. For Roy Oliver, the man who killed Jordan
police
Edwards,
officer, right?
And Amber Geiger. Aaron Dean is going to go to prison. These men, this will be the hardest case that you and I have discussed.
But the other men were policemen, and these weren't. So how could that even be harder? How can this be harder?
It's the location.
Mm-hmm.
This is South Georgia. This is the heart of racism in America. This is the seat of racism. Sorry. And look, some of the most racist courts we find ourselves in are in California and other places. So I don't want to overplay that. But these men are unapologetic. I believe that this video was leaked by that community to say that we don't see anything wrong.
Look at what we can do.
Right.
Yeah.
If what you're saying is true, if that is going to be the most daunting task we have, isn't it that much more important that we win? Isn't it that much important? It's that much more important. It matters more than ever, because what you're saying to me, and I just think that I'm flummoxed by hearing it, it was easier to convict duly sworn officers of the law, and which is that's 97% of the time that doesn't happen. So it was easier to do that than vigilantes.
Yeah.
Well, I can believe
And
it if you
that's-
think about it. Nothing had happened to them, right?
Something- And that's what-
nothing had
Yeah.
happened to them up until now, though.
And I'm actually speaking to you all as an attorney, but I'm speaking to you all from my personal experience. I spent some of my formative years in North Florida. That's the same area. Coastal Georgia and North Florida, the same area. Chiefland, Florida, Levy County, Alachua County. Those are the most racist places I've ever been in my life. I've had shotguns pulled on me. We knew not to go jogging through certain neighborhoods. People would go out and lynch you, and you would disappear into the swamps, and no one would ever find you again. And that's the fear that we lived with because they weren't persecuted. That's the fear that currently exists in South Georgia. That's the fear that I've come back to address in my adult years in practice.
What can we do as a community? Because I've said this. I think if we can watch Teddy Riley and Babyface, if we can watch we can watch Jill Scott and Erykah Badu, and we can make our presence felt, something like this. I think what needs to happen is that we need to show that this is something we're not going to tolerate. Because losing this, if anything, if what you said is true, losing this puts a bigger target on us by so many more guns.
Yeah. And DL, I think what we can do is what we've done in these other cases. You call me the black folk good luck.
You are.
I think
you are.
I think there's something to that. I'm part of a younger generation of folk. I'm from South Central LA. My father is in prison. All my brothers are felons. Folks identify with me, and they pay attention when I'm involved in a case. It's actually our collective attention that what were they calling it at Wakanda? That we are in fact what's the metal material in Wakanda?
Vibranium.
Vibranium.
Yeah.
We are the vibranium. When we tune in, things change. So we just need to all stay focused on this case. The problem is we live in such a distracted society that all the other distractions, when the Erykah Badu and Lauryn Hill decide to battle, we'll focus on that and we'll forget all about justice for Ahmaud.
Yeah, but the one thing we all have, we all aren't going to be popular singers. We're not all going to be stars. We're all going to have children. We're all going to have children that are evicted, that can potentially be victims of this system. Two things I'll say. You're my favorite lawyer.
Appreciate
and I knew I loved you even I just found out you're from South Central. So where's my watch, nigga? I know you took it. I know.
alibi. Come on. Did y'all come to party today? Put your hands together. Come on. Lies. Using lies as alibi. Just the devil in disguise. It's the same thing, waiting in the way. Everyone is it's just a waste of time, simple mind. So why do people just don't lie? I'll find my different way. Myself become a victim. Caught up in a addicted lies. Using lies as alibi. Lies. Just the devil in disguise.
Yo! This next song is from our Soulflower CD. It's called Ooh Boy. Dedicated to all the cute fellas I'm looking at tonight.
Where the cute guys at? He said, there I am.
Come on, here we go. Cape Town. Give me a hand clap. Come on. Here we go. There's something about the way I feel when you look at me. Ooh, boy. Yeah. Ooh, I don't mind, come bother me. Come closer, back and see. As in store, wanna know what you got. Yeah. Got what I want and need. Something necessary. Ooh, boy. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, well, it's taking over me when you make me feel that way. Ooh, boy. Here we go, y'all. You got my hands in line. You got my feet on the ground. You make my heart go down. Why don't you come on and break it down? From bottom up to the top, I got to love a lot. Won't you bring it down for me? Ooh, my body starts to shake, and I shiver and pray. Ooh, boy, yeah. Say, ooh, so sexy, so freaky, smelling so good, so sweet. Ooh, boy, yeah, you say, ooh, the way you talk to me, come on, just knocks me off my feet. Ooh, boy, ooh, baby, say, ooh, it's taking over me. Hey, when you make me feel that way. Ooh, boy, one more time, y'all, baby. Come on. Feet on the ground, you make my heart come down. Why don't you break it down, break it down? Yeah, baby, up to the top. Well, yeah, you break it down for me. Ooh, hey, y'all know the electric slide out here? Yeah, yeah. Ooh, boy, if you got a little room, check it out. Ooh, we gonna dance. Come on, you got a little room out there, join us. Ooh, boy, here we go, y'all. You make my head, my feet up on the ground, my heart come down, yeah. You make it down, ooh, take it down, yeah. Up to the top, well, yeah. You make it down, you, well, you, yes.
Cape Town.
How's everybody feeling tonight? Thank you so much for coming out. We're really excited and honored, and it's such a pleasure to be here tonight, performing for the Jazz Festival in the company of so many amazing artists. We really do appreciate the love, y'all.
We're gonna have a good time tonight. We got a cool show planned, so we hope everybody's ready to just have a good time. Before we go any further, we'd like to introduce ourselves to you. My name is Terry Ellis. Love, peace, and happiness.
My name is Cindy Heron Braggs. It's great to be here, y'all. And good evening, everybody. My name is Rona Bennett. It's a pleasure to be here. We're just getting started. You know that, right? Okay, because we're going to turn up in here a little bit.
This song we're gonna do is a song that we recorded with one of our favorite female groups, Salt and Pepper. It's called What a Man. Here we go. Hey, hey. All right. Yeah. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. He's a mighty, mighty good man. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Yes, he is not. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Say it again, y'all. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Say, I want to take a minute or two and give much respect to the man who's made a difference in my world. Although most men are good, he goes on the down low. I never heard about him with another girl, but I don't sweat it because it's just pathetic to let it get me involved in that he said, she said crap. I know that ain't nobody perfect. I guess props to those who deserve it, and believe me, he's worth it. So here's to the future, cause we got through the past. I finally found somebody that can
Say,
make
girl,
me
you so
laugh.
crazy.
So crazy.
I think I wanna have your baby.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Yes, he is not.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Say it again, y'all.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Smooth like Perry and his voice like bass. A body like a rock with a Denzel face. Smart like a doctor with a PhD. But when he comes home, he's relaxed with me. He always got a gift for me every time I see him. A lot of snot knows that things couldn't be him. He never read a corner line once to me yet. So I stuff that I'll never forget. He keeps me on top, not just like a tip. He's not a fake wannabe, really just a pick. He dresses like a tapper, don't believe in jeans. He's a godsend original.
Hold
The
up,
man of my
hold up.
dreams.
Yes, my man says he loves me.
Never says he loves me. Always does it good and touch me in the right spot.
See all the guys that I've had that try to lay on the mat fit.
But every time they do, I say what?
That's not it.
Right there, see, he's got the right potion. Baby, rub it down to make it smooth like lotion. The original highway to heaven. From 7 to 7, he's got me open like 7-Eleven. Yes, it's me. Always choosing, can never losing. He knows that my name is not Susan. Always has every conversation for the mind, which means a lot to me, cause good men are hard to find.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
He's a shown up good man.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Yes, he is not.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Say it again, y'all.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
I said, now what a mighty good man, yeah.
One more time,
I'm
girl.
trying to tell
I think they heard.
He's a mighty, mighty good man, y'all, yeah. Yes, he is.
All right, let's find out. Hey, Tim.
Hey,
All my ladies in the house. If you feel like you have a good man, girls, come on, wave your hands. Get 'em up. What a man, what a man. If you got a good man, girl, wave your hands and say, what a man, what a man.
if you got a good man, let me see you stand.
What a man, what a man.
And if you got a good man, girl, clap your hands, come on.
What a man, what a man.
Woo!
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Yes, he is.
A lot of good men in the spot. Yes. I saw a lot of hands up.
I saw a whole lot. I have a question to ask. How many people came out tonight to free their mind?
I didn't really feel like it.
I can't hear you. Let's see what's going on over
We're
here.
gonna see what's going on over here. We can't really hear you guys.
All my people along my right in K-Town. Did y'all come out tonight to free your mind?
It's a little bit better.
All right. What's going on in the middle? Did y'all come out tonight to free your minds?
I like it. I like it.
Like that. All right. What's up?
What up?
Well, now, did y'all come out tonight to free your minds?
We working with it? Or we
I don't know. I gotta ask
It was
y'all
a little
again.
lukewarm,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We can't really hear you guys.
All my people over here on the left. Did y'all come out tonight to free your minds? Now that's what I'm talking about. Now what about the people in the back? Yo! We see you. Did y'all come out tonight to free your minds? Well, now we wrote a little old song about it, y'all. Y'all wanna hear it? I said, do y'all wanna hear it? Well, now y'all ain't acting like y'all wanna hear it. Do you really wanna hear it?
All right now.
Well, here it go. Everybody say, free your mind. Free your mind. Free your mind.
Come on, Sam, tell them about it.
I wear tight clothing, high heel shoes. That doesn't mean that I'm a prostitute. No, no, no.
Underground music, red hip hop flows. That doesn't mean that I'm on selling dope. No, no, no. Oh, my, forgive me for buying street hair. It doesn't mean that I'm a money player. Yeah, yeah.
Might be another praise for color. It doesn't mean I don't like my strong black brother. Why, oh why must it be this way? Before you can read that, you got to learn how to see that. I said, free your mind and the rest will follow. Because of mine, don't be so shallow. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Because of mine, don't be so shallow. So I'm a sister, show buy things with cash. That really doesn't mean that all my credit's bad. No, no,
So why dispute me and waste my time? Because you really think
What?
the price is too high for me.
I can look down.
Without being watched up, you make my life more a made up my mind.
Now attitude, why even bother? Keep my mind on. You can't take my color. Why, oh why must it be this way? Before you can read that, you got to learn how to see that. I said, free your mind and the rest will follow. Because of God, don't be so shallow. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Because of God, don't be so shallow. Free your mind.
Thank you. You guys are awesome. And it goes a little something like this. Hit it.
Love knocks you on your behind. Love you hard, love you long. How is love gone? Yeah. Love a man, leave a man. So true love must go. You must be strong. Stand up on your own. Take control of your life. I've seen it time and time again. It's not worth it. No, don't get down and miserable. You and only you can bring yourself around. Oh, yeah, yeah. Baby girl. Woo, woo, yeah. Give it up. Yeah, give it up. Give it up, yeah. Turn it loose, baby. Give it up, give it up, give it up, turn it loose, baby. Give it, 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 turn it loose, woo, turn it loose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have some good news. We are coming out with a brand new album in August. It's going to be called Electric Cafe. But tonight, here for you, we would like to perform the very first single from our album. This is called Deja Vu.
It's one of those laid-back, breezy kind of tracks.
Grown and sexy vibe. Y'all ready?
Come on, hand clap.
Baby, baby, I just called a good vibe when you passed me by. Deja vu. Baby, feeling like I've been here before when you caught my eye. Deja vu. Mercy, mercy, you got me. It's electric inside. Deja vu. And I know you felt the same way when you turned around. Yeah. Now it's getting hot. Please don't let us out. Don't let it stop. Hoping it stops. Don't you let it stop. Please don't let it stop. Please don't let it stop. No. Hoping it stops. Deja vu. Deja vu. Baby. Think I might have caught a glimpse of heaven when I saw your smile. Deja vu. I'd be lying if I told you those lips did cross my mind. Deja vu. Ooh, I'd like to get down with you. Take a trip inside. Yeah. Doesn't matter if it's all in my mind, 'cause it feels so right. Yeah. Dancing hot. Please don't let us out. Please don't let it stop. No. Hope we never stop. Don't you let it stop. Please don't let us out. Please don't let it stop. No. Hope we never stop. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Baby. Deja vu. You and I could have a little something. As you get close, my heart is jumping. Caught up in the thought I can't fake it. Could this be real or is it deja vu? Catch me in your arms when you fly. Not ever coming Now it's getting hot. Please don't let it stop. Ooh, is it real or not? Hope it never stops. Oh, now it's getting hot. Please don't let it stop. Ooh, is it real or not? Hope it never stops. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Baby. Deja, deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Thank you. Thank you.
It's just a very small part of what makes this planet of music what we are. And you know what? Sometimes that music is social consciousness, is sexy, is sassy, is funky, is love, but it is always power to the people. Now, when we were coming up, there were some very funky divas dominating radio and paving the way for groups like ourselves. And I mean real divas, y'all, like Shaka Khan, Patti LaBelle, Tina Turner. Hey, now, there were groups like The Emotions. But you know what? Who could ever forget my personal favorite, Miss Diana Ross and the Supremes. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you.
She said, such a, come on, give it a go. Come on, yeah. Itchy, itchy, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, itchy, itchy, yeah, yeah. Mocha chocolate, yeah, yeah. Let me hear you loud. Real what? Tell me something good. Ooh, tell me that you like it well. Oh, tell me something good. Ooh, baby, tell me that you love me well. Listen, you ain't got no kind of feeling inside. No, babe. Why you do me like that? What I got will sure upset your stuff on by. Oh, yeah, baby. But you see, you refuse to put anything before you cry. Why, babe? Why you do me like that? What I got will not owe your pride aside. Come on, Cape Town, where you at? Come on, get this place high. Tell me something good. Yeah, tell me, baby, you got to tell me that you like it well. Whoa, tell me something good. Yeah, tell me, baby, you gotta tell me that you love me, baby. Ooh, tell me something good. Well, I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and I never lost 1 minute of sleep and worried about the way things might. Big wheels keep on turning, top bearing keep on turning, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, ooh, rolling, ooh, rolling on the river. Do, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Girl, break it down. Break it down. Bring it on with it. Woo! Woo! Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I say we're rolling, y'all listen up. You come down to the river, I bet you're gonna find some people who live. Don't have to worry, you ain't got no money. The people on the river are happy to give. Oh, big wheels keep on turning, wild fairy keep on rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Let's roll, y'all. Rolling, hey, rolling, hey, rolling on the river. One more time, come on, rolling, hey, rolling, hey, rolling on the river. I'll take you rolling, hey, you like in Cape Town, yeah, yeah. Woo, yeah. I say we're rolling, y'all, yeah. Thank you.
We love it when y'all party with us like that, y'all. Well, now those were just a few of the songs that inspired us. But if you can remember, we did record a little bit of our own old school. See if you can remember this one. It was written by Mr. Curtis Mayfield.
You will see that it's just a matter of time. My love will surely make you mine. Will surely make you mine. Well, I'm living in a world of ghetto life. Everyone is so uptight, but nothing's wrong and nothing's wrong. So my man, I like the way we carry on this love and walks in there on and on with my man. Oh yeah, people out there, when you understand, and he can feel. I like the way you sing it, sing y'all. This love is real. Hey, you are. So much love for us it seems. So much hope for material things. Are they only in my dreams? Well, that's exactly why we sing this song to you. To let you know that real dreams do come true. Divas, tell me what it means. Hey, yeah. We're living in a world of ghetto life. Everyone is so uptight. Nothing's wrong and it's all right. With my man, I like the way that we carry on. Ooh, 7 loving days, send me on and on with my man. People out there, can you give it to this love is free that I'm giving love, giving my love. Yeah, jump to me. Gotta let 'em know that this love is strong, yeah. Giving, I'm giving love. So sweet to me, so sweet to me, my baby,
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to keep it right there for a second, y'all.
Are you enjoying yourselves? Yes, I love that. The energy has picked up in here tremendously. It's beautiful. Thank you for that.
This next song we're going to do, I'm sure you remember this one. It was a song that we had the opportunity to re-record by one of our favorite male groups by the name of Guy. You guys remember Guy, right?
So just a little bit.
Well, we took the opportunity on our Soulflower CD to record one of their songs. It's called The Piece of My Love. It was one of our favorites. And we always wondered what it would be like to sing that song from a female's perspective. So, we did it. And we want to share it with you guys tonight. It's called The Piece of My Love. Here we go.
Come on, y'all remember this song? When it came on the radio back at home, we were like, this is my cut.
That's right.
It's like, damn.
Hands waving from side to side. Come on, y'all. Here we go.
I do love you. Ooh, have a piece of my love. Ooh, it's waiting for you. Ooh, boy, it's true. You know it's true, baby. You can have a piece of my love. All my love. It's waiting for you. It's waiting. Boy, it's true. I do love you.
Now, baby, you can't have all of me.
Tell them about it, T.
'Cause I'm not totally free. I can't tell you everything that's going on. Baby, there's a few things in my past that should not be explained, you know. Now I'm asking you, baby, won't you come be with me for just a little while, yeah? Please hush. No questions asked.
You don't have to say but one word.
Baby, relax, boy.
I do
Got you. Kick off them shoes. Come on. And take that coat off for me, baby. Since we're here now, darling, I wanna give you a piece of me. You can have it.
You can have a piece of my love.
My love.
It's waiting for you.
It's waiting.
Boy, it's
Boy,
true.
you know. I'll make you walk a piece
You can have a piece of my love.
of all my love.
It's waiting for you.
It's just waiting. And
Boy, it's true. I do love you.
yeah.
I know that this is wrong,
Y'all tell about it, bro.
but the feeling's so strong. I wish this could last forever, but it wouldn't be the same. Tell me who could be the blame if we were to hurt all over again? Please hush. No questions asked. You don't have to say but one word. Baby, relax, sugar. Yeah. Listen, take off your shoes, lay your sexy little head down, and let's make love over and over and over and over again. Yeah, what you know about it? My love's waiting for you. Yeah, it's true. You can have a piece of my love. You can have a piece of my love. My love's waiting for you. And you will get it, darling. Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Tell about it, Ro. Y'all ready to have some fun? More fun. Okay. So we've been up here giving you all a piece of our love, right? I need 3 brave souls to come up here and give us a piece of love. Okay. Terry, Cindy, you guys want to help me pick somebody?
Okay.
I see this. This is a young man right there. He's got his hat on. Mark, where? Okay, you see this gentleman right here? Flashing his flashlight with the tan shirt. Come on, honey. All shucks. Here we go. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay. We need 2 more brave souls. Yes. What you see, Sam? They all pointing to him. He's saying, no, no. Do you want to? You want to come up? Just brother, yeah, right here. Like. You-
think
yeah,
he
we
doesn't
need the
want
brave
Cindy.
souls. We need the brave
Yeah, he
ones.
doesn't want to come. Don't
You gotta be
pressure
brave
him.
because you're gonna be put on.
Because you're going to get up here, you
Don't
might get scared.
pressure
You're gonna be
him.
put on blast up here, so we just want to let you know.
Don't pressure him.
Giving us a piece of your love.
Come on.
Yeah. Okay, you see this young man?
The one jumping?
Should we grab him in the white shirt over here? Or do we want the man in the red hat, with the red hat? Who we got?
Oh, shucks. How about both of them?
Oh. Okay, both.
All right,
Red
we're gonna
hat?
take the red hat and white shirt with the
And
drink
white
in his
shirt.
hand. With the
Is he
turn it
coming?
around. Okay.
Okay, I think we're good. When they get up here, I want you guys to give them a huge round of applause. This is not easy. Yeah. Whoa. Giving us a piece of their love. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Giving us a piece of their love. Hey. Giving us a piece of your love. Yeah, 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 yeah. They coming? Come on up. We got friends on stage. Are you coming?
Oh, Lord.
Okay, let's give them a huge round of applause. Welcome to the stage, young man. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage, sir. Oh, shucks.
We got
Uh-oh.
4.
Uh-oh.
I got 2.
All right. They ready. Okay, sir. What's your name?
Yonda.
Yonda? This is Yonda. Everybody give it up. Okay, Yonda. If you were going to show me a piece of your love, and you have to be creative, because everybody's watching. So, look, you can sing it, you can dance it, you can flow it, you could use that sexy radio DJ voice, but you gotta be creative. How would you show me a piece of your love? Give it up, y'all. Yes. Lovely. Thank you.
Break it down, band. All right. How you doing?
I'm great.
Great. What's your name?
H. Posture Mufiso.
One more time, brother.
Mr. Posture.
Mr. Portia. I love it. Say hello to Mr. Portia, y'all. All right, Mr. Portia, you heard Cindy, right? But I'm gonna flip it. Are you here single? Are you single? Are you just saying it? Are you just saying it?
I mean it.
All right. So check this out. Got a little slick smile on his face. Y'all see the smile? Telling the story.
What is he up to?
All right. So check this out. Let's create a scenario here. So, do you go out? You go out to nightclub?
Do I?
Do you go out dancing?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just say you're at a nightclub, you're at a grocery store, or something like that. You just happen to be walking down the aisle or listening to a great song, and you see this beautiful lady. Beautiful lady. She's so beautiful, You just can't let her get by, right? Without letting her know how you feel and giving her a piece of your love, right? Okay. So, you walk up to this lady and you're thinking, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna say? You can say it in your sexy DJ radio voice. You can dance it. You can poetry it. You can sing it. But you cannot let this lady go. Okay? You gotta meet her. I'm handing you the mic. Be creative. And you gotta show everybody how you get this woman. All right? All right, band. We're gonna give him a groove, band. You ready? Give him a hand clap, y'all. Come on.
We want it. Hey, keep that feeling.
Okay.
When I talk, keep burning, but not any of you. You never, what do I do?
How about that? You just never know what's going to happen. Okay, sir, what is your name?
Earl Frost.
Earl Frost. Welcome, Earl Frost, to the stage. Okay, Earl, you know what's going on. You can give us a piece of your love in whatever way you feel creative to do so. You can sing it, you can rap it, you can do your sexy radio DJ voice, you can dance it. I'm gonna give you the mic. Should I give you the mic? He said yes. Okay, here we go. Earl Frost in the building. Come on, Earl.
Baby, baby, baby. I was always told, be careful what you ask for. 'Cause baby, 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 I'm here for you.
Go, Earl. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That was some old school get down right there. Y'all better give it up for Earl Frost. Man.
Wow.
Woo!
See, you never know what you're gonna
that
get.
That was awesome.
That was cold-blooded, Earl.
That surprised me. Okay, young man. I don't want him to feel. Now don't be nervous. Okay, what's your name?
Success. Success.
Success? Uh-oh. It sounds like success. I love that. Okay, let's give it up for success. Okay, so you've heard what's going on. You're gonna give us a piece of your love in whatever creative way you want to do it, right? You can sing it, you can dance it, you can rap it, you can have your sexy radio DJ voice. You got it? He says he wants to dance. Okay, success. Let us have it.
Success. You better work success.
Wow. Can we give everybody a round of applause on this stage? Just for coming up here and doing that for us, we want to do a little something for you. Is that okay? Come on, band.
You can have a piece of my love. It's waiting for you. Boy, it's true. You can have a piece of my love. Yeah, it's waiting for you. Love you,
Thank you. One more time, you guys.
Did you guys enjoy that? We did.
One more time for the fellas in Cape Town.
when I
Had you,
had you,
I treated you bad. Wrong, my dear, but since you went away, don't you know why? Sit around with my head hanging down, and I wonder who's loving you. Never should have made you cry. Oh, and say it, you've been gone. Don't you know I sit around with my head hanging way down, and I wonder who's loving you. Said I wonder.
it up one more time for En Vogue.
Oh, man.
You have been an absolutely amazing audience this evening. Thank you so much for coming out tonight at the Cape Town International Jazz Festival 2017.
If you have a weekend pass, we'll see you guys tomorrow evening, starting at 5 p.m. for the likes of the Rudimentals.
The Chris Hani High Band.
We've got the internet.
We also have Laura Mvula.
And then, of course,
The Soweto String Quartet.
Guys, you guys have been absolutely amazing. We trust that you're going to be traveling safely home. If you had a little bit of a something, do use an Uber or a taxi. But otherwise, we want you guys to get home safely so we can see you here. If not tomorrow, next year, same time, same place.
Thank you, everyone. Safe home. Good night. God bless.
God bless.
Welcome. I'm Jonathan Copeland, your fashion stylist.
Hi, I'm Salome, designer from Salome Style.
And we are your style guides for this fashion showcase.
First up is Fanny House Collections.
Great.
Clarissa's wearing Fanny House collection. I love the bag and the dress. I mean the skirt with the top. I think she looks great. And color is so colorful.
The color is what's getting me. Like, I feel like one could wear this like on an everyday situation at work. You know, it's a very professional silhouette.
Yeah.
You know?
Eugenia. That's amazing.
Yes.
Love the pants.
Eugenia?
Oh yeah, yeah, look at her. Yes.
I see you, girl. Oh, look at the back.
Yes.
Oh, that's a fantastic surprise. Those
Beautiful.
little design details, those are perfect.
And this is really for every age group, you know? You don't have to be, young or older. It's for every woman.
Oh,
and
look.
I love the way she put it
The
together.
right.
It's-
She has that mesh going on. That's super. I mean, it's like the mesh, I feel like always adds an edgy little flair to a look.
Oh, blue. That jacket.
Very nice. Oh, and it has my peplum going on. But
Yeah,
it's
there you
interesting because, now we have the cutout. We're
Mhm.
introducing that, which adds a little more sexy flair to it.
Mhm.
Love that. Ooh, and
They
it's
look
military.
amazing.
Oh, I hadn't realized that
Okay.
it's like a jacket almost.
The back.
Oh. And then we
I
have the
actually have that
pleats
piece,
going on in the
so-
back. Oh, do
Mhm.
you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure it looks fantastic, like everything else.
Look at it.
This red, is that leather across it, or no?
Yes, it is leather.
That looks awesome.
With the African fabric, like amazing.
Very good combination.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Beautiful. Look at him with the jeans. I
Yes.
mean, again, even with white shorts for
couple
the guys.
combo.
Yeah.
Is that a cape?
Yep.
We don't see enough capes.
There you go.
I feel like. This is
Is it cute for you?
interesting. And then, hello? And then we have the metallic detailed top.
I mean, that would be like a nice,
Oh.
if you go into like an event, like a red carpet, you can always take out the cape.
And I'm loving the
Because it's
wristlets
gorgeous. Yeah. Beautiful.
and the fabric and the setting. I'm a big fan of like
accessory. If you love like big.
my Wonder Woman
Yeah.
cuffs. And here Fanny
Look
comes.
at the designer Fanny
Yes.
with her gorgeous model
I
mahogany.
love what
Yeah.
what Fanny's wearing. That's fun.
Good job, Fanny. Come on.
I know.
Team Africa, there you have it.
Perfect,
Come on,
perfect.
gorgeous, beautiful.
Mahogany looks
Oh yeah,
amazing.
I love the headpiece, the accessories.
Yes, that headpiece,
gorgeous.
amazing.
And then the little detail, the belt. I mean,
Mhm.
beautiful, absolutely. Next up is Alan Fair.
All right, let's see it.
I do like the poncho.
I
think
love
that's
the
beautiful.
collar on that poncho. Yeah, that's
the
really
brown.
interesting. I love a dramatic situation.
I agree.
Makes me feel
Poncho,
like it's very sculptural, and
Mhm.
architectural.
Yeah.
I like that.
Now this is my style.
This is very
definitely,
luxe.
yeah. Sort of dramatic. You know, you can wear this in New York City.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really super cold.
It has a
snow
nice
day.
sheen
Absolutely.
to it.
Even with ladies too.
Mhm.
This looks great.
That's always really pretty and luxe.
I
to
like
me.
this. I like those bold style. I mean,
Mhm.
high
These are a lot.
fashion, you know. I love the red what Skylar was
The
wearing.
red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the blue and diamond looks great. You know, all black. You know, you kind of have like a little bit of lighter sweater under. You
Yeah.
know, we can still
A
go
different
out the
take
city.
on
You know,
fur.
Chicago.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you'll definitely get
Yeah.
in Chicago. This one looks like, you know, I love jackets that look like you should be in the wilderness, but then you wear it with like some, like I would wear a nice skinny jean and
I
some,
agree.
you know, some edgy boots.
Yeah.
You know.
I can see you wearing those.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
I would totally wear that. That's cute.
That's nice. I
As
feel
a
like she
sheet-
can probably remove
The fur.
this part, the fur, yeah. Then
Yeah.
it will be like a casual.
Well, I mean,
Not
if it's
blazer,
like
like a
winter,
coat.
you know,
Yes.
and like,
Yeah.
you know, you need the extra bit of warmth for
I'm from
the
Ethiopia.
poncho.
I'm hot all the time.
Is that a fur hat?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Eugene, other
So
countries.
you could wear that. I would wear the fur hat, and then just you can not wear fur, like as your, you know, like just have that be the statement. That's what I would do personally.
Okay. Next up is Urban Marsala.
Okay, awesome. Let's see it. They are so fun. Is that tie dye?
It looks like that.
You don't
right?
see that
She-
much
yeah.
often in like
She
bottoms
designed. I mean,
either.
everything is handmade in detail. Beautiful pieces.
I feel like I
love
need
both
them
pants.
to come back.
You like that?
I do. I really love those first two pieces. That was a good opener.
Diana's wearing the blue with the pants.
Mhm.
Looks like it's the jacket, the blazer, almost like crochet.
Yeah, yep,
Really
crochet.
nice,
I was
yeah.
just about to say that. I love that. And I feel like that particular design, you know, is very indicative of the 60s.
Yeah.
You know, kind of your flower child girl. I love a long
classic.
silhouette. Like, this
Yeah.
is something I would wear. I love an overpiece that gives you that long kind of like, I like looking like Jafar.
I can see you.
Look, see, and then I
Gorgeous.
love that whole movement when you see trench fly open. It just
Yeah.
gives you so much of a visual effect as you're walking down the street or walk into a room. It's like, I am here.
Look at that. That's gorgeous. It's actually
Shocking pink.
a romper
Oh my gosh,
jumpsuit.
is it?
One piece, yeah? Look at that.
Well,
She
I
added the little
totally would
scarf.
wear it in lieu of this whole romp him situation. I'm like, hello, I think clothes are clothes. We
Yeah.
can all wear them, and I would totally wear that.
Love that dress, the mahogany.
Yes.
Gorgeous. Absolutely.
That is very Picasso.
Class, beauty.
And yes.
Absolutely.
I could totally wear that to a museum opening. You know,
Yeah. Yes.
Urban
Beautiful.
Masala.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Gorgeous.
wonderful. Very wonderful
Absolutely.
indeed.
Beautiful. Up next is Bernard Moore.
Yes. Bikinis.
My
yes.
favorites. Yes.
It is time for summer.
I mean, I'm telling you, when you look at this piece, every pieces, you feel like you're in Europe.
Yes.
Like Milan Fashion Week.
Oh, love.
Absolutely gorgeous.
We were just talking about that. That's the
Earlier.
one place I want to
Yeah,
be.
beautiful.
Milan.
Really. I mean, he's very talented and
Stripes.
from Washington, D.C. Look at that black and white.
Oh, I love the backing of that bikini.
Gorgeous. Look
This
at that.
is interesting. She looks like an art piece. Like something that needs
Such
to
a
be in a
beautiful
museum.
model. It's
She
made for her.
is.
Absolutely. Black and white. Class. You know, you
Mhm.
don't need too much.
Mhm.
Less is more, you know?
It's good that he has both combinations, you know, for, you know,
He's-
both audiences.
Absolutely.
Who
Oh, yeah.
want to wear
Because
the
not
trunks
everybody's
and
comfortable
then,
enough to wear. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Look at this. Like your eye, I'm traveling from
You
the
see?
top to
Look at her.
all
Look-
the
look at
way
the back.
through. Her. Yes.
Oh, my
like
goodness.
your eye just follows his path.
tuxedo? What do you call it?
Okay. Well, a
I mean, I think
tuxedo
it looks
situation.
great, yeah. But you guys like more like longer.
Oh yeah, like the shorts. Like
I love that.
I agree.
Do you
I
wear
think
that?
hello. I mean, and besides you show less skin, like, or you know, you can. It's about
Exactly.
letting the air hit your skin. Like
Bless
that's
you.
what a bathing suit is
Yes,
about.
look at that.
Like I don't want to be wearing basically clothes. This is so sexy.
Beautiful.
I love the cutouts on the side, and then we have. I mean, there's like a lot going on, but it all works
Beautiful.
together.
Look at
Beauty.
Bernard. He
Yes.
is. Oh, that was my
Molto
favorite.
applauses.
Amazing. Absolutely. Next up is Thomas Ruffin.
Awesome. These are
I
fun.
love it. Like Eugenia, the one on the left, of course, someone young and then teen. And then what's Laureate wearing the red pant? Definitely I wear that, you know, for work, you know, blazer. I think for any woman.
So I could see you wearing the top on the left and then the pants
Absolutely.
together.
Together. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For Maya, I would definitely buy this for my daughter.
Yeah.
I think it's really very age appropriate. The blazer looks great on her.
The blazer is
yeah.
definitely
And
the
I love the
statement.
skirt. Look at that.
That's really fun. She looks like a storm.
Yeah. I don't
Like
have
a
the
storm
blue
in the city.
blazer for him.
Yeah.
With the white and black. He added colors.
Mm-hmm.
With more like a modern, you know,
Yes.
classy look.
More.
I wear black all the time.
I love this. I mean, and it's black, but
Beautiful.
then with the transparency,
Yeah.
it gives more, you know.
If somebody's not comfortable, they can always add the tank top.
Mhm.
You know, a
Right,
blazer.
right.
Really,
Or
really-
cami, you know.
Absolutely.
I like the detail on the shoulder. It's good. It's very edgy, but
Yeah.
feminine.
And I love the V-neck. Yeah, the details gorgeous.
Yeah, on the back.
Almost gray stones, you know.
Yes. There we
Look
go.
at it. You see, if you look at this
Okay.
piece now, the dress she can wear in daytime.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean, work with the blazer. If you take the blazer off, you know, she's going out to cocktail, meeting her
Right.
friends. It's
Right.
still
Mhm.
simple, classic.
I would like the blazer just with a blue jean and a white shirt.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. Two different dresses. Oh, the
I
same
wish
dress.
the guy would have came
Yeah,
forward.
I think he added the belt, the
It looks like
accessory.
it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a gorgeous dress.
But they look very
Yeah.
feminine, very 1940s,
I agree.
50s.
Very elegant.
Classic female, yes. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yes.
Bravo, bravo.
Next up is Aspardi Privé.
All right.
Look at that. Clean.
I love the white.
Summer.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And the
They
long
both look great.
silhouette. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I love the sleeves. Especially now, you know, we're all into like the bell sleeves.
Yeah.
The frilly neck. The you know, just I feel like it's very it just gives you a bit more
You have
swing
to be able
without
to-
having to wear it on
Yeah,
the bottom.
you have
know?
to be able to travel well to kind of appreciate what he's trying to do. You
Mhm.
know, I get it. Really, I mean, I will wear every piece of the
Mhm.
collections.
I'm loving this red. I just have to throw that in there.
Again, layers.
Right, the layers,
Yeah.
the length.
I mean, look at every detail of the top, the necklace.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
I love
Absolutely
that.
beautiful.
It's a good contrast too, because it's really like
I agree. Yeah.
you know, dark on top, and then we have the light on the bottom.
Yeah. Mhm.
I love
Yes.
I this one.
beautiful.
I really appreciate this. You know, adding that blazer on top of
Yeah.
the layering.
And I like the little hat he added in, the accessories.
Yeah,
That's really
yeah.
neat. It's similar to the first one Mahogany wore, but he
Mhm.
added
Yeah,
the
but this one's a
scarf,
bit
you know,
more
for the
full.
shawl, for the hair. And then look, the necklace.
Is that did he
Beautiful.
design those too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
Everything designed by him.
That's wonderful. Yay.
Beautiful. Well done.
And he's such a nice man. I
Merci
remember meeting
Alfardi.
him
Oh, yeah.
at the
I love
show.
it. He was great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Next up is Michael Carter.
Awesome.
Love the sweaters. Very nice.
That's a good combo. I do like that. Yeah. It's a very smart combination. I think that's what that gives off.
Now I like this. I love the other piece again, you know. I mean the suit. Look at that suit. They both look great, you know. He always
love
that's
the
blue
sparkle.
sparkle on it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They both
Oh,
look
the
good.
back.
Oh, look at
That back is
Absolutely.
everything. Way to highlight.
Gorgeous. Yeah. Simple, black.
It's simple, but I mean, I think with that, you know, the bottom, the flippy bottom, like that just gives it that extra oomph to that little black dress. Like that's the type of little black dress that I would want.
That's another one too. I love the you know, across
How it
the
comes
detail,
down
like
into the
diamond,
necklace.
you know, yeah. And then you
Yeah.
add the leg. But you know, you gotta show the leg.
Uh-huh.
The gorgeous long legs.
Nice slit.
Beautiful, yeah.
This red looks
Kimberly's
great on this
gorgeous.
model.
Absolutely,
Yes.
it's beautiful. Love the earrings, the necklace.
Her hair looks great.
See, yeah.
See, in that type of dress, I feel like it really gives the woman the opportunity to glow.
Absolutely.
And that's what's pretty about that particular
I like
dress.
Michael.
Yes.
That was wonderful. Next up is Mikasa Charles.
Mikasa.
She's into metallic, you know, she loves gold.
Yeah. I mean, and you know
absolutely.
me, I'm all about metallic
Yeah.
right now, especially. I mean, I feel like it's very futuristic. I think the whole idea is to push for the future.
I agree.
Push for positivity, and I think that's what metallics gives you as well, because it's just
That's
shiny. Just makes you
Beautiful.
feel like
I can definitely do photo shoots with that. That's just
it's like Black Swan.
gorgeous. Clark's beautiful. If you have a, like I said, the metallic gala.
Uh-huh. She looks
Like the little skirt, you know, little tutu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful.
I love the sleeves on this and the sparkle. Like that's really
Near your
kind of
sleeve?
auburn. Yeah. That's perfect.
Absolutely.
That is
That's
perfect.
Your dress. It's another beautiful pieces. I love the leather top.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really see the whole thing, but it's gorgeous piece with skirt. And then she had the oversized coat to go with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I always love high-waisted pants.
Mm-hmm. I like the cutout
Oh, I love the cape.
situation.
We're talking about the cape.
Yep.
Yeah. She's very into gold, metallic, black and white.
Yeah.
Absolutely every detail. Gorgeous.
It's an interesting spot to
Beautiful.
put. Is that a full? Oh, so they're just
It
like
reminded me
little
also of
pillars
this dress
on
on
the side.
Versace, and he's all about gold, you know, glitters, you know.
Yeah,
That's
Versace
absolutely
in
beautiful,
the
you know?
80s,
Yep.
the early 90s.
Amazing design.
Yes.
She is.
Oh, she has
right.
high
Yeah.
energy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I love
Amazing.
it.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Our next designer is Stephanie Maxwell Reed.
Sounds good.
It's like one of a kind piece. You must have it. You know.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I love the
gorgeous.
fur on this one.
Beautiful.
See the frog fastening?
Yeah.
See, I'm a sucker for those small type of details.
Black, of course, you know, black goes with everything. And like she said, you know, when I was interviewing her for Salome Styles from our website, and she would say, like, this is for every woman, you know, because from day to nighttime, with jeans, with skirts, tights.
Super
you know, you see
elegant.
most of our models wearing with tights. It's such an elegant pieces. You feel like $1 million, you know.
You could also wear it with like a full pleated skirt underneath, you know, and that would give it.
Or if you go to like a certain party, you can have a nice, beautiful
Coat
bra, nice
Ooh,
lingerie.
yes.
Just an idea for your view out there, you know, if you want to put pieces together.
And then even, so I feel like with this too, you could wear it without pants.
Yeah.
And just wear it just
What are you
as
gonna
a
wear
coat.
under?
So, I mean, I feel like, you could wear like well, I personally would wear just a smaller, maybe slip, but I would want to just wear that as the top, you know, just
You wear
a
that
dress.
as, okay.
Yeah.
So that would, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You just give me an idea.
Yeah.
Next time I will wear the fashion event.
Because I feel like it'll give your legs the
I agree.
chance
Long
to
leg.
shine,
That's true.
right?
I agree. Beautiful. My beautiful pieces.
Yes.
I
See,
love it. I
that
love that much. The
red.
red, yes.
Yes.
Amazing, Daphne. That was gorgeous. Our next designer is Trey Van Van.
Travian, let's see what you have to show us.
Dress, gorgeous. Oh, I love that. Good little leg.
I love the lace detail at the top. She looks like she got this dress from the Black Forest.
I agree. Beautiful. Look at the back. I actually did a photo shoot with that dress. Beautiful. Look at the back.
Yeah. These sleeves. You know I'm a sucker for sleeves.
She made this actually for our fashion show.
Oh, did she?
Fashion show, yeah. Look at that against detail.
Yeah. It's very East St.
The
Laurent,
stuff you see
actually.
in Hollywood and in Europe and other countries.
Exactly. Like
Here,
I was saying, like Yves Saint Laurent. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Like I feel like it's definitely giving
yeah,
that off.
like a Cannes Festival in France. You see all those beautiful women.
Totally
Like in
agree.
the whites. It's like off-white.
I'm really interested in
The
the
back is
fabric choice
gorgeous,
used
too.
for the
Yeah.
bottom
Look at
half
the
of the
back.
piece. Yeah. Oh, that's fun.
Makes her tall, long. That's another piece I love.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Skylar, she looks great.
That would definitely be daring.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can have, the bralettes, something lace under, absolutely. But for the show, it's a fashion show.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
she gives
definitely.
us fashion.
I
We're talking
agree.
about fashion, absolutely. Van,
You know?
gorgeous
Yes.
piece, no? Beautiful.
Very nice.
Very talented
nice.
designer,
Yeah.
absolutely. And so, what do you think overall, John?
I was really impressed. I am in love with the fact that, Virginia has a wealth of designers here who have great design eyes. And, this collection just showed, a variety of different looks for everybody.
Which one was your favorite?
Honestly, I think I have to go with Travion Vaughn. I mean, the whole Maleficent, that
Yeah.
speaks to me so much. The second piece that Mahogany was wearing with the sparkly head to toe silver bodycon gown, that was amazing.
John, thank you so much for joining me. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you for having me. It was
You're
great
welcome.
chatting about fashion and all the great Virginian designers, and I look forward to next time. So until we meet again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley Uncut, and we're happy to be here as always.
You only do that better than me. That's why they let you do it. They won't let me do it.
Well, they won't let you do it because you stumble over your words.
You'll see my scarf with I feel like I'm rustling cattle after this.
I thought you were trying to choke yourself.
No.
Wasn't sure.
I only do that when no one's around. It's so...
That's scary, and I can't unsee that in my head now.
So crazy.
It's very strange.
Something I find very interesting. So, Donald Trump said that he was taking,
hydroxychloroquine. See?
What is he taking?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, whatever. So he's taking it. Well, he admitted. He says he's taking it.
He said he takes it every day, and he's been doing so for the past couple of weeks.
I call bullshit.
I do too.
I do. I don't think he's not taking it. I don't think he's taking it.
I don't think he's taking it either.
You know why? Because if a dude won't wear rubber when he fucks a porn star, like protection ain't your thing. Like that ain't your like taking precautions is not your thing.
Clearly.
When you fuck a porn star raw,
condom,
you're not really
yeah. Well, the other thing too though is it's not supposed to be something that is like a preventative measure. It's supposed to be something that they say allegedly works after you have it to fight it. So the thing is, if he says he doesn't have it and he's always tested negative, why is he taking the medication?
Exactly. It's
makes
preventative,
no sense.
like condoms, which he didn't use.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Right.
First of all, why are we trying to make sense of anything that this guy does?
I won't use a lambskin condom, but I'll take
Right.
Come on, stop.
I also won't read. There's so many things that he doesn't do that, I even listened to an interview that Howard Stern did, and he said that he knows him personally, and that even at dinner, he would have like stacks of all of these hand wipes and sanitizers because he's, I guess, like a germaphobe.
Yeah.
So he was like, I can't imagine he would take a pill that they've said it's not been FDA approved. They really say that it can really be harmful for you. So I can't imagine that he would take that anyway.
I just never believed. First, no one's gonna risk their life like that when they know they have so many other willing foils to do it.
Yeah,
no
like
one's
his
gonna
minions.
just do it. And I'd like to see if he did it.
He didn't do it.
Like
you
I'd
know
like
better.
to see. Do you? I just can't
He
believe
didn't
he do
take
it.
He didn't take it. You think he's gonna risk his life? And he says, "What do you have to lose?"
Right.
Come on.
Everything.
He didn't take it.
Everything. I don't know he would do it, but
He's probably got Pence taking it.
No, Pence would do it.
He would.
Yeah,
You
he
want
would
me to do it?
Right.
Like Smithers and his.
Then I, if I take this drug, I get to stop pretending I like girls. It's so crazy.
Can you say brown noser?
And we are uncut. For sure.
If I stop taking it, it's like
yeah, he might be a beard. He might. Be.
I don't know.
Might
It's Nancy Pelosi.
I love Nancy Pelosi. Can I just say that? I
dig.
love her so much.
The cat who trains my my dog, he's a San Francisco. He's from San Francisco. Like he's a big Bay Area fan. And that's where Nancy's from.
I love her.
And the Bay Area has always had march to the beat of their own little drum or tambourine or whatever it is. But she called him morbidly obese, not like in a low key kind of way.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting though because that is the medical term for someone.
Fat ass.
Yeah, but that's just a nice way to say it.
It ain't nice if you at your physical.
Yeah, that's true. But listen, Nancy is gangster like that. Don't you remember when she did the clap?
Yeah.
And they made a meme out of it. She knew what she was doing.
Yeah. So she called him
morbidly obese. Yeah, that's pretty much what she said. And that was in response, I guess. And her exact quote was, especially in his age group, when she was talking about him taking this.
Though, right?
I think so.
Yeah, but women live what?
And she's in better health.
I guarantee she could beat him in the race.
She said, especially in his age group and in his, shall we say, weight group, morbidly obese. They say.
Oh, she shaded.
That
the
was
fat
so
dude.
shady.
I thought we didn't like fat shaming.
Well, we only approve it if Nancy does it.
Yeah, that's
if Nancy
wrong.
does it, yeah, it's not wrong.
I think. Well, you can't just fat.
It's
shame.
right.
You can't fat shame the president.
Yes, you can.
You can't.
And she did it. Go, Nancy, go.
You can't call him the extra. Like the.
Don't do it.
The large bag of Cheetos. You can't call him that.
Well, you can't. You do.
No.
Really?
I think it's wrong to fat shame somebody.
Do you?
But I do.
You think it's wrong to fat shame somebody?
I think it's clear. I think if you can't see your feet, you can't see justice. That's all I'm saying.
Welcome back to the show. Now, I know we've all thought, I wish somebody as intelligent and real as Obama was president during this pandemic.
Like a motherfucker.
We were able to actually get a special guest via Skype, but we have to protect his identity. It seems he has some very interesting viewpoints about the politics. Many people have different perspectives when it comes to the coronavirus pandemic and how it should be handled. Our next guest is no different. Via Skype from a secure location, please welcome Barry O from Chicago.
Hey, Barry.
Well, hey there, DL. Hey there, Jasmine.
Hey.
First of all, I need to let you know that I'm a big fan of yours, DL. I've been a fan for years.
Thank you.
And, Jasmine, I think you're absolutely beautiful, and you have a great voice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem. Now, you had to excuse me having to hide my identity here. Apparently, there's some rules in place that say that you can't critique your successor. And trust me, I use the word success very loosely. and let's keep it real, DL. Come on now. Now, who doesn't want to talk a little shit about their own job sometime?
Let's leave BET out of this. Aren't you worried that he's going to figure this out?
Come on now. He's absolutely dumb. You know that. He's not going to figure this out. He tried to get his own people to spray Lysol disinfectant inside of their body.
That's true. Now, I see that you're wearing a mask. Does it upset you that the president doesn't wear one?
Absolutely not. I believe that he shouldn't wear a mask. I actually kind of want him to get it. And if you think about it, I didn't know if oranges have any ears anywhere. They can't even put a mask on around that head.
What is it that you would do differently?
Well, first of all, we'd never be in this position because I assembled a team of people that were dedicated to handling pandemics just the same. Well, if he knew what was good for him, he would have just kept it instead of trying to dismantle it. He should have kept it, rolled it out, and took all of the credit for it like he did everything else.
Well, when do you think we should go back? When should we go back?
Well, that's something that should be calculated. Let's take a look at the results of Atlanta, see how it spreads down there. You know, we can shut those barbershops back down and those salons because that's killing minorities. We don't want that.
Right.
We should keep those bowling alleys only. Maybe open up a rodeo too, see how that works out. I know one thing, there wouldn't have been 1,000 pair of Michael Jordans in Atlanta being released during this COVID if I was under watch because only be 999 pair. I would have got mine first.
Hey, Barry O, I got to tell you, I wish you were still president.
Well, because of people like you, DL, I think I would jump back in there in a heartbeat.
You would do it again?
No, I'm just bullshitting. That's the quarantine talking. I'd do almost anything in the world to get out but that. Look here, DL, I got to go, man. They're over here tracking me like the Tekashi 69. I'm going to get on out of here now.
Welcome back. Our guest today is a lawyer representing the family of Breonna Taylor, the EMT who was shot and killed in her home in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome to the program, attorney Ben Crump.
I just got to take this moment to say, every time I see this nigga, somebody dead.
Every time.
Just come by and say hi once in a while. Just have some good
Bring
news.
good news.
I promise I will, DL, Jazz. But before we talk about Breonna, some good news, DL.
Thank you.
In the Michigan right to literacy case, I don't know if you heard the announcement we won in the district appeals court that there is a constitutional right for children to have literacy, to be educated.
Right.
Remember, for the black children in Detroit,
right,
that it was so inadequate that they had to file a lawsuit. I came on and represented Dr. Pam Pugh, DL, who did something extraordinary. She was the vice chairman of the Michigan Board of Education, a black woman who left and sided with the black students, went against her board and the governor, and we prevailed. So we have a right to education, all children in every city.
Wow.
That's the best news you got. That's great news. But come on, Ben. I was hoping somebody's going to jail. Or...
Me too.
No such luck.
That's coming. I would tell you, in Breonna Taylor, obviously we've been talking to you a lot about Ahmaud Arbery. Well, Breonna Taylor is just as horrific, Jasmine. I mean, this sister on March 13th, DL, the Louisville Metropolitan Police Department, 3 officers at 12:30, 1 o'clock, while she was sleeping in bed with her boyfriend, Kenny Walker, they executed one of these dangerous, no-knock, I believe, unconstitutional no-knock search warrants, where they used a battering ram, busted in her front door. Kenny and her was startled, woke up, called 911. They thought they were being robbed. They thought it was a burglary. And Kenny, being a law-abiding citizen who never had any criminal history, registered gun owner, got his gun, went down the hallway, peeked around the corner. As the first officer came through the door, remember, they didn't identify themselves. They're in plain clothes. He shot one single shot. And then the police just unloaded. I mean, they shot from the front door. They shot from the back window. They shot from the side patio, 25, 30 rounds. They were so reckless in their shooting that bullets went into the neighbors' apartments. A 5-year-old little girl had a bullet in her room, DL, and tragically, Breonna Taylor's body was mutilated with 8 bullets while she was in her underwear.
Let me ask you something, Ben. Now, this is, so in the 1970s, Supreme Court basically, they basically said that they could have no-knock warrants, right?
They did.
Contrast that to 50 years later, now we have, armed citizens. You can stand your ground, the castle law. So that is at odds with how armed we are now. I think those dualities can't exist. You can't have an overarmed society and people, men, who storm in, because the very idea that people say they need to be armed is just in case somebody breaks into my house. And now you have the Supreme Court basically ratifying the fact that that armed men can break into, it just doesn't think like those.
For that, DL, he was confronted by the police, arrested, put in jail, charged with attempted murder, and now he is facing life in prison.
Wow.
When you say, don't we have the same right, I would to the same protection the Second Amendment officer, I would ask you, because ultimately you could look at Philando Castile, like our situation, the young woman in Florida who shot up in the air. So we have we have a lexicon of people who have basically tried to defend themselves, and we found out the Second Amendment doesn't quite apply to us. So what is it that we can accomplish to have at least this idea that whatever, first off, I think we're overarmed as a society anyway. I don't think we need the kind of weapons on our street that we do. I don't think that if you're not like my mother used to always say, if you ain't doing nothing wrong, ain't nothing wrong with telling people who you are. I don't understand why the police need a no-knock warrant, particularly like in this case, they were only there to get documents. Not like, I don't understand. So what is it that we can do to kind of, I was not being facetious, but every time I see you, it is some tragedy has befallen people that look like us. So what is it that we can do to kind of navigate this? This is very new territory where you have this many armed people, this many rules that allow you to be armed, that no kind of idea of what, no limits on what kind of weapons you can have. So what is it we can do?
Well, if we were in court, DL, that would be a compound question. So I'll try to take them.
Break it down for us.
But since we on cable.
Since we on the DL Glenn cut, I wait for Jasmine to object for me.
And I will. Objection.
So the deep questions. Number one, when you talk about the right to the Second Amendment, you were talking about Marissa Alexander. When she shot in the roof, they put her in jail against her domestic violent ex-husband who was beating her. Then when you talk about Philando Castile, he had his gun. They shot and killed him, and they still didn't convict that cop. Corey Jones in Palm Beach, Florida, he had a gun. That cop did get convicted, but it did beg the question, where was the NRA for Corey Jones? Yep. Where were they for Marissa Alexander? Where were they for
Philando Castile?
Where are they for Kenny Walker? If ever there was a case that the NRA could say, no, this African-American citizen who was a postal worker, 27 years old, never committed a crime, he had a right to have his gun. It was registered. It was licensed. We got to stand for him, but they won't do that because, DL, you know this better than anybody, it's political. We are not their base. And so we have to form our advocacy group, maybe have a black gun lobby to stand in these cases and show up every time when a black person tries to defend ourselves and say, castle doctrine or stand your ground. Normally it does not work for black people, especially if it involves killing a police or another white person. So that was your first question. The second question, DL, is far more complicated. What do we have to do until they see our humanity as equal citizens to them, like with Ahmaud Arbery? And that's another profound thing, DL, when you think about how his killers said self-defense, and they were not arrested. And they were allowed to go home and sleep in their bed at nights for 10 weeks. But when Kenny Walker said, I thought you all were intruders, it was self-defense. It sure didn't work for Kenny Walker. And I do believe it's because they do not acknowledge our equality to them. They don't believe what Thomas Jefferson said in the preamble of the Declaration of Independence, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equally, that they're endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, that amongst them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because if they did believe that, then Kenny Walker wouldn't be arrested.
Correct.
The Ahmaud Arbery's killers would have been arrested on day one, and the cop who shot Philando Castile would have went to jail, and the Ethiopian cop who shot the white woman in a dark alley
went to jail right away.
Went to jail right away, and they paid her $25 million. None of our Black Lives Matter cases, and I know you get on me and joke a little bit there, we get about $4 to $6 million every case, but the white lady got $25 million.
You know what's
That's so
interesting?
crazy.
You said something, and I just, the difference between, and it was something that happened because Louisville, on our radio show, is a market that we have, and there was much more of a dust up, even though it was later, with what happened at Ahmaud Arbery. And you know, outwardly it could look like we're not as concerned with women as we are with men, which I would say nothing is further from the truth. I think that what Ahmaud Arbery had that Breonna Taylor didn't is video. Because when cops don't have video, or when there's no video, people can lie, and they are given a presumption of innocence that they wouldn't, like the fact that it isn't Ahmaud Arbery's killers aren't in jail right now because they had a video. They're there because we saw it. Even with Breonna Taylor, if they were doing a no-knock warrant, which they knew could be dangerous, why didn't they have their cameras on? Why didn't we? Why aren't we able to see it and say, okay, you acted in good faith?
Yeah, I think these are rogue cops, and that's what's happening. You know, Senator Rand Paul, DL, your buddy Rand Paul came out in support of Breonna Taylor, saying that we don't need to have these no-knock warrants, and joined Kamala Harris asking for a full and transparent investigation by the DOJ. We believe that the police chief is going to be fired over this because they violated so many policies and procedures. But there are two things directly to answer your question. There is a 911 tape of Kenny Walker calling the police, and they won't release that. And we think that is because it affirms what we have said, that they thought these were burglars, and it's objective. Why would you call 911 if you thought it was the police? And then number two, dear, I do want to believe that we affirm sisters like we affirm brothers.
We do.
Well, Pamela Turner, look at that video. Many people don't know her name. I believe her killing was one of the worst I've ever saw because she was on her back and the police officer was on his feet and shot at her 5 times while she said, "I'm pregnant."
Yeah.
And it did not get the traction that other brothers
I got to tell you, if I had seen, here's what I'll say. It can't be just about race. It can't be just about white, cop, black. It's got to be the unjust killing without being an answer, being brought to justice of anyone, to me, is an affront to whatever we call justice. But the fact that our women ever feel like we're not marching for them like we do for everybody else is something that I think as a society men need to own. And if that is the situation, I got to tell you, I pride myself on keeping abreast of those things. I never even heard of that. I never even heard of that case.
Trouble because it was big for a week and then it went away. And I would invite you, DL, if you and Jasmine get a chance, just Google Pamela Turner's case, and I will send you the video. The video is horrific.
Oh, man.
And it's been a year. And we all need to call the Houston DA, Democratic DA. Her phone number is 713-274-5800.
Give it to me one more time. You know I got dyslexia. I done had all of them wrong.
It is 274-5800. She's the Houston, Texas DA, Kim Ogg.
Do you ever get cases mixed up? Because you're going from one tragedy to another tragedy to another tragedy to another tragedy. You're almost on the go all the time, which is indicative of how often these things happen. Are they happen? Is it just that we have more social media? Are we more aware? Or are they happening with, is there an uptick in frequency?
We have more social media. We have more awareness. They have been killing black people in this fashion for 400 years. And in my career, almost 24 years now, I have seen no drop off. I was telling Lee Merritt and Chris Stewart, we were all talking. I said, "No, y'all, even with the coronavirus, we were still getting calls every day where they were finding some way to kill black people." And so it's just one of those things. Until they see our humanity, DL and Jasmine, I don't think it's going to
ask you something, Ben. What about the people that say, like, I don't know, every time I post a video, or because to me, the difference is if there's an injustice, generally it's somebody's brought to account. When black people kill black people send black people to jail for killing black people. Generally, why is this some people feel as if police or the authorities have license to do this because of black on black crime, which I think is the most dangerous phrase I've ever heard, and not true at all. But why is it that so many in our community feel like that is kind of tantamount to why it happens?
You know, DL, they can come up with what I call the intellectual justification of discrimination over and over and over again. They did it at the inception of the country when they said, you know, we were going to be 3/5 of humans. And so they were already trying to say your life doesn't matter as much. So when they say blacks kill blacks, they say they don't care about us killing one another because they don't think we matter. And what we have to do, we have to get indignant as well when we have black people.
Absolutely.
Anybody, that's period. But we cannot equivocate and say just because a black person killed another black person, that makes it all right to say that the police or white people can kill us, because what we find more than not, black people go every day. It's white people that don't go to prison every day when they kill us. And that is the facts. I mean, when you think about the whole stand your ground law, it is made to justify white people being able to shoot people of color and not be held accountable.
Let me ask you something. Ahmaud Arbery, we alluded to him, and we're trying to cover a lot of bases because you're always somewhere something bad happens. I mean,
it's true. But we're glad you're there.
I know I love you and everything, but when Ben Crump is around, something bad that happened. Ahmaud Arbery
Something else good happened. You know, I'm in the litigation for a lot of black women who took
right, Johnson & Johnson.
Johnson & Johnson pulled it back after we had been fighting for 3 years, and I'm going to come and tell you I gave a lot of black women money really soon.
All right.
Oh, that is good news.
That's almost the same thing. It's almost like, okay.
It's good news, right?
That is good news. It's the best Ben Crump can give us with this climate that we got. You're doing the best you can. So Ahmaud Arbery, the cat who shot the video, and when initially when you were on, I didn't know how exactly he had played a part in this, but now subsequently there's been other videos and so
Evidence.
It did look to me like they were stalking him, like it was
mob. The lawyer for William Rowdy went on TV.
That's a dumb motherfucker right there. You gotta say, I know you can't say that, but come on.
He can say it.
I hope he represents every white person that ever get charged with murder. I swear to God.
Well, he went, Jasmine, and made a plea, DL. I don't know if you saw it, where he said literally, I'm making a plea to Attorney Benjamin Crump and Attorney Lee Merritt to quit calling for the arrest of my client. And I kept thinking to myself, and he said that we were causing his family to be put in harm's way. And Jasmine, I kept thinking to myself, why is it when black people call for people to be arrested based on objective evidence, it's as if we are saying everybody is vigilante justice. Well, we got the video, DL, 4 minutes. They chased this boy while he ran for his life. And so how are they going to say we're not basing this on the rule of law to say he should be arrested? We're not saying you're guilty, even though we believe in our heart. We want to give you due process.
See, Ben, that's what I'm talking about. You know what it is? His lawyer asking you and Lee to give up. His lawyer asking you to ease back and give him a break. Now that is good news. See, you tell us that first.
Finally.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey, welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley Uncut.
It is graduation season.
It is.
Yeah.
I've never seen as many, well, obviously, I would not see this because this has never happened before. Right. But all of the signs in the yard of people who are graduating, right, and they want you to honk your horn as you pass by, so that the students will feel like, oh, I did have a graduation.
It's almost like walking across the stage.
What does that feel like?
I don't know. I got a GED.
I do.
Yeah.
Do you guys walk when you get a GED?
No.
You
we
don't?
walk right to the Waffle House.
Oh, wow, that's terrible.
I just it's very sad, and it's one of the examples of where we are as a country, where people can't be together. And I feel bad for these people because these young people work really hard and want. And first off, let's face it. I don't know if young people are as inspired by the graduating process as the people who pay for it. Like parents are the ones.
Yeah.
And we only want to go to hear our kid's name.
That's true, but you got to wait a long time too.
Yeah, that's
right?
it. Like so, like virtual works just as good for us. It might not be as gratifying for people who worked hard.
Right, because you think about it though, you want to be with all of your friends and your fellow students. You want to throw your hat. Right. You want to do something buffoonish when you walk across the stage, whether it's high five somebody or flip or whatever.
We don't have
none of that.
We don't have none of that.
None of that.
And I really think it's going to be indicative of the time. These people worked really hard and can't do it. It was weird because he and I graduated together.
And they called his name before mine.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Well, because he came first, no?
No. That's just because I paid the money.
Because you paid for it.
No, he got the honorary doctorate because they really wanted to get somebody else, but he was in town, so they were just like, all right.
Thanks for the truth, Kyle.
Wait.
Thanks for the truth. We appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I too honest?
He wasn't supposed to say
Charlie Sheen's not available, so let's get this dude. And it was the closest I ever came. But I really do. I feel bad. I feel bad for all these people because now people are, and some very innovative things. Like there have been principals in, I think, North Carolina. He went to everybody's,
that's right. I
home,
saw
and,
that too.
People are taking billboards like on our radio show.
Yep.
We're calling people's names out.
Trying to make people feel good.
Right.
It's tough. And you think about this. I read this great article in the New York Times talking about not only will these students who are just now graduating have a difficult time with understanding and processing that they won't get to experience all of that. Now, eventually, whenever we get back to this new normal, they will be going into a workforce where people who lost their jobs will be trying to come back and get those jobs. Right. So now the competition is even greater than it would have been before.
Hey, look here, Errol. This motherfucker who never graduated got your job.
Right, pretty much.
Nobody knew him, and don't nobody know you either.
It's terrible, though.
It is.
Psychologically, it's kind of rough.
I never graduated, so I don't really understand it. But I know that there have been a lot of virtual commencement speeches.
Yeah.
And I got to say, when Barack Obama gave the virtual one.
Didn't he give it?
Didn't you kind of wish that he was in charge right now?
I do.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, though, I wish he was in charge.
Right.
When I see him, and I really appreciate, not that I didn't before, but after watching the clown who is in office now, that's what I said. It's interesting when you listen to Barack Obama speak, and he's so compassionate about the people who've lost family members, and he's so compassionate about and passionate about making sure that we put ourselves in a position so that we can get through this quickly but safely.
It pisses me off.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off for reasons probably it doesn't piss you off.
Well, what reasons does it piss you off?
It's like you with somebody and you miss them and then they look better than they did when they were with you.
Yeah.
Like America misses Obama, but there's very little evidence that he misses us.
Oh, yeah, because he always looks good.
He's all tan and fit. He's like, hey.
And happy.
Smiling.
I'm sorry you got to live with your abusive mama, but
I got a new life, and it ain't you.
I'm on with my new.
It is pretty sad.
Like it's just like the father that left and don't quite have time for you now.
I mean,
what about me, Daddy?
I mean, we never really showed America as a whole never really gave him the credit I think he deserved, and they never really appreciated him. And you don't really appreciate what you have until you don't have it anymore.
And then he let you know it.
Yeah,
he let you know.
As
it's
he
like
should.
You break up with a woman, she's like gang. Like it's like when you break up with somebody, and they're wearing the jersey of your sports hero, but they really date the sports hero now. Like now you can't even wear Michael Jordan's jersey anymore because the woman with him.
This sounds oddly personal.
It's like if your woman had a Stokely.
Welcome to DL Hughley Uncut. You know what time it is.
Yeah, it's my favorite part of the show.
It is. I've never seen you get more excited than you do
it's my
around
favorite
this time.
time of the year.
Yes. Well, we have a tweet from Donald Trump Jr. regarding Joe Biden, basically alluding to the fact that he's a pedophile. You see this? See you later, alligator. In a while, pedophile. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It is time for this nigga here.
Yeah.
Can I have that one more time?
Yeah.
Just because I think it's so dope. Wait, just like a nigga jumped early. Damn it.
Well, listen,
Jesus
jumping
Christ.
is good for you, right? Well, what's interesting is he tried to say that he was joking around, and he was like the 3 laughing emojis should indicate that he was kidding.
Right.
But then he also added, if the media doesn't want people mocking and making jokes about how creepy Joe is, then maybe he should stop the unwanted touching and keep his hands to himself. He posted all of these pictures of Joe Biden allegedly, I guess, too close to women, at least in his mind.
Now, he's Donald Trump's son, right?
He is.
Isn't he, his father used to have the beauty pageants with 15-year-old girls. And
yes.
He would
go
get in early
backstage
to watch them in
when they were
stand-up
half dressed.
Isn't he the son of the man that used to regularly hang out and party with Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't he the one that supported Roy Moore Jr. in Alabama?
1,000%. You got him.
Who was an actual pedophile?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Roy Moore Jr. was such a pedophile? This motherfucker couldn't go to the mall.
Now you know that's bad. He could not. No, seriously.
No, I'm not even
banned
kidding.
from going to the mall.
When you can't go to the food court.
That's something about you. That's pretty creepy.
I don't, because everything they say and do, they don't realize has an implication to something his father's done.
Oh, for sure. You mean kind of like the way that Joe Biden is facing that, allegation, right?
Right.
And initially, Trump Jr. was trying to make light of that, considering his father has so many allegations against him.
His father has children by 3 different women. If he wasn't president, he'd be in the NBA.
But you know what? Yeah. But the nerve of him
This
to
dude
step out that.
has so many kids by different women.
Yeah.
He could be the 6th string on the Cleveland. He could be the 6th man on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, and just like them, he doesn't recognize one. He doesn't recognize. How about that?
Well, that happens.
That's true. That's what I'm saying.
I can't perfect my jump shot and know this little motherfucker right here. Who is this?
I can't babysit her. Yeah, it's a lot. But he's got a lot of nerve.
Do you remember my mother? Yes, it was Ontario, Canada.
That's terrible.
It's June.
That's pretty bad.
I don't understand. Here's the thing. I am not making light of what happened, but you do realize who your father.
Yes, he grew up with this man.
Yeah.
He knows the
Well,
stuff
not
that he's
really,
done.
but
Well,
Roy Moore Jr. was running for the Senate in Alabama, and he was a known pedophile.
Yes.
And he came within a few.
He almost won.
The only reason Roy Moore Jr. didn't win is because he rode to the horse on a pole, rode to the poles on a horse.
He did.
And black
A
people wasn't even
white
going to over
horse.
like, is this nigga on a horse? And his horse name was Trigger, and that sounds too much like nigga for us.
Black one was like, no.
Only in Alabama would a pedophile losing be a shock.
I just think it's pretty sad that Donald Trump Jr. actually got on Twitter, right, and posted this meme as if we wouldn't say, hold on there, cowboy.
He has like pictures and dialogue being with Jeffrey Epstein. Like his father has pictures and dialogue.
Proudly being with him.
He when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and in jail under his Justice Department.
Yes.
He blamed it on Hillary, even though he
Those Trumps, man, I gotta tell you. You can't even make this up.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You can't make it up, I'm telling you.
Listen, the one thing we shouldn't talk about is pedophilia. We shouldn't talk about that. Let's stick to other stuff you can pronounce.
Like what?
I don't know.
We'd be in trouble that they can pronounce.
Your father had a fake university just to attract unwitting children. Are you fucking crazy?
There you go. Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today hosts one of the popular nationally syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club. You know who it is. It's Charlamagne the God.
What's up, Big Daddy?
Hey, Charlamagne.
Yo, Jasmine, how are y'all?
Doing
Excellent,
good.
man.
What about you?
I am blessed, black, and highly favored.
There it is. It's interesting because you had several incarnations. What were you, and what are you?
What was I? Man, I think we all come here just a spiritual being living a human existence, right? And I think as you grow throughout time, sometimes more of the human existence starts to appear than the spiritual existence. And I think as you get older, you start to go right back to the spiritual, you know. So I think I've always been a spiritual being living a human existence. It's just that sometimes you're more consciously aware of that.
But a lot of people aren't. A lot of people don't evolve. A lot of people like I remember when you worked with Wendy. I remember when you first started in the Breakfast Club. I remember some of the things you said. Now I remember you have such an expansive thing that you're actually a hyphenate now. Now no one can say, like nobody can say what you are. Like nobody can. I couldn't. But most people don't evolve like that. Most people are the thing they started out as.
Well, you know, yesterday was Malcolm X's birthday, and I always say that's the greatest example of evolution on the planet. Like when you read the autobiography of Malcolm X, that shows you that change is the only constant in life, right? So you should be evolving and growing all the time. Like I'm 41 years old now. If I'm the same at 41 that I was at 21, then I wasted 20 years of my life.
What do you think has been the impetus for that? Like, is it success? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it love? Is it hope? What has been the impetus for your involvement?
I think it's all of that, right? I mean, you know, I'm a married man. I got 3 daughters. You know,
that's fear right there, goddammit.
That's definitely like I call that parental paranoia. It's a lot of anxiety that goes into that, but it's just like, you know, I've always wanted to challenge myself, and plus, growing up, like one of the first books my dad ever gave me was "Message to the Black Man" by Elijah Muhammad, and then it was the autobiography of Malcolm X. So I've always been close to the NOI. You watch them brothers and you watch them sisters, and they'll take the worst amongst us, you know, or the worst society may have to offer and make them into evolved, civilized human beings. So I've never been afraid of the growth part of it. Right. That's never been a thing to me. I think when you get into the industry, you know, yeah, you could be doing something that works for you.
Right.
But it works for you on a professional level. It don't work for you on a personal level. And for me, I gotta sleep well at night. So if something that I'm doing is causing me to lose sleep, I gotta switch it up.
You said something. I was watching you, Alex, with. Like I'm not very intrigued by a lot of people, like at all. Like I'm like most people, but I always want you because you say the shit I wish I would have, and then I want to assassinate you. That's not the point. And
you said it.
Let's not turn it into that. But on Alex Witt, about 2 weeks ago, you said that all black people should be armed. All black people.
I said that, you know, a black person in America having a legal firearm is a form of self-care, you know, and you know, unbeknownst to me, well, I can't say unbeknownst to me, I just like to act loose in front of white people. I thought the Constitution was for everybody.
Right.
Even though we know that the Constitution doesn't apply to us in the same way, but the Second Amendment, like I'm from the South, like, you know, we always, you know, had guns, some legal, some illegal, but now I'm old enough to understand we can have legal firearms, we have the right to bear arms. And it is supposed to protect us against those militias. Like, if you read the Second Amendment, it says that you cannot be a part of a militia and have a firearm. If you've ever filled out a permit to purchase a gun, they ask you if you're a part of a militia. When you look around now, all of these white supremacists...
A well-regulated militia. Yeah. It's supposed to be a well-regulated militia. It's supposed to have some rules and regulations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but they won't respond to us the same way. We know constitutionally it is our right to bear arms, right? But we saw Philando Castile. We saw situations where black people are legally armed and still they get hassled. The result is not the same for us. How do we change that?
I don't know if you can change it. You know what I mean? But I tell you what my daddy told me. My daddy told me that he'd rather get caught with it than get caught without it.
All right, right, for sure. Right. I'd rather be called witness than DOA. I know that.
Yeah. I would rather be in jail fighting for my freedom because, you know, I defended myself as opposed to my wife and my kids and my family crying over me in a casket.
Why is it you think it's come to that? Like, because now the way between our idea of the way things should work and the stated mission of America of the way things should work is at odds with the reality of the way things do work. Why do you think that is? I mean, I have my idea why I think it, but why do you think it is?
I think America is working just fine for the people that it was designed to work for. You know, because if we're really being honest when it comes to America, everything that America is founded on needs to be remixed. Like the Constitution has never applied to black people in that way. Any law that was created by a white person. Any piece of legislation that was passed by a white person is usually to impact white America, and the rest of us get the short end of the stick. So,
That's why they don't see anything wrong.
Yeah,
that's what that is. That's why they never see anything wrong. They think everything is perfect.
You're absolutely right, Jasmine. And the Constitution always had us labeled as 3/5 of a human being. So that shit was never for us, ever. So America's working perfectly fine for the people who designed.
But then if it's running like the way it's supposed to, then why is there so much angst? Like, because it can't be running the way it's supposed to if everything's crumbling around. Like if it was running like it was supposed to, everything wouldn't be in such disrepair and such uncertainty.
Well, if you have a country that's founded on murder, rape, the blood of Africans, if you have raped and pillaged to build this society, that was never a stable foundation to begin with. I still believe in the law of energy. I still believe in the law of karma. I think a lot of times, man, we might be getting in the way of America's karma. When I look at Donald Trump, I'm like, that's what America deserves.
I think exactly the same thing. I think that America needs to understand that Barack Obama was real. It happened. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't a dream. It really happened, and nothing you do will erase that memory. You can't. It's like, listen, white dude, your daughter slept with a black dude. Ain't nothing you can do. It's nothing you can do. She fucked the nigga. It just happened. It's nothing you can do. You can't undo it. And I think America is in this weird position where it is just leveling all abandon, just erasing all abandon to try to make this thing that happened not have happened, and it did.
Minister Farrakhan said in early 2015, I think when Donald Trump had first started his campaign, Minister Farrakhan said, if America elects Donald Trump is going to send America to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
Shit, it looked like it's a hand delivery going on.
It's true, but that's probably why it's in shambles as well, because I would imagine the election of Barack Obama, first of all, obliterated, their narrative about the black man, just blacks in general, that he could be so articulate, he could be so classy and all of these things. Then when you talked about, white women sleeping with black men, I think they feel like it's slipping away from them. And so now you see these people protesting, and they're trying their best to figure out, how can we make sure that these black people don't take over. I think that's why it's crumbling.
Yeah, they're trying to hold on to what was. I love, it's a movie, Avengers Endgame, right? And in the movie, Thanos, the villain, Thanos said, Thanos snapped his fingers to wipe away half the population. But he said that I know what I got to do now. Now I got to get rid of everybody. Because as long as you have people around who remember what was, never grasp the concept of what will be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we've been sitting around waiting for all these old white people to die. Now they still around, and now they teaching their kids.
Right. Yep. Right.
So as long as they can remember what was, they'll never grasp what will be. And Barack Obama showed them what could be.
Absolutely.
Hillary Clinton scared the hell out of them. They were like, what? Now a black man, a woman president?
Right.
Oh, hell no. We got to take this all the way back. And that's where the whole Make America Great Again and everything came from. Also with Trump, man, Trump is like the Frankenstein of America, because he's everything that we've let run rampant, or America has let run rampant. White privilege, a racist, a bigot, one of those rich old white men that just feels like he's above the law. And now Donald Trump is out white man in the white man.
Yeah. It's funny because you said something that was very true. This disease is getting rid of everything America really didn't want. They don't want old white people around. They want their houses. They do. They want the shit they built. They don't want black men around. They don't want poor black, poor brown people around. They don't want people in prison around. So this disease kind of is giving them the thing that they always wanted. And it's interesting because you can tell, and we talked about this when we were on the show, America's not sad. 90,000 people, or it'd be 100,000 people by the time this air. They're not sad. It ain't no... It's no flags at half mast. It's no day of mourning. It's like, hey, nigga, go to work. It's really no one, because the people that we're losing are the people that we never cared about really anyway. It's
they
like
old, they black, they brown, and you know what it reminds me of. I was talking about this earlier with somebody. like the 94 crime bill, like that comes up a lot nowadays. And you'll hear people say, well, there was a lot of other good things in the bill that we needed and that we had to vote for. And it's just like, damn. So they looked at all this other stuff in the bill. And even though they knew that this was going to affect on black and brown people, they said, well, let's vote for the stuff we want anyway. Yeah, so they always willing to sacrifice us.
Yeah.
They always have.
Yeah. Every compromise, every compromise. When America compromise, it means niggas is gonna be fucked. It really does. That's what it means. It really does. Missouri compromise. Compromise means niggas is in trouble. You really did something. But the bravest thing out of all the shit I've heard you say, all the things I've watched you do, the bravest thing I've ever seen you do is embrace your struggle with mental health. Like the idea, because black people actually think you could pray shit away or pretend like it ain't there, and it's good. But I've never seen another person with, like, if you're an athlete who has made tens of millions of dollars and your future is set, but a guy who is still in the fight saying that these things exist for me was one of the bravest things I've ever seen from an entertainment perspective.
I appreciate that. I mean, that came from my wife. And that came from, like, you know, my sisters around me, you know, like Angela Rye and Amanda Seals. Like they were people that I saw constantly doing the inner work on themselves. And they started to challenge me, like, you know, saying, like, man, black men don't like to admit that they're damaged. Black men don't like to admit that they're trauma. They got trauma, you know. My wife knew about my panic attacks and stuff like that. So a few years ago, I just decided to start going. And, you know, it's really changed my life in a real way. And I tell people all the time, it's just like going to the gym, man. You know, like if you go to the gym to work on your physical, you got to go sit down with somebody to work on your mental.
What would you?
And when you talk about growth and evolution, that's part of it, right?
It really look. I'm telling you, what would you say? Because you're a young dude, you're in the game, you got a lot of stuff happening, and you've done it unflinchingly. What would you say that black men have permission to do that they never knew that they did?
Feel. That feel, you know what I mean? Like we get these emotions, and you know, whether it's sadness, whether it's anger, whether it's frustration, you know,
anxiety,
like we get all of these feelings, and you can't tell nobody. Like I come up in the air, my dad punched me in the chest, tell me to man up. That's it. Forget what I'm going through. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Rub some dirt on it, nigga. Keep going.
But you know what? My father was dealing with his own issues. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing that therapy taught me. It taught me that, you know, we got to be patient with our parents because they were just doing the best that they could. Okay. You know, my father dealt with his own substance abuse issues. My father dealt with his own mental health issues. My father tried to kill himself 30 years ago. He said he's tried 10 to 12 different medications prescribed to him by a therapist. You know, he was going to a therapist, psychiatrist 2 and 3 times a week. So these are things that he told me once he saw me doing the work on myself. And I remember going to my mom and telling my mom, like, yo, you know, Pops was going through all this. And she was like, I just thought he was playing crazy to get a check. That's just how it was growing up in the South.
Can you imagine how powerful it is to tell men, black men, they have permission to feel. They have permission to go through what they're going through and have an assessment of that. That's an amazing thing, man. And if that was all you did, if that was it, that'd be a hell of a thing, man. That's a dope thing to think.
Because you know, we walk around, especially the era I grew up in, we had to be hardcore. Yep. Like there literally was a genre of hip hop called hardcore, which meant be as tough and gangster as possible. So that's no vulnerability. You ain't supposed to feel nothing, and you're supposed to take anybody's head off that messes with you. Now that's the easiest thing to do when you're a hurt person, right?
Right.
When you're a hurt individual, hurt people hurt people. When you're a healed person, healed people heal people. So when we think about like the violence that would go on in our communities, man, I think 95% of that came from the white man kicking our ass, and then us coming back to our communities to kick our own folks.
Yeah.
I mean? So it's just like, I would rather be and I don't know if you ever do get all the way healed. I think it's a process.
Yeah.
You know,
but even the best athletes that work, I don't care what athlete you're talking about, how great they are. No athlete says they're 100% healthy. No, nobody. They don't ever go. If you playing 80% healthy, motherfucker, you could play. So I think humanity's like that too.
I think it's impossible. Like it's impossible not to wake up some mornings and you just be down. You know, you're in a funk and you don't know why. It's impossible to not have panic attacks. You know, I know what they are now, so I'm able to control them a little bit better. But yeah, things get to you all the time. You know, every single one of us. We're only human at the end of the day.
I don't think I've ever had a panic.
I have.
I didn't even know what they were. You know what I thought it was? You know what I thought it was? These motherfuckers is on my nerves. I gotta come. That's a hell of a thing. And you were gonna say, what were you gonna say, Charlamagne?
No, that nerve thing is real because, like, you know, my whole life, my grandmother suffered from bad anxiety, but I didn't know what it was. Now that I look back on it, I knew that she was having real bad panic attacks. And she used to say the same thing. They're getting on my nerves. I need my nerve pills.
Yeah.
You know, like, but that was really anxiety medication. I didn't know back then, though.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just interesting how you get more information and you can look back on your life and have a lot more empathy for the people who raised you, because you realize that they were dealing with a lot of the issues that they're dealing with, a lot of undiagnosed issues. And, you know, for me, I don't take for granted the fact that we're the first generation who has the luxury of healing.
Yeah.
The generation before us was just scratching and surviving on some good time shit. We have the actually healing, and I don't take that for granted.
But we also weren't talking to each other. Like, you know, my grandparents and my parents, they were having issues, but they never talked about those things because they did not know what they were, because their parents didn't tell them. So it just became this constant thing about, you know, oh, you're getting on my nerves, or don't tell my business. And so it made it impossible to have a safe space to even come out and say, you know, I'm having issues. I know I've had anxiety for the past, I don't know how many years. And when I first met DL, I would not tell him because I thought, he's a dude. He's going to laugh about it. He's not going to take it seriously. And so when you came out and began to talk about, I'd never heard, not just a dude, but a black dude say, I'm having this particular issue and here is how I deal with it. So I thought it was huge. And I've known you for a long time, you know, and we've had several conversations, but never talked about that. So I commend you for saying that.
Absolutely. No, it's real.
I'll say this. And I appreciate what you're saying right now, and I appreciate what you're saying, but it does not negate the fact that some motherfuckers just get on your nerves. That's just
it. And you should be allowed to express that.
Right.
Oh, he does.
For me to tell you, get the fuck away from me because you're getting on my goddamn nerves is a form of self-care.
Right.
When all of us were growing up, we had some adult that would kick us out the goddamn house.
Right.
That's
right.
Where
I'm gonna play, nigga, on the train tracks. I don't give a fuck where you go. Get up. All right, Charlamagne.
Thanks,
I love you, man.
Charlamagne.
Take care, boss. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
it's
right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, uncut. Hey, now, I'm D.L. Hughley. Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. That's Jasmine Sanders. We call her Smanders.
Yeah,
Sanders.
well, that's what you call me.
There she is, DJ Lucci, and there he is, Black Blade.
Black Blade. You got a mad today.
Kyle grew his hair out and let his beard grow, and I almost didn't let that nigga in the house last night.
Well, he said he was embracing his blackness. Remember?
He got a white woman.
That's
He
all I
can't
was
erase
gonna say. That's what happens when you get a white woman.
Oh, well. Sorry, Kyle. Well, all right.
We are still, I guess, well, people that where the states still give a fuck about their people, we're still in quarantine. But other people,
yes,
yeah. You saw where Ohio is like, listen, we're going to reopen too.
Of course,
let's just join the crew.
Of course. Well, obviously, listen. I think it's interesting that people who are now called essential were once called immigrants and get the fuck out, but now somebody got to scoop these lima beans up.
Facts.
Come to work.
Somebody got to do it. We are. It's just I don't know how we'll come out or what'll happen. But now, of course, even here, everybody has to wear a mask. When we're not broadcasting, everybody has to be socially distant. If you exhibit any symptoms, then we cut your pay. That's how it goes.
Well, first of all, we stop you from coming in the building.
No, we do. we cut your pay. It's I thought this was very interesting that people who are married to immigrants in terms of stimulus checks,
yes,
won't get a stimulus check.
You get nothing. That's basically what the government is saying.
But yet, Donald Trump is married to an immigrant.
Yes. But a lot of
we
the
don't need her
policies-
though. We need everybody else.
But a lot of the policies that they talk about that I guess relate to immigrants, she was just naturalized not that long ago. So
Right.
all of the things should have applied to her, but they don't.
Right. Well, because I think we're very hypocritical. When you understand the fact, the truth of the matter is, America's always needed someone to take advantage of. Always. It's the reason they had slavery. It's the reason they had, the Irish come and dig tunnels and the Chinese, the railroads. But they've always had somebody to take advantage of. And the problem is that the people now, and we do it for various reasons, like brown people, poor brown people do our intellectual labor, and poor brown people do our physical labor.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can't pick a strawberry and you can't write an app, we don't really use you.
Well, the sad thing too, though, is they do it right to your face.
Yeah.
Because think about it. It is the immigrants and a lot of the black and brown people that we need at this very moment. But while we need them and we're asking them to show up for work, we're also saying, but we're not going to give you a stimulus check.
Right.
You don't get that.
And after that, you got to leave.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like if we
But
kicked out
sweep
all
up first.
Yeah.
That's basically what they're saying.
If we kicked out all the brown people and black people who served us, like right now in during this pandemic, like if we kicked them all out, like thank God they weren't successful kicking out the Muslims and the Latins,
right?
Because we wouldn't have doctors or food.
No,
it's true.
Like I'm serious. Like everybody that you see on the news talking about who's an infectious disease doctor or anybody epidemiologist, all these people who are very learned, their last name look like the last line of an eye chart.
It's true. And you trust just about all of them except for Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci.
We ain't trusting. He's a different group.
I'm so tired. A lot of people think they trust him. First off, I think that he's allowed Donald Trump to say things that he should have checked him on. And second off, I can't trust a dude to stand on phone books to tell me about a pandemic. I can't do it.
Well, what do you say to him saying, listen, what am I supposed to do? Just go up and, push the mic away from him?
Well, no. What you're supposed to do is to adhere to the oath you took.
Yeah.
It's the Hippocratic oath.
That's right.
Do no harm.
Right.
Donald Trump is doing harm. When he says things that are patently true, here's the unspoken truth. The only reason that you are able to speak in a Trump anything, administration or a conference or a press conference or anything, is because you will say what he thinks what he wants you to.
Yep.
If you challenge him in any way, you won't be there. And it's the reason why we're in the shape we're in.
I don't even know how you get sidelined when there's so many different platforms you can go on. Like you could literally go on live on your Instagram and people would tune in. So it's just like
But
just
that's
tell
the
the
scary
truth.
part because that means that people are out there like Trump himself from the Oval Office nonetheless, just peddling these lies. The fact that he says, okay, well, you can drink disinfectant, you can do this, you can do that, or hey, how about we check into light? Can't you shine a light on it and it just dissipates? Like, where are you getting this information?
Well,
and people believe
the
it.
fact that the broad with the Chanel scarf on,
up to here,
looking like Diane English from Murphy Brown, like her.
Yeah.
Like the fact that she didn't say anything.
Right.
I think that a lot of people who want certain things and want like any level of personal achievement, they want to be appointed to something, and they forget that their basic charge, the idea that the reason their tenet, their calling was to take care of people. I think that there's so much selfishness, but ultimately, if we are in a pandemic, I think I've seen things that I don't understand. Like if you can't get a check if you're married to an immigrant, or you can't get a check if you owe child support, or if you can't get the bottom line is, first off, everybody should get a check no matter what.
Right.
And the other thing is we should stop with this special dispensation. Look, we're all in this together, whether you are an immigrant, whether you owe child support, whether you're behind on your bills, we're all in this together. And if that money is to bail you out or to help you out or to help you kind of get you through, then there shouldn't be these kind of limitations.
And honestly, there need to be multiple checks. It shouldn't just be one. Here's $1,200. That'll last you for the rest of this pandemic.
Yeah.
Add to the fact that it's your money.
Right.
How about add that to it? Because you're going to pay for it one way or the other. So give me my money.
So the government it ain't the government. It's J.G. Wentworth.
It's my money. I want it now.
Honestly, I'd rather them freeze my rent.
I'd rather them freeze your rent too.
Thank you. Just freeze my rent. Like, you're not paying your mortgage. Freeze my rent.
That's what I don't understand. Even the people. One thing I will say is that even when this first happened, I got my business manager got calls from our mortgage. Like I own a place here in New York and then Santa Barbara, and they said we're gonna So what they'll do is take care of people that they think can pay.
Right.
But they won't take care of people that are having financial hardships. It's like the very people that we're depending on to live, to exist, are the very people we malign all the time.
Right.
Well, it's true, because what they're doing is they're offering support and help if you have a mortgage. But the majority of the people in this country pay rent. There is no help for you.
Yeah.
You have to pay that
Call
rent
J.G.
every month.
Wentworth.
He ain't got your money.
So we're going to run out of beef and pork.
And chicken.
Yeah,
everything.
chicken.
Yeah.
And they say it's a food shortage, and they say it's because basically, first off, we're not running out of meat because the pandemic has basically compromised the plants. We're running out of meat because Americans are home and we're fat asses and we're eating them all.
That's not true.
I don't think that's the story.
Stop it.
Not
Stop
true.
it.
That's not
You
true.
can't leave America. You can't have 97% of America at home with nothing to do and think some shit ain't gonna get ate up.
Yeah. Well, that part is true.
That's true.
But they won't get fatter because the problem is they don't have any way to get like the pigs and the chickens and the cattle to the places. So what they're doing is they're aborting a lot of,
I thought they didn't like that.
only when it benefits them. They love it. But they're doing that. They're also throwing away, just hundreds of thousands of pounds of food
So it's
instead of
food
feeding
shortage.
people. Yeah.
We ain't running out of spinach.
Nah,
we run out of broccoli and a cauliflower. It'll never be a lettuce shortage.
Because ain't nobody eating that.
It's because, and first off, I'm tired of this. I've never seen so many fat-ass vegans in my life.
It's
so the
true.
one great thing about this, we'll get the chance to tell if all these vegans is telling the truth. Ain't no tofu pepperoni.
Tofurkey.
Sit your fat ass down.
That is true. I never really thought about that.
Of
But
course.
most vegetarians and vegans, they're a little on the
If you
fluffy
don't
side.
sit your burly ass down, let me finish this pork chop.
Before they're gone.
As I say, you're not going to be eating one. No more mastros for us.
No. It's interesting because we are in a food shortage, not because the plants are compromised, but because of one, I think we consume a lot when you're home, you ain't working. And the other is that the people who produce those things would rather slaughter the chickens and pigs and cows if they can't sell them and dump food than feed people.
Yeah, that's because we're selfish.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
That's American.
It's mine.
That's really is. And I'm telling you, I swear to God, we'll get the chance to see who will be, because you can't get an ass that big just eating radishes. I'm just going to tell you.
Well. Hey there, welcome back. It is DL Hughley Uncut.
Hey there, welcome back.
Hey there. Yeah, that's my cool talk. Hey there.
That wasn't
welcome
hey
back.
there.
It was cool in my world. You're silly.
DJ Lucci over there.
Yes.
It's interesting because did you so you are nervous about this pandemic?
Yes.
What scares you the most?
You guys getting sick.
No.
Yeah,
No.
actually. I
Really?
feel like I might bounce back. Like I
promise I'll be all right.
Yeah, but
I all this alcohol I drink, I sanitize from the inside.
for sure Papa getting sick though. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh, your grandfather?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
that,
weird.
That nigga burned my house down, so I'm ready for him to go.
I'm not. I'd let him burn several houses down for him to stay.
I got to get the full story on that.
Yeah, my wife's father, he made barbecue one day. So it's the same thing. I come home from work and he's a great cook, but he barbecues. And what happens is he takes the coals, puts them in the Amazon box.
Even though there's a tin can
right, and then puts
there.
them in the trash can, and before I even got home. So about 12 o'clock at night, he come in there. Dale, there's a fire in the back, and the whole backyard is literally on fire. And I'm like, if only we had a fire extinguisher. Here comes LaDonna. I have fire extinguishers.
Several.
Because she has everything.
She was prepared.
So we put out the fire. We were trying to battle in the fire. And I had to let him go in the house because the fire department came and they go, somebody put charcoals in the briquettes, the charcoal briquettes in the trash can. And if this would have been June or July, it would have been dry. This whole place would have. And he ain't said one thing.
He hasn't apologized yet.
He hasn't.
Maybe he didn't listen. Maybe he was doing it old school. Maybe there was no such thing as little bins where you put the
old school ain't burning your son,
he didn't do it on
daughter's
purpose.
house. No, he ain't doing it on purpose. And I like him. They mad at him. I'm not.
Well, because he can cook, I'm sure.
Well, he can cook and he can burn too.
Didn't he almost do it again?
He almost did it again.
Oh, you can't do it twice.
He almost did it again.
You can't do it twice. No, that's too much. That's too much. Listen, we were talking about how some crazy things are going on during this pandemic, right? A lot of people doing things they shouldn't. I want you to check out this clip from Central City News. It's Pastor Tony Spell out of Baton Rouge. Check this out.
We're not hiding anymore. We're not hiding anymore. It's a dirty, rotten, crying shame when you have to hide in America.
This nigga here.
Yes.
Here's, I understand that people are very religious and people turn. And this isn't about oppression of religion. It's about the fact that large groups of people gathered in small spaces lend themselves to the spread of COVID. So there are a lot of ways that you can worship your God and praise your Lord and still be safe. And I think shoe booty ass dudes like that, recently there have been as many people that got it going to church, to religious services, went to the bar.
Ooh.
Like, who'd have thought Chili's was safer than a benediction?
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about this particular case for me isn't really about him practicing religious freedom. It is really more about, well, first of all, my question is, how do you preach from the pulpit on Sunday, then get out in a bus and try to run over a protester?
Right.
That's why he had the ankle bracelet on for assault.
Yeah, so running over somebody, if you run over somebody and you're white, you're a preacher. If you run over somebody, you're black, you Suge Knight.
You Suge Knight. Fainting in court.
I think that either we're going to all abide by the same rules, and I think there's always these hypocritical stances we take. So everybody, we had the protesters that showed up, and they had assault rifles, and they were saying, let us free, and they were congregating together, and they were saying that COVID doesn't exist, and they were treated with deference. But you had people, and I'm not, I dig it, I think that they're all wrong, but then you had, kids partying in Philly and Chicago, and they were all arrested. And I think that the idea that we're all kind of, they'll paint them as reckless and irresponsible, but the people who still have religious services knowing what could happen. There was a preacher in Virginia that had, a religious service, and he came down with COVID and passed on. His wife had it. That's irresponsible.
Well, not only that, I think it's also a blatant showing of how they use the Constitution at will.
Right.
Because for the protesters, it is them exercising their constitutional right, right? But also, you have the right for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Right.
Maybe your happiness is a party.
Right.
So that's really your constitutional right as well. But look how they were met. Law enforcement, guns drawn on them.
I think that people have even with religion, bars are closed, but church services in some states was open.
Right.
And what's gonna happen is the alcoholic gonna go to church service just for the wine.
Well, on first Sunday for sure.
The little cracker and wine.
You gonna get that like appetizer.
Fuck Applebee's. I'm just gonna come to Mount Calvary. But it's these lines that we draw. Like, I remember we had a situation where Easter, failed when we were all, and so it was crazy because they were telling people to stay home on Easter, which is a very religious holiday. And it's crazy. It's simple. Like, you should have stayed your ass home for Easter because Jesus rose from the dead, but you won't.
So true. All right, welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. I won't say hey there. I'll just say welcome back since you guys gave me so much grief about that. So listen, this next guest on the show, comedy tours sold out, comedy specials, TV shows, movies, you name it. He's done it. We all know him. Legendary, iconic, all of that. Welcome to the show, Sinbad.
There he is. What's up, Bad?
What up? What up, man?
How you
What's
doing,
up, man? Look at y'all wearing hats. I got a hat.
And I got hair. I got
hair. Guys, hold up. They got hats. Hold up.
They got, you going to get your hat. He going to get his hat. Oh, damn.
Now, I'm going to tell you what Sinbad did. Was on a plane one time. So if the plane was on with a crash, a lot of comedy would have been gone that day.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
But
We was all on there.
he was going to get me a hat.
Okay.
He said, I'm going to get you a hat, man. I know you love hats. And that nigga never got me a hat.
Never got the hat.
You know what happened? I'm gonna tell you what happened. You like that blue hat that I got from the hat right now. I ordered that hat for you. I liked it so much I never gave it to you.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get you another one.
Another hat I will never see.
That hat came. I said, I see why he liked this hat.
That's
I
acceptable.
said, I'm keeping this hat for myself.
That hat is fly on you, bruh.
Do you know how many times I've seen you on planes going to gigs? It's got to be a couple dozen.
We live in. But you taught me. See, Jazz, I be on planes going to gigs. DL got special people who take you parts of the airport. I don't know nothing about.
Yes, he does. Right? Special cars.
They get your feet. The person worked on my feet, checked my eyes, got me some new contacts.
Yeah.
I said, I've been flying forever. What is this?
Yeah.
Do you miss being on the road right now?
Man, when it first started, say the first week, I said, oh man, what I'm gonna do? More of you miss the money. The first thing is like, wait a minute, my daughter's getting married in September. I said, I got to pay for my daughter getting married. I had these dates picked. I had these dates set up just for that.
Right.
But you know what? All that's going to take care of itself. And now that I'm home, dude, I'm like this. I got a chance to work on software I ain't had a chance to touch in 2 years. Right. I go to all these tech shows. I've been doing shows with my son. I've been doing shows with my daughter. I got a brand new grandson here. I'm like this. I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great way to look at it, though.
But you don't. I gotta admit this. I'm not having as bad. Like I thought it would be miserable. Like, but I'm not having as bad a time as I thought I would. Like I'm not miserable.
How about the people around you though?
Yeah, I'm miserable.
but I do miss. One of the things I've always loved about you is that I could always tell what was going on by what you talked about. So this is an incredibly important time. And then the voices that you count on to kind of guide you through them are not able, like in front of a live audience to kind of illustrate it.
Exactly. And know that's not happening? I don't know the weather anywhere but L.A. See, Dale, we travel so much. I know, okay, it's snowing on the East Coast, it's raining in the Midwest, they have a tornado. All I know is, like, it's hot.
Right.
They get jacked up. I didn't know that. Because I'm local. Right. And I've never just been a local. Right. I've been more of a global. And it's my world. And only thing right now that the problem is the homeless. I'm so angry at the people who lead this country who just robbing people right now.
But why? Okay, now, a lot of people say that, but what specifically are you angry about?
I'm angry about, man, you got a stimulus check and you stop the check, put your name on it. You got small business, that PPP loan. The Lakers accidentally got $4.8 million. The big corporation took all the money. So people are sitting home thinking they're going to get this. You got banks lying to people because they got the CARES program. They can't throw you out your house. So I'm like, but I got the people in Michigan. I'm from Michigan, and dude had a Confederate flag. Since when was Michigan in the South?
Right.
And they're carrying guns because they want to go get barbecue. I said, dude, you're confusing what's happening. It goes back to the whole Republican Party. They showing up with guns. This ain't the second right rally. Right. You just want to go get your hair. Why'd you bring your gun to shoot coronavirus? What you going to
That's a good point.
Don't you understand? I think that what happens to us is that we just start to take ourselves too seriously, and what happens to cats like you who've been just able to navigate, like obviously it's a very serious thing. No one is kind of undermining that or underplaying that. but humor has a way of crystallizing things, and even music has
Yes.
a way of crystallizing things. And I think there's some things that
Yes.
you just find because you're able to go out in it. And now I think, obviously with you adherence to safety rules, but there is an amount of art and illustration that is being diminished because people are sequestered.
We can't get out there and talk about these people. I'm sitting at home trying to do it on a. No, we screaming on live. But can I say this? If one more Negro get a podcast or a live stream or go live and join me live and TikTok dance with me, I swear to God, everybody needs to go back to what they normally do.
Would you?
You ain't no dancer in your fake cooking show and clean my house and my TikTok clean the house. I don't care. I don't care. I don't.
But it's fun.
I don't. I don't. I don't.
What do you care about? What's cooking in Sinbad's head right now?
Man, now right now I'm just figuring out. Everybody says when we're gonna go back to how it was. If it goes back to how it was, we failed. I call this Sinbad 2.0. This is the world 2.0. If we go back to the way it was, we didn't learn anything. We just saw a pandemic shut this country down. We got to look at, hey, man, how am I going to spend? I need to save up some more money. I need to look at this different. How do I get a hold of my loved ones? And if I can find time to be home and Zoom and talk to my family, why can't I do that when I'm working? Why can't I show that kind of love when I'm working? So I'm like this. I don't want to work the way I did before. I don't want to live. I know we live that, hey, man, I'm on the grind. Every time you see somebody at the airport, I'm on the grind. What you doing, man? I'm on the grind.
Right.
I'm on the grind. First of all, you ain't on the grind because that comes from people who work in factories that were grinders.
Right.
When I was in the factory, they grind, and that's a hard job, and it's a beastly job. That's an 8-hour job. So when you're saying the grind as an entertainer, now we're having a good time. Even on our grind, on our worst day, it's a great day.
Right.
It's a great day. The fact that we're in the airport talking about, I'm on my grind, get ready to jump into first class and get something to eat.
I'm waiting for Sinbad to bring me my hat, nigga. This shit ready to go up. As soon as Sinbad bring me that hat.
I'm on the
That's
grind
right.
with a warm
I'm on my
towel.
grind to get you that hat. I'm on that grind to get you that hat.
How has, because you're an artist. Like I think a long time ago you were probably a comedian, just that if that were the hyphenate. But you play as much music as you do comedy. So, like, what would you say you were?
You know, man, I call myself Renaissance man. I used to love Renaissance men. People that, remember, you talk back in the days of Sammy Davis Jr. and everything.
Yeah.
You know, guys say, hey, I sing, or a guy says, I sing lead, or a guy says, I play guitar lead. Back then, cats had to be a multi-hyphenate. If you didn't, they're like, I sing. Well, I sing too. What else do you do? You have to be able to do a lot of things. I'm like this. I'm interested in everything. I'm interested in tech. I'm interested in art. I love music. You know, I like doing comedy. But dude, there's not much that doesn't interest me, man. The problem is with this ADHD, I want to do it all. I want to do it.
And now you're just home, not giving me my hat.
No.
That's what it is.
Hey, I got your hat. My hat is like right around this corner on a hat stand.
What
hasn't been working.
Do you, obviously art is impacted by environment. And I do think, I know we're going to be significantly different. I know that, like, culturally, I think nationally, I think intrinsically we're going to be a different place. And there is an opportunity for, different doesn't mean worse or doesn't mean better, but I think we're going to be different. And I think that there are ways that we can be different that elevate us, and there are ways that we can be different that don't. And I think one of the things I've said about this is this disease affects all the things that capitalism and greed did. It affects the poor, the old, the weak, the underprivileged. Yeah. So I think this disease just really kind of exposed what we believe, what we cherish.
Well, you know, it's funny because you got people marching. You got the one cat from North Carolina that was leading the march on fake COVID. He got it this week.
Right.
Can't write that joke. I can't write that joke for you. You're talking loud and saying nothing. But what it impacts is this. Would you also show this though, man?
I can't hear you. What did you say?
Island. They went out and bought an island.
Right.
And then everybody was going to the Hamptons. Like COVID can't find you. Like COVID said, oh man, where'd the rich folks go? Right. It's like you can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. And another thing I learned, rich people quit going on Twitter and Instagram acting like you know how to be poor, going like, hey, we're all in this together. And then I see your yard goes overlooking mountains, and you got horses in the background.
It's different.
Hey, don't go outside. And then you rent a gym. You rent out a gym for you and your husband to go work out by yourself. Hey, keep moving.
Stay home. That'll be enough, Jeeves.
Right.
That'll be enough.
It's different for sure.
Man, you know what? Don't fake. If you ain't been broke in a little while, you really don't understand it. You gotta look at poor people to mimic the mannerisms, so you can at least do it right. When you do this Twitter, man. Just mimic the mannerisms.
Ask a poor person.
Ask a poor person.
You got to watch the poor in their own habitat.
Yes, you got to. It's like going to the zoo. Like, let's look at the zoo.
How can they cook with no electricity? What happened right there? They're
How are they
amazing.
getting groceries with no money? How are they getting groceries with no money?
That if God didn't want us to have groceries with no money, He wouldn't have gave us guns. That's what I'm telling you. What's funny to you? Like, what cracks you up?
Now or like anytime?
Anytime, like ever.
People trying to hide the dumb stuff. You know the dumb stuff we do that you should embrace. Remember, like we outside as a kid, you almost fall, and by trying not to fall, you look dumber. Just fall, man, and get up and bow to the people, because when you can do that, no one can hurt you. I try to hide imperfections. I laugh at the imperfection hiding. I laugh at people trying to be something they're not. I laugh at all of this surgery and all this stuff we're trying to create something, man. I'm like, you can't hide from who you are.
Right.
And I'm a comic. I'll find it. I'll find an old picture. Don't make me go look for you. I'll find you. I'll find you.
What would the sin be? Because you're evolved. Like you've evolved. You've been through things. You won. You lost. You've had. Now you were just talking about your daughter getting ready to get married. That's Paige, right? Is Paige getting ready to get married? That's her. Paige.
Yeah.
So
Paige get married.
So you won. You've lost. Now, what would you the more settled you, the more nuanced you tell the younger you? What would you say to you?
The most precious commodity is time. When they say that when you're young, you don't understand what that means because you think forever. I look at these kids say, you only live once. Yeah, dummy, so don't waste it. You act like y'all found something. Yeah, you only live once, but you can shorten that. You can shorten that once by doing dumb stuff. So I look back, since I have a limited amount of time, I'm going to do as much with my time as I can. And I'm not worried about what people think. I'm going to do what I want to do. And it's not about having a big house. And it wasn't about having a car. It was about, man, having the damn experience.
to you. How you doing? Come on, Cape Town, how you doing? All right. We are Jazz Funk Soul, and this is our first trip to Cape Town, and we're so happy to be here. What a beautiful audience, what a wonderful sight. You're really packing in this place. And have you had fun all day? Have you had fun? You want to keep having fun? I'll tell you what, you give us some love, and we'll give it right back to you. Because we certainly love being back in the motherland. That was a song from our first CD entitled Silver Lining. It featured Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards and Mr. Paul Jackson Jr. on the guitar. My name is Everett Hart, and you're going to be hearing from our wonderful rhythm section throughout the night, and I'll introduce them in a little bit. We're going to do a song from one of my earlier records, a song entitled All Jazzed Up and Nowhere to Go. Thank you.
All right, how you guys doing? This is my second time here, and I'm so glad to be back. Great to see this fantastic crowd. Very glad to be part of this incredible festival. There's so much great music, so many great musicians. We were hanging out at the hotel and just overwhelmed with how much talent we were just seeing all day. We're going to do a song for you off of our latest record, which is called More Serious Business, and this song is entitled Connections.
How about another hand for Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar? Now, Jazz Funk Soul has been comprised of mainly with Jeff Lorber, myself, and another wonderful guitarist named Chuck Loeb. He had a conflict tonight. He wasn't able to be here with us, and we want to thank Paul for coming in and making the shoes even bigger. And we're just having some fun. Are you having fun? Are you sure? You know what I loved earlier when you guys went off after the previous act was on? And she was wonderful. How about another hand for her? I don't remember her name, but she was wonderful. When you guys went over here and started singing, you don't hear stuff like that in the States. You just don't get it like that. It was just beautiful. It's a wonderful spirit here, and we're very happy to be part of it. We're going to do a song from our very first record, Jazz Funk Soul. And this particular song is called Serious Business.
How about another hand for Mr. Everett Hart?
Thank you.
I had the pleasure of doing a project this year, and a lot of it with Mr. Jeff Lorber. The title of the project is Stories from Stompin' Willie. Stompin' Willie was a nickname given to me by the late, great George Duke. So there's a song that we put together, myself and Jeff Lorber. This is from the CD, my new CD, Stories from Stompin' Willie. This is a song called Down the Road. It's all about a groove, y'all.
Paul Jackson Jr. You guys still doing okay? I see they turned up the lights so I can see you now. What a beautiful crowd. Give yourselves a hand. Is that as much as you like yourself? Come on, you can give yourself a bigger hand. If you don't like yourself that much, we can't expect much. But Paul brought up a person that was very influential to just about all of us up here. And I had the pleasure of having him as my mentor, best friend, and just an all-around great guy. He passed away 3 years ago, but he is the one that got me started on my solo career and produced my first and last record. I'm talking about George Duke. We miss him terribly. He died about 3 years ago, and it just feels like yesterday we were laughing and talking with him. We're going to do a song now that I had the pleasure of writing with him on my last record. And it's a song that, well, I'm not going to go into the long story about it, but it really kind of describes where a lot of us who are our age of here, 35, 36. Why are you laughing?
Why you think they're laughing?
We've experienced losses in our lives around this time, as I'm sure a lot of you have experienced losses. And it's a period of transition, you know, at this point where we become the adults. Our parents are gone, and we're the adults in the room. And this song aptly describes the transition that a lot of us are going through, and I certainly went through when George passed away. It's a song we call Going Through Changes. Thank you. All right, we can do one or two more for you. What do you want? One? You one? Somebody said five. Well, good. At least a handful of people are enjoying themselves. How about another? I'm sorry. How about another hand for Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards? Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar. Stompin' Willie. On the drums in the back, we have the pleasure of having him play with us for the first time. Incredible drummer who's played with so many people. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We're going to feature this wonderful bassist on this song. We like to call him Buttercup. His name is Ron Jenkins. This is a song from our latest release, Jazz Funk Soul's More Serious Business, a song called You'll Know When You Know. Run for the Chickens!
All right. Hey, it's been such a pleasure playing for you guys. I think we got one more for you. This one's called Monday Speaks.
Dancing on.
Mr. Everett Hart.
Mr. Jeff Lorber. Paul Jackson Jr., thank you so much, Cape Town Jazz Festival. We love you. Hope to see you soon.
All right, let's go. Let's play one more.
Now, somebody said that South Africa, specifically Cape Town, was the party capital of the world. I don't know. They say that Nashville is Music City, but somebody said that Cape Town is Music City.
Thank you again, Ron Jenkins on the bass. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We are Jazz Funk Soul. God bless you. Hope to see you again soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's
it's
right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
and
number
you say
one?
Nothing,
nigga.
Stupid. It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah, furniture is necessary. Just so you know, it's good to laugh a little bit though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is
with this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
Video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the video?
Because we do.
I've had a hard time. I'm going to see if I can get it.
Yeah, I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. You just a grown. You're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? You're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro.
His whole nose.
You don't fight with him. Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
This is why you don't do drugs, kids. It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert that will tell you that that's allowed, putting your knee on the neck in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet, or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes?
None.
I don't get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and people were I guarantee you more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing.
Right.
Not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper. Don't do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a better murder.
That's the worst part to me. If you can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers you as your boy kills somebody in cold blood right there, you deserve every bit of the penalty as anybody else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more assaulting is those men are fired. If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the community. Like, so the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
in a civil suit.
In a civil suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. And the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it, out of their own money. I guarantee, like, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated, but your part of that is 15%. So now, if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Yeah. Maybe then they'll think twice.
I guarantee you that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is, the lawyer who's representing him? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, welcome back to the show. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is this? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted to, add a little, variety to it.
You scared the hell out of Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there.
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to it.
All right. Well, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking of spicy,
yo.
Yeah, listen. Did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out, like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school, you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you dressed like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. Like, so I don't get why.
Yeah.
But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
that shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He
was in blackface.
Yeah,
yes,
he was
heavily.
so good in blackface. That nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now. I remember Soul Man I forgot C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man.
Funny
it was hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology. And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Well, that's what he said.
I mean, and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You a black dude, you supposed to be late and not know what happened.
And then not apologize.
Pop up and say, oh, my bad.
I didn't know y'all was mad, but y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things? Like that whole Eddie Murphy thing, is we laughed at it and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that, comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny. It didn't work, and that I'm apologize for it.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right.
That
he was imitating his friend.
Anything, yeah,
that was Chris Rock he was doing.
Right.
So it's like if Chris laughs and says, "I'll go ahead," then why
right,
can't we?
Yeah. Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface and you're trying to demean somebody and you're calling somebody that needed you for help and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club, wore blackface. Well, Whoopi, hers was a little authentic.
Yeah,
her blackface was so nice, it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real.
Oh, that's you.
But I think that society is, comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah, it is different.
You do that
way different
on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right. That's the problem.
You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
well, they tried to bring up the whole Megyn
Maybe.
Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in
No,
one.
there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle
Jesus
Obama
and
Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
I tell you, Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't hate. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker. Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently.
Yeah.
This has been happening.
Drop the scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this? And I was like, wow. I just think it's from years of being around us. Finally, she's wearing off. Yeah, she started to get.
I had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
it wasn't funny. That was the point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny.
Right.
And we were talking about, man, Jasmine's really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we don't get you your own show. Fuck deal, usually.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really, like, funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because uncles at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you was going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me.
No.
He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was like, because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a day. It ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
She's going to put in week 3. Right. She finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because, you know, she kind of with a highbrow.
That's not true.
And you know, consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty, you know.
And then it's a broom, and she's out.
Not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. I remember I was in New York, you know, before the world ended.
Right.
And when I could actually go there. And you were fucking hysterical. And not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot. And for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking on, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? That first of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that, and I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, you know, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me, because I've told you this many times, and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man, that
made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I gotta try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL giggling. You know, I like, you know, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go.
Yes.
Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean
appear
like
different.
The way we perform, the way we tour, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole effort. Because now there's such a, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake. Right. But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and that's one of the things that really make you a performer is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer.
Yeah.
And they might separate the tables, and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But they need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart. If they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is unlike a hurricane and unlike, a tornado. Those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things
you are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Let me tell you something.
He's a
if I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time while I'm doing it.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it. Yeah.
No, you know
David
what
Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed. And society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary are going to be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people going to find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room. Mm-hmm. I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food. Right. But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
who did my TV show. Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life, sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
The thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious. Hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So
She be checking you too.
hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have. Because most people only want to be seen. Like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
No, I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine, and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. It just, I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers. Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kid is so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. That shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. You know, that ain't gonna go confuse you with Boris.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you show, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house you can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. My wife is the perfect balance to me. Julie is, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent. People who are original. People who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'd be doing this anyway. So I'm glad that it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, it's not. Don't road as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And and none of it is off limits. When you want If you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you got to get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Yeah, you do.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy, drugs and alcohol and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well, a bad relationship will lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you excited?
You gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and you know, as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you
like
got,
it.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep bragging.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stopped.
No.
You still, you play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head or somebody around us going to pay for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
and then
number
you say
one?
Nothing
Nigga.
stupid. It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, you know, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah, furniture is necessary. Just so you know, it's good to laugh a little bit though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is
with this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
The video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the video?
Because we do.
I've had a hard time. I'm gonna see if I can get it.
You ain't even resisting arrest. I cannot breathe. You just a grown. You're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro.
His whole nose is
Follow with him. Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
It'll kill me.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
This is why you don't do drugs, kids. It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert that will tell you that that's allowed. Putting your knee on the neck of a suspect is allowed anywhere, is trained anywhere on any police department in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes?
None.
I don't get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and I guarantee you more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing,
Right.
not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper, don't
Right.
do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a better murder.
That's the
Pretty
worst
much.
part to me. If you
Yeah.
can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers
Right.
you as your boy
Right.
kills somebody in
Right.
cold blood right
Right.
there, you deserve every bit
Right.
of the penalty as anybody
And
else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more assaulting is those men are fired.
Mm-hmm.
If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the
Taxpayers'
community. Like, so
money.
the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
Right, in the
that they
civil
pay
suit,
out.
right,
In
yeah.
a civil
Yeah.
suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately,
Right.
George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million, and the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it. Out of their own money.
That'll hold.
I guarantee, like, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated, but your part of that is 15%. So now if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Yeah. Maybe then
If
they'll
it's $2
think
million,
twice.
I guarantee you
Maybe.
that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is? The lawyer who's representing him? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, 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 welcome back to the show. It's
Wait a-
D.L. Hughley
wait a minute.
Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is this? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted
What
to,
happened?
add a little, variety to it.
You
We talked
scared
about
the
me
hell
so
out of
bad. It's like,
Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to
All
it.
right. Well, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank
I'm
you.
telling
Thank
I'm
you.
all
You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking
Yo,
of
yo,
spice
yo.
up- Yeah, listen. Did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't
mad.
subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you just like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. Like, so I don't get why. But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
that
yeah.
shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He was in blackface.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was
heavily.
so good in blackface. That nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now, I remember what Soul Man with I forgot C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man.
Funny
it was
movie.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology.
Yeah.
And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Man,
That
that's
shit
what he
was
said.
I mean, and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You a black dude, you supposed to be late and not know what happened.
And then not apologize.
Pop up and say, oh, my bad.
I didn't know y'all was mad, but y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things like that whole Eddie Murphy
2000.
thing? Is we laughed at it and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny.
Right.
It didn't work, and that I'm apologize for.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right.
That
he
we
was
know of. He
imitating
hasn't
his
said
friend.
anything, yeah.
Yeah, that was Chris Rock he was doing.
Right.
So it's like if Chris laughs and says, "I'll go ahead," then why
Right,
can't
yeah,
we?
Yeah.
Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx
yeah.
came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface and you're trying to demean somebody and you're calling somebody that needed you for help and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club, wore blackface. Well, Whoopi, hers was a little authentic.
Yeah,
See, her blackface was so nice, it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real.
Oh, that's you.
But I think that society is comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah, it is different.
You do that
Way different
on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right. That's the problem.
You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
Well, they tried to bring up
Maybe.
the whole Megyn Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in one.
No, there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle
Jesus
Obama
and
Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
I tell you, Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't hate. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker. Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently.
Yeah.
This has been happening.
Drop the scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this? And I was like, wow. I just think it's from years of being around us. Finally, she's wearing off. Yeah, she started to get dope.
I had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
it wasn't funny. That was the point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny.
Right.
And we were talking about, man, Jasmine really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we're going to get you your own show. Fuck D.L. Hughley.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really, like, funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because uncles at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you were going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me.
No.
He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a day or it ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
She's going to put in week 3. She finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because, you know, she kind of with a highbrow.
That's not true.
And consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty, you know.
And then it's a broom, and she's out.
Not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. And I remember I was in New York, you know, before the world ended.
Right.
And when I could actually go there. And you were fucking hysterical. And not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot. And for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking off, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? First of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that, and I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me. Because I've told you this many times. and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man, that
made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I gotta try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL giggling. You know, I like, you know, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, never been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go. Yes. Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, well, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean like the way we perform, the way we tour, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole aspect. Because now there's such a, you know, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake. Right. But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and I that's one of the things that really make you a performer is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer.
Yeah.
And they might separate the tables, and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But we're gonna get. They need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart. If they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is unlike a hurricane and unlike, you know, a tornado. Those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things
you are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Let me tell you something.
If
I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time while I'm doing it.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it. Yeah.
No, you know
David Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed. And society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and you like, and I mean, just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary are going to be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people gonna find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is very. Here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room. I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food.
Right.
But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
who did my TV show. Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life. Sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
The thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious. Hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So
she be checking you too.
Hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have. Because most people only want to be seen. Like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine, and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. It just, I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers? Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kid is so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. That shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. You know, that ain't gonna go confuse you with Boris.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you show, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house you can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. My wife is the perfect balance to me. Julie is, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent, people who are original, people who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'll be doing this anyway. So I'm glad that it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, it's not. Don't the road as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And and none of it is off limits. If you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you got to get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Yeah, you do.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy, drugs and alcohol and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well, a bad relationship will lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you excited?
You gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you got, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep bragging.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stopped.
No.
You still, you play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head or somebody around us going to pay for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut. What are you doing, Jeff?
I'm playing the airbase, baby. That's a dope jam.
Okay. They have a contest. They have like
an air bass contest.
They have an air guitar bass.
Yeah, I took.
But can't nobody when it's air, you can't tell what it is.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You can. Oh yeah, you can.
That looks oddly scary.
You can feel it.
That looks like the uncle you never wanted to visit.
You're a real bass player. You do this, you go, call me.
See, you about to lose your job.
I love that.
That was Janika Charles, I think her name is.
I love it.
You know what's great about this story is that there is such a.
You gotta tell them what the story is.
Okay, so. There's a video that's gone viral of a young woman who is now was in cuffs outside of a club. Now, they thought she was trying to sneak back in or something, and she was like, no, I basically left my bag or whatever. And so the cop put her in cuffs, and she was like, what are you detaining me for? It's gone viral.
Why am I being detained?
Right.
You about to lose your job.
And now everyone has remixed it. But the thing is, she was homeless for a while. She was on drugs for a while. And now because of this, first of all, her family was able to find her because of the video that
There
has
she
gone viral.
is.
There she go. And someone set up a GoFundMe account. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her, and so now things are looking great.
We got to say something. You about to get a job.
Yes.
You about to get a job.
Your job. I love it though. It was cute.
So of course I write books. I've probably written my new book is called Surrender White People, Our Unconditional Terms for Peace, and it really when I write, I wrote how not to get shot and other advice from white people. When I write, it's always from a position of what I see and the fact that the country is going to be pretty consistent. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I'll start writing and shit will happen and it'll look like I was ahead of the curve, but all I'm really doing is watching history.
Right.
Repeat itself.
Because it's interesting because everything that has happened will happen again. But now I don't know what will happen from this event. Like, I don't know if we're going to really change as a nation. I don't know if we're really, because America's been always pretty predictable to me. But now I'm flummoxed. Like
I don't know that I've ever seen it quite like this.
That's the
though.
truth. Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? Like
fair.
The number of people who are speaking out, the number of people, white people who don't have to stand in harm's way and stand in the gap, are doing so. And I don't think I've ever seen that before.
And it's disturbing, and it'll fuck up my next book. But
It's disturbing.
No, really, I'm like.
I think we're changing as a species. I don't think it's just.
You mean the humans?
I think as humans. If you follow any of it at all, we're moving into the age of Aquarius. That's why you have
like
this
the song.
I was going to say
yes,
that song.
exactly like the song. There is an open awareness. This is how you get millions of white people to go, you know what? This is wrong. It's not them. It is a overall consciousness that's changed.
So what happens after the song, though, when the song is over? Like,
you got 2,000 years worth of it. So.
Right. but I think we've had times like this. I think that there were times somebody had to say we wanted to end slavery. Somebody had to say we wanted to have an end to, separate but equal. Somebody had to say. So I think we've seen times like this. But I don't know that we've ever seen a time where people were this keen to it. Like
sure.
It's people getting shot in the face with rubber bullets and hit in the head with metal batons and wearing shirts that say Black Lives Matter. And I'm really, and I keep saying this, I'm really hardened, hopefully, and not even cautiously. Look, if I'm foolish for hoping things that don't exist or aren't real, then I'll take the way. But I want the world to be better for my children and for not for you, Jeff, because you don't deserve it. But I'm just talking about
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I think it's great that you're hopeful, though.
Yeah.
I've, in all the years that I've worked with you, I've never heard you say
that's not
that
a word
you
I've heard
were not being cynical about something and that you were being optimistic.
Yeah, I don't believe I believe we've been alone so long. It was a great thing. I've been in the dark so long that now the light hurts my eyes.
Absolutely.
And that's pretty much kind of how I feel about it. Yeah.
Like we were talking about it. Do you know why there is a black church? It's because white folks wouldn't let us love God together. Now we're getting to a place where these people are putting that God to the Pepsi challenge and going, really, if I really believe this thing I read and I believe this God I serve, then I got to see this as wrong.
Did you say the Pepsi challenge?
Yes, Jesus is taking the Pepsi challenge right now.
I thought there was a guy for me to build a black church for me to build a building fund. I didn't know that.
back to DL Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a producer, a motivational speaker, and a best-selling author. Don't say anything. Please welcome Devon Franklin.
There he is right there.
Yo.
I know right
What's
away
up,
he wants
y'all?
to start, comparing how many books he has as the bestseller.
No,
Yeah,
I could be happy for another young man doing what he did. I mean, I got 3.
See?
That's not the point.
Who's counting?
And I didn't even and God didn't, I didn't even say God in mine. So one time. So
wow, forgive him.
I talked to there are a couple of people that I am always interested in their perspectives, and particularly depending on what the backdrop is. Kirk is one, and you're the other, and it's for entirely different reasons. We are faced with a lot of problems as a nation. And as a community, and the COVID affected us disproportionately, black people disproportionately, and obviously police brutality, bias, racism affects us disproportionately, and throughout that, you see this black people who have needed faith, I think, more than any time in my existence. I think that faith is so much more important. Do you think that the faith-based community is doing what they're charged to do, what they should be doing in such tumultuous times?
Well, the answer is yes and no, right? So when you say the faith community, I'm looking at the entire faith community.
Sure, me too.
Which is not just black folks, but
me too.
white,
That's exactly why I asked it that way. Right.
So what I do see is for the first time, when we've seen all these racial issues and police brutality before, I have never seen this many white people in the church speak out and then want to figure out, okay, well, what do we do? I mean, so I do see that there's a desire for understanding and common ground on behalf of more white people in the church than I've ever seen before. So that's what I'm optimistic about. However, I think when you say, is the church doing enough? I think the answer has to be no. I was just having a conversation with a white pastor friend of mine, and I was, talking to his congregation. And I said, listen, here's the reality that when you look at the Sermon on the Mount that Jesus gave, it was his first sermon. And in the text, Matthew chapter 5, he says, you are light. And he was talking to the Israelites at that time that were under Roman oppression and heavy taxation. And they didn't feel like they were the light of anything. But he said, you are the light of the world. And you don't hide that light. And so I said, as Christians, we are able to take part of that promise. And I said, but here's the issue. If white people in the church do not start speaking up for black people and other people of color around issues of injustice and police brutality, then it's impossible to use their light to point people to Jesus. Why? Because Jesus, the one that we profess to follow as a Christian, was all about justice. He was all about coming against those that were being oppressed. And so if we're supposed to be the light of the world and we're lighting people to Jesus, but we're apathetic to what's going on in the world, people who do not know Jesus will not want to know Jesus if the Jesus we serve is not concerned about issues like police brutality and discrimination and racism. So it's important to know that, yes, I think things are changing, but I think the church has to do more. I talked about this also. I said, listen, we got to stop in the church, especially as Christians, we got to stop allowing a political party to hijack the vote and the voice. At the end of the day, the only thing we should be voting for is the kingdom. And Jesus, when you look at the kingdom, is all for those who are being oppressed, being brutalized, those who can't always do for themselves. And so too often in the church, we allow a political party to hijack a vote. No, at the end of the day, when we meet God, he's not going to say, what political party did you vote for? He's going to say, did you fight against police brutality? Did you fight against injustice? Did you fight against racism? Did you help those who needed the help the most? And unless we do that, we are going to continue to lose our influence and our impact in this culture.
That's exactly why. Now, I think that they are the light. I think that people who are silent about this are the light. Unfortunately, that's a helicopter light. That's a searchlight. There is, I think, a incarnation of Christianity that is about supremacy, that is about power, that is about might, that is about subjugation. And I think that they have perverted and I think been a detriment to an antithetical to what Christianity is all about. When to me, it is a simple notion. Whatever I wouldn't like done to me, I shouldn't wantonly do to someone else. And when I watch, and let's be clear, the reason that we have the people in power that we have in right now is because white Christians say we not only can, but should. There are Christians right now who believe that what is happening is God's work. And that can't be either somebody's lying to me. Somebody's lying. Either it's your interpretation of it or it's theirs. But they can't be, it is a binary choice. Who's right? The people who support the brutality and money and military might, or the people who have a different view of it? Because somebody has to be right.
Right. Well, look, I think that when you go back to Scripture, and you look at what it means to be a Christian, you cannot say that you follow Christ and you are not involved in ending systemic racism and injustice and fighting against police brutality in this country. You just can't do it because one contradicts the other.
So you would say they weren't. Are they not Christians?
Here's what I would say. It's not that they're not Christians. It's just that they have allowed what it means to be a Christian to become so narrow that they're missing what it means.
Then they're not Christians. Because I was going to say, I don't think they know that they're not Christians. Because they always do everything in from their own mouth in the name of God and God bless us all. Whether we're talking about kids in cages or whether we're talking about police brutality, in their mind, they really believe they're doing it in the name of Jesus.
So did Pontius Pilate. He believed he was doing the right thing too. Like here's my dilemma. I saw a man tear gas people and brutalize them to take a picture holding the symbol of Christianity. And Christians said, thank you. That to me is the conundrum we find ourselves in. What was more Christian? So the symbol, what should I glean from that? What should I take from that? What does that mean?
But what you should be gleaning is that Christianity is being hijacked by a certain conservative sect. And so this is why, when that photo came out, I did some interviews around that and I was very vocal. And I said, any Christian who's really a Christian should be offended by this picture, should be upset by this picture, because this is it. If he read the one scripture that matters the most, love your neighbor as yourself. If this administration was living by that one scripture, and if he actually was following the book, then we wouldn't see half of the things that we're seeing in the country today.
But we only see those. We only see those, Devon. We only see those because his core supporters are evangelical Christians, and they agree and say it should be so. It could not. If support among here's the absolute truth. If support among evangelicals Christians waned, he's reined in.
Yes. Okay. But here's what's happening. And I believe that we are seeing a waning. That Bible moment, the tear gassing, his response to, George Floyd and so many things that he's been saying and doing, I have seen. And the people that I know in these circles, that support is waning because it becomes really hard to say, yes, I believe in Jesus and I want people to give their life to him and I support this man. The two become really hard to do. And I have seen more so than ever before, a lot of people in these conservative circles starting to say, I don't know. I don't think I can do that. I don't know. Like, we're seeing, again, we got a long way to go, but I am seeing for the first time much more progress in the thinking and the hearts of white men and women within the evangelical community than ever before as it relates to their support of this administration.
Do you think that prayer has brought us here? Do you think that there has been, because I agree, I do see a changing and a waning. I don't know what to ascribe it to. I don't know if it was COVID and the fact that people didn't have things to distract them. They were home and they actually started to listen and hear. I don't know if it's just the preponderance of things that happened and the succession of things that happened were undeniable to people. And I don't know if it's prayer. Whatever it is, I'm grateful for it. I don't care how it happens.
That's the truth.
But what do you ascribe this change to? What do you ascribe this détente to? What do you think?
You know what? What I think you're hitting it, on the head. I mean, when you look at the pandemic, what the pandemic did. Again, it's tragic and all the lives that have been lost. My heart goes out to every family affected by the virus. What the virus did and what the pandemic allowed were fewer distractions. We were more connected than ever before. There were no sports going on TV. Churches were closed. You couldn't go to restaurants. You can't go to movie theaters. So we were less distracted than we probably have ever been before in this generation. And so when, Ahmaud Arbery, when that video came out, it started. Then the news about Breonna Taylor and then seeing the video about George Floyd, I think because we were less distracted, it allowed everyone to connect to the dehumanization and the brutality of that moment. And I think what it did is it stirred something up in people saying, wait a minute, this is what we've been allowing to happen? No. And so I was just at the Black Lives Matter march in LA over the weekend, man. We're talking, had to be 100,000 people.
Sure.
And it was Black people, Latino, it was Asian, it was Middle Eastern, it was Native American. It was every race and creed, white people. And I was like, got it. The pandemic has served a powerful service for us because it has allowed everyone to wake up and say, no, not on our watch. We're going to fight this thing. We're not going to allow it to happen. And so I think the pandemic played a part in that. And then I do believe in the power of prayer. I do believe in the power of prayer. And I do think that praying and doing. So it's not just about a matter of praying. You got to pray and prepare. You got to pray and do. You got to pray and protest. So I do think that spiritually, there's, God is at work. And then we as the people got to continuously take action until change really happens.
Yeah, because we still have a lot of those people in power who don't believe that. And they have not been distracted, and they've been seeing and watching what's been happening to young Black women and men in the streets, and they still didn't believe it, and no amount of COVID or anything else convinced them that Black people were being treated unjustly. They thought that perhaps we were just exaggerating the truth or overreacting, and you still have a lot of people who are against, the necessary, the need to kind of have police reform in this country.
Yeah, but that's a process, right? I think we just got to continue to be loud and continue to be vocal and continue to mobilize, continue to organize. Listen, when NASCAR comes out and says, we're no longer allowed Confederate flags,
that's huge.
We got to pause and say, wow.
When football players are as big as y'all on Sunday, let me tell you something. Do you
know what I mean? We gotta say progress is happening.
Do you think that because I'm a cynical man and you know that?
Yes, I do.
Do you don't say it like that?
I think he's right on the money.
Do you think that God used the pandemic to make us be still so that we'd hear some of the things that we wouldn't have before? Do you think that it's that literal?
Listen, God's ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts. I probably won't fully understand his intent and his permissible will until we get to heaven and say, God, tell us about this.
Right. You tell me what it's like, because I won't be there. But let me tell you this. It won't be me.
I can't wait for the moment when you get to heaven and you're like, what? I don't believe it.
What you'll say is, how did this nigga get here? Yes. What's interesting to me is I feel more hopeful. I think it's brave to hope, and I think that cynicism is a form of cowardice, which I fully admit, and I think it's brave to believe in things you can't see. I think it's brave to accept the bending of a will to an entity that you ascribe to, and I am hopeful because I've always believed that if people could see, they could do. If they could see, they could believe. If they could hear. Like my mother always go, if you can hunt, you can hear.
I like that.
But I think that it is we're in such a precarious position that we have to be consistent and truthful, even if it is dangerous. Yes. And I think that Christianity, if they stepped into the gap right now and had a consistent, ethical mantra, it would matter. Is it wrong? Is it wrong to not do what we know is right, even if it's inconvenient?
Is it wrong to not do what we know is right? Of course.
Because
yes,
I think that it's wrong to murder people. It's wrong to place more in money than it is in people. It's wrong to build your military might and your will and ethos and eat are bankrupt. Agreed. It is wrong. And that is that's the line of demarcation. That's what we're saying right now. Would it be wrong to not take advantage of this moment?
It would be absolutely wrong. It would, no doubt about it. I mean, going back to the idea, is God in this, or is God allowing this? Is he using this? I do believe in the scripture that all things work together for the good of those that love him and are called according to his purpose. So, do I think that, when God looked at the world, that he said, oh, I'm okay with this. I want this to happen. I don't believe he's the originator of it, but I believe he's allowed these things to happen. And when you will see that, the good that's coming out of it, again, these are horrific things. Right. So we don't want to ever underscore or underplay the tragedy of COVID or the tragedy of losing George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor. Those are tragedies. Yet through the tragedies, we are seeing some good, so that these things did not happen in vain. And one of the good things that is happening that has to continue to happen is solidarity, staying in the fight, and maximizing the moment. Because we all know that in a moment, everybody's focused, but then all of a sudden, everybody gets back to their life, and what could have happened didn't happen because we did not maximize the moment. So it's important to lean all the way in. It's important to break down as many barriers as we can. It's important to vote. It's important to donate. It's important to protest. It's important to get as much progress as we can in this moment before the headlines change, the news cycle change, and then people aren't as connected as they are right now.
My favorite passage, my favorite, I used to love the trials of Job. I loved it. I loved it.
Okay.
And I loved it because just by being faithful, he got all his women back. That's not the point. That's not what I'm saying.
That's true. That's accurate.
That's so accurate. Beneath where I'm going.
I'm not shocked at that.
But he looked at what was being inflicted upon him as a test. And he persevered through that test. And consequently, his perseverance bore fruit that he wasn't guaranteed. He didn't know. It could have been just my death and my suffering is going to be a testimony. But what he did was persevere and believe in what he believed in, and he was rewarded. And I think, much like Job, we're being tried as a nation, as a community, as a race, as a human condition. And how we come out of that will decide how we stack up in whatever deity or belief you ascribe to. I literally believe that.
I think that what you're saying, I get it. And I think that, one of the powers of this moment, right, going back to like God's permissible will. And I think maybe one of the reasons why he may have allowed the pandemic, right, is that I think he wants us to really get back to him and to each other. We got to get back to what really matters. Think about how many things we.
But when was that? Let me point, because it's interesting when I hear. When was that time that we need to get back to? When did it happen? Because I missed it.
Well, here's the reality, right? We're talking about when you look at scripture, right? When you look at the world we've lived in.
Sure.
I don't know that until this pandemic that we really got to a place where collectively.
So we need to get to it, because not back to, because going back is not going to be optimal for us.
Well, here's how I look at going back.
Okay.
Right. I look at the origin of a relationship is the time when when we were with God, when we committed our life to Christ, when we started the relationship, it was because there was a need. And that relationship was good. That relationship was connected. And then we started doing life. And then we got busy, and then we got plans. And so the relationship kind of got fractured. So, I mean, on a personal standpoint, if we believe in God, if we are Christian, we got to get back to the reason why we believe in him, why we started this relationship and made this commitment to begin with. And I believe the pandemic has allowed clarity on that. And you're right. For those who may have never had the relationship, this is the beginning of a connection that they may have never thought they needed.
I had it before. I had it. I used to believe. I used to want to be a preacher. I used to believe.
What?
Yes.
I know. Difficult
when
to
I was
believe.
a kid. That's all I wanted to do.
So
I
then
used
what
to
happened?
What happened?
America happened. America happened. Christianity happened. Hypocrisy happened. Brutality and anger and selfishness and pettiness happened. I am a product of all I've seen, and I didn't come through it. I just didn't respond to it the way you did. The hurt people hurt people. I am the cynicism that you showed me, not you, the person. What I am is quintessentially, undeniably, unapologetically American. That's what I am. I'm a black man in America. That's what happened to me. I'm a black man who watched Christians and people who were supposed to love God do the things they did. I am you. I'm a reflection of you. I'm what happens when you don't respond the way you do. I'm the anti-you.
Well, but you know what I find though, and I hear what you're saying, but I also find.
Let me take this drink while I do that.
Take the drink.
He's a bizarro DL. You a bizarro DL?
But DL, what I find is, one of the reasons why, I've always been a fan of yours, is that, like even with what you just said, and I hear it, I also look at your life, your career, your impact, your voice. And I think that this is really important for anyone listening right now, that it's so important that, yes, while you may have had hurts and others have had hurts, to still press into your gift, to still be excellent, to still find our place in the world. Because even through the hurt and all the challenges you faced, you have a voice that matters in the culture, and you were able to channel it into this. Because heaven forbid, those things didn't happen to you, and we never got the deal that we get now. So yes, I understand that, but I also find it remarkable that even in the face of those things, look what you have done and look what you have created.
I believe
you.
I believe you're right, and I'm going to believe again. I'm going I ain't going to church because that's too expensive, but I am going. I hope and I want me to be wrong and you to be right, and I'm betting that that's true. And I always love talking to you, man.
Oh man, you're my brother. I always love talking to you, and I'm placing that bet with you. I'm placing that bet on belief. Absolutely.
So if I win, you pay me. Or...
Okay, all right. I just went back and did a queen check, and the queen is here. Yes. I did a queen check. I said, is the queen here? And there is a queen on the stage. And I will tell you, she is the #1 diva of all divas in our music, okay? Now, your kids won't know Mesa, but the grown folks will, and that's all that matters. Coming to the stage, one of the most beautiful voices that you've ever heard and sweetest spirits that you've ever heard. If you have music like from Incognito, and you heard that beautiful voice on there, that's our Queen Mesa. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your gateway jazz hands together for the queen of contemporary jazz music, the vocalist, the Queen, Mesa!
Why don't you love me? Won't you love me? Why don't you love me? Won't you love me? Have you ever been through some rough and stormy weather? Sometimes I know that it gets hard. Maybe I'm just a bit too optimistic, but I tend to think love can conquer all. But you've gotta want it too. You gotta want it too. Won't you love me? Won't you love me? Won't you love me good? Well, don't you love me? Don't you love me like you said you would? Don't you think that maybe that you should love me? Baby, won't you love me good? I think you misunderstood. I need more loving. Maybe not the physical, I'm talking about the mental. I need more loving, yeah. Well, don't you love me? Don't you love me like you say you would? Don't you think that maybe that you should love me good? I won't give my all until I know it's true. I will be the one sitting all alone, waiting for the day when my true love comes along. Baby, I will wait for a higher love. Baby, I'm gonna wait for higher love. Hey, yes, I will wait. I won't settle here for a love untrue. I will give my all until I know it's true. I will be the one sitting all alone, waiting for the day when my true love comes along. Baby, I will wait for a higher love. Baby, I'm gonna wait for higher love. Yeah, yes, I will wait, baby. So is it da-ba-da-da-da. A higher love. Oh, baby, yeah, yes, I will wait, baby. Oh, yo esperé para un amor más alto. Yo esperé para un amor más alto. I will wait, baby, yeah, yeah. I will wait for a higher love, baby. Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. Don't know when it will come your way again. Am I wrong? Don't die. Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way again. Am I wrong, baby, for loving you, honey? Am I wrong for needing you, honey? Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way again. So you're doing bonita, so you're doing bonita, so you're doing bonita, so you're doing bonita, so say I'm the money, say you're the money, say you're the money, say you're the money, so the money, say you're the money, say you're the money, so the money, so they put it to them, so they put it in there. So the money, say the Should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way. Baby, baby, am I wrong? Am I wrong? So I'm gonna do for you now is a song that was written. How you doing, St. Louis? Oh! So glad to be here at the Gateway Jazz Festival. Let me tell you, we had a good time today. We got off the plane and went right to Sweetie Pies. Oh yeah. We got there at 11:15 and waited in line. First people in the line today. So proud of myself. This song we're gonna do for you now is a song that I wrote about a man that I wanted that I couldn't have. A friend of mine introduced us, an ex-friend of mine, I should say. And I talked to the man on the phone for about 6 weeks. And I was starting to feel this man, I was starting to get excited. And we decided to meet. And I got catfish, y'all. Oh yeah. I found out in the nick of time, before I gave him all of this, I found he was married. And homie don't play that. I'll share everything I got, my house, my car, my money, cheeseburgers sometimes, I feel like it. But I don't share men at all. And it's a little, I've been a little by myself for a long time. It's okay. I've found the perks of being alone. I can watch The Walking Dead all day. Nobody got to tell me nothing, ask me to cook no dinner, nothing like that. I can hang out at Walmart as long as I want to. Nobody be calling my phone, asking me where I am. So there's some good stuff to that. But this song I wrote about him to make myself feel better instead of eating more cookies. I decided to write music to heal myself. This is called Hypnotic Love. Take over my mind. I surrender to the rush of your time. You're making me weak, so incredible, your control over me. I can't resist no matter how I've tried. Your love has got me hypnotized. Oh yeah, closer and closer. Attracted to your energy. I can feel it when you're standing next to me. I'm attracted to your energy. Stronger than the force of gravity. Hey, you're making me high. Cast a spell on me when I looked into your eyes. I'm wanting you more and more. Baby, over and Yes, I'm gonna be strong. Don't wanna make you uncomfortable every time I'm wrong. I'm not gonna gear up if you just let me be sweet to you, baby. I wanna be your everything, baby. 'Cause boy, you mean every little thing to me. Oh, baby, friendly, yeah, yeah. Pressure from midnight into the sunshine. Oh, I don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. Until the rain begins, don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. I don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. Until the rain begins, don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. Break it down for me, fellas, right here. I just want it to be easy, baby. I don't want to fuss or fight with you, baby. I just want to love you. I just want to love you. I just want to love you, baby. I don't want to fuss. I don't want to fight, baby. Friendly pressure, baby. Friendly pressure, baby. Oh, thank you. This next song we're going to do for you is a song that I wrote for my son Jazz. In 1999, I was on tour with Incognito. We were in Osaka, Japan. I was 6 months pregnant, and I was on stage when my water broke. Oh, yeah. I gave birth to my son there. He was only 2 pounds. They told me he wouldn't survive. But by the grace of God, my son is now 17 years old. In his last year of high school, has a beautiful girlfriend and wants to be a filmmaker. So we are blessed, very blessed. When I was in a hospital bed, I didn't understand what was going on with me. I was so far away from my family, and Incognito had to go to Tokyo to finish the last week of shows. So I was there by myself in Osaka, Japan, couldn't speak the language, and had just had emergency surgery to have a baby. It was probably the most terrifying and most beautiful times of my life. When I was in the hospital bed, across my mind kept coming these words like ticker tape over and over and over again. I think I was losing my mind, but I got it back somehow. I knew my baby was coming, but he still came out of the blue. Love is what you preach. Boy, I'm so glad you're here in my life now. and every passing day, I would pray that you would come my way. Was feeling weak, but I stay strong. Strong enough just to hold on to. Witness the answer to my prayers. And like a bolt of faith, out of the blue into my heart. Wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here in my life now. It's gonna be alright. Out of the blue, take on my dreams. My selfish love is what you bring. Boy, I'm so glad you're here in my life now. Everything is gonna be alright. Baby, now you're here with me. My heart is singing joyful melodies. I never had a love so rare. So wherever you go, I will be there, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Boy, I'm so glad you're here. Now everything is gonna be alright. Straight from my dreams is what you bring. So glad, baby. Do I do? Hey, come to you, baby, yeah, baby. Come to you, yeah. Hey, this is on guitar, Mr. Richard Tucker. Out of confusion, pain, and despair, the universe has finally answered my prayers and sent me an angel from above, yeah, baby, full of joy, happiness, and love. I'm so beautiful. I love you. I love you. Mommy loves you. So glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad. Wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here. Out of the blue into my heart, wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here, baby. Out of the blue, out of the blue, out of the blue. The song we're going to do for you now is a jazz standard, mostly known to be sung by Miss Barbara Streisand, but my favorite version is by Miss Sarah Vaughan. are going to feature on sax Mr. Carl Cox, on piano Mr. Damon Bennett, and on violin Miss Chelsea Green. This is dedicated to all the lovers out here and to all of us who want to be in love. This is called What Are You Doing the Rest of Your Life? What are you doing the rest of your life? North and south and east and west of your life. I have only one request of your life, that you spend it all with me. All the seasons and the times of your days, all the nickels and the dimes of your days. Let the reasons and the rhymes of your days all begin and end with me. I want to see your face in every kind of light, in fields of good and forests of the night. And when you stand before the candles on the cake, oh, let me be the one to hear the silent wish you make. Those tomorrows waiting deep in your eyes, in a world of love you keep in your eyes. I'll awaken what's asleep in your It may take a kiss or two, and through all of my life, summer, winter, spring and fall of my life, all I ever will recall is all of my life with you. Is all of my life with you. Oh, yes. All of my life with you. Sa-da-dee-da, sha-da-da. All of my life with you. Miss Chelsea Green. That's Miss Chelsea Green, y'all. Oh, yeah. And now we're going to feature Mr. Carl Cox on saxophone. That's Mr. Carl Cox, y'all. Wanna spend my life with you. Oh, baby, I wanna spend every day, every night, every night, every day, every day and night and night and day and day and night with you, baby. I want to spend all my life. I want to spend all of my life with you. Thank you, thank you. Y'all, we're running out of time. We're running out of time. I got to skip a few things. One thing I want to do for you now is we're going to jump into the new album. I have a new album out called Love is a Battlefield. I covered Pat Benatar's song from the MTV world of the 80s. And so I wanted to do this real fast for you. Or I could skip. I don't know what to do. Should I do that song? All right. We're going to do Love is a Battlefield. This whole album is dedicated to something I do on Sunday nights called Karaoke Sunday. Anybody see that? On Facebook Live at 7:30 every Sunday night when I'm home. I sing to people who can't come to my concerts and play songs that people don't normally hear. And this is one of the songs. Begging me to go, making me stay. Why do you hurt me so bad? It would help me to know, do I stand in your way? Or am I the best thing you've had? Believe me, I can't tell you why, but I'm trapped by your love and I'm chained to your side. We are young, heartache to heartache we stand. No promises, no demands. Love is a battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. Searching our hearts for so long. Both of us knowing love is a battlefield. When I'm losing control, will you turn me away or touch me deep inside? And when all this gets old, will I still feel the same? There's no way this will die. But if we get much closer, I could lose control. And if your heart surrenders, you'll need me to. Oh. Thank you, thank you. This is the title track from my third covers album. I did two more. One a long time ago called Sweet Classic Soul, and another one called Feel the Fire. And my boss today, Marvin, wants to hear Playing Your Game, so we're going to play a little bit of that. Playing Your Game, baby. But don't you know you can't hide? When you give it up, it's only enough to get me high. You're playing a game, it's so plain that you want me to win. And I'm willing to play. Whatever you say, if love is the end, playing your game, baby, your game, baby, just you and me, playing your game, baby, yeah, your game, baby, nobody but you and me, yeah. You start to stop. It only got what I need. I can't remember the words. Oh yes, indeed. When you give it up, it's only enough to get me. See, come on, baby. You're playing the game, baby. It's so plain that you want me to win. And I'm willing to play whatever you say, if love is the end. Playing your game, baby, your game, baby, just you and me, playing your game, baby, yeah, your game, baby, nobody but you and me. All right, y'all, we gotta fly through this now. Y'all ready to have a dance party? Y'all remember that song last night, a DJ Saved My Life? Well, I wrote my own. Want to hear it? Here it go. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. After our last conversation, it was clear you're the one for me. I'm feeling all the things that you said, boy. You're full of positivity. I never thought I would ever find a perfect love like you. And it shows whenever you call my name. I come running straight to you. It's the magic that you do. Wow, you make me feel, baby, something I never felt before. screaming, bend it on, keep going. St. Louis, here we go, y'all, here we go. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. You can chat dance, it's okay. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song. It's turning me on, must be the music. I cannot go wrong, must be the music. I cannot go wrong, must be the music. I cannot go wrong, must be the music. My baby, it's turning me on, must be the music. I cannot go wrong. Hey! Come on now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Take your time. Oh, I know St. Louis. I know y'all know these songs. Come on now. Just a touch of love, a little bit. Just a touch of love. Just a touch of love, a little bit. Just a touch of love. Gives me peace of mind. Gives me peace of mind. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Hey. Okay, come on now. Hey. too young. You don't remember this.
Heartbeat, you make me feel so weak.
Can I just do one minute? She's cutting me off. Gotta cut me off, y'all. All right, what we're gonna do? I'm gonna sing off the stage, okay? This is the last song, a song written for me 26 years ago by the leader of Incognito, Bluey. He wrote this song because I fell in love with one of his band members. This is called Deep Waters. Is it a crime? I'm leaving. For me to be feeling this way, I'm going out of my mind. And there's no change from my runaway love. Is it a dream? Is it a dream that I'm throwing in the wishing well? I'm losing control, body and soul. Ah, yes, standing here waiting for a train that may never come. I saw the signs, I read the book. I should have had a second look, but boy, you caught me dreaming. And there are times you'd come around and we'd agree just to be friends. Tell me who was fooling? Deep waters, I'm drowning in. Deep waters, slowly drowning in. Deeper, deep waters, I'm drowning in. Deep waters, slowly drowning in. Deeper. Where words have failed me before, what do I do when I'm feeling so blue? And there's no place for me to run and hide. I saw the sun inside your smile and wished for more than just a while. 'Cause boy, you caught me dreaming, dreaming. A giant step into the dark. We threw caution to the wind. Tell me who was fooling? I'm drowning, baby. Deep sugar, yeah. Thank you, St. Louis. I'll see you again next time. I love you. Come visit me at Mason.com and come see me on Facebook Live tomorrow night, 7:30 East Coast time. On sax, Paul Thomas. On keyboards, David Bennett. On guitar, Richard Tucker. On drums, Tim Hudson. On bass, Charles Baldwin. On violin, Chelsea Green. On vocals, Angela Phillips and Joel Edler. I love y'all.
Hi, I'm Salome. So today I'll be preparing you one of my favorite dish, Italian dish. So I'm gonna start with the sauce. Usually in Italy, the first things they do make their sauce. So I'm gonna show to you how to make Italian delicious sauce. So I have my onion, chops, and garlic. Come here, got my pan, and the onions and then garlic. Then I'll grab my olive oil. Add a little bit of olive oil. The Italians, they love olive oil. I love olive oil. It's good for you. Just a little bit. Put back the olive oil. Yeah, when I used to live in Italy, this is what I used to make always. So, yeah. I have that. This. Mix. In the meantime, I'm gonna. So one thing about the Italian is they don't just make the pasta. They have to have first course, and second course is always appetizer. So I'm gonna start with, I'm gonna show you how to make bruschetta, and here in America they call it bruschetta, but actually it's bruschetta. So I'm gonna put my bread in the pasta for 3 seconds. I'm gonna wait for that. The meantime, for second course, I'm gonna start with chicken. I'm gonna season my chicken, always with olive oil. I used to do this when I was in Italy. I learned so much from the Italian. So add always garlic, it's good for you. Then rosemary. I love rosemary. Okay. And a little bit thyme, just a little bit. Then I'm gonna check on my onions for the sauce. So I have that all mixed. Now I have my tomato sauce already here. So you're gonna add that on the pan. Oh, that's good. Put that there. We'll mix this. In the meantime, I have the water here for the pasta. Wait on that. I have the pasta ready. Yep, bread is ready. We're gonna add more than one bread. Okay. Chicken is seasoned. So you have to turn the chicken. You have to do the other side also. Ready. Now, I'm gonna put the pasta. Okay. Then you mix your pasta. Let that cook. You just check on the pasta every second. Now put the olive oil the other side of the chicken. Just a little bit. Now this is my favorite part. The Italian, they always use seasoning. So just a little bit oregano. That's that. Garlic powder. I love garlic powder. The Italian, of course, they use garlic powder. I used to do that when I was in Italy, especially when I was visiting Amalfitane Coast, Positano. It's fresh, it's easy to make, especially summertime. That's that. That's that. Okay, I'm gonna check on my sauce over here. Almost ready. Check on the pasta. I noticed that here in the US, the people, they put oil in the pasta so it doesn't stick, but the Italian, they don't. So I do it Italian way because that's where I learned. That's how I learned to make the pasta. In the meantime, I have a cheese, Parmigiano cheese over here. My favorite cheese, I love cheese. Of course, the Italian, they are well known for cheese. My bread is ready. There you go. We add one more for the bruschetta. cheese. I'm gonna make this for the bruschetta. I use the mozzarella cheese to make bruschetta, but I like Parmesan cheese because I like the dryness. Tastes very good. Then now I make a different way. So gotta have tomato to make bruschetta. I have that ready here. Then I have to slide my tomato around. This is actually used to be my snack when I was in Italy, Milan. So I went to school and I studied in Italy for fashion and merchandise. And this was very simple and easy to make. So I used to literally make this almost every day because I was a student. You know, I don't have a lot of time to make other stuff. And so I've got my bread ready. So what you do is grab your tomato, put it over here. It's very simple and delicious. Once it's done with this, you have that. So now I'm gonna add olive oil again. Olive oil for Italian household is like having all the seasoning and everything you need. You must have olive oil. And then I add a little bit of black pepper, just a little bit, not too much, because it has that taste. I'm showing you a different way to make bruschetta. Okay, I'm gonna grab my cheese and then add the cheese on the bread and tomato. Look at that. That looks yummy. That's that. Let me check on the pasta, because the pasta always the time they're like al dente, not super cooked. Okay, that's almost ready. Then I'm gonna check on my sauce. The sauce is ready. Perfect. That's done. Now, in the time I'm waiting for the pasta, I'm gonna come back to my chicken. I'm gonna start with the chicken. I have my pan ready. Then we're gonna wait just for a few minutes, get a little warmer. In the meantime, one more thing I have to add on the bruschetta is anchovy. Not a lot of people like anchovy, but of course this is Italian meal today, so I have to put the anchovy. The bread and the cheese. You can always remove the anchovy. I know it's too salty if you don't like it, but I love it. Very good. That's done. Now, what I have here is I have honey. So you wouldn't think you can add honey. Just a little bit. Put a little bit on the top of the cheese. Like some people, if they are on diet, they might not want to eat the bread. So what they do is they put the honey in the cheese. You see? You just eat it. But of course, I love the bread, so I'll eat with the bread. We're gonna check the pan for the chicken. Yep, that's warm. Now, look how seasoned it is. Gonna come over here. Put the chicken. Yeah, gotta get that. Yeah. Then you always mix it with the rest of the oil. Yeah. Gonna just do like that. I'm gonna take on my pasta. Like that. In the meantime, now I have the chicken, the pasta, the bruschetta, almost ready. So in the meantime, I'm gonna work on my salad. And Italian house is always fine, wine, all the time. First, I'm gonna cook on my chicken. Oh yeah. There we go. This is looking good. That sounds good. We got salad. Always. Olive oil. Like I said, the Italian. I use olive oil all the time. Now, gotta add black pepper on the salad. Mix my salad. So I put olive oil with pepper. Alright, I have my salad. I already have olive oil, black pepper, and then my favorite part, berbere. A little spice, you just add a little bit, don't need too much. They love spicy to the Italian, I'm telling you. And garlic powder, just a little bit garlic powder. There you go. And vinegar, of course. Just the vinegar, there you go. Now you have to know one thing, not one thing, a lot of things about Italian. They don't eat just one thing. So they have to have, like I said, the appetizer, the first course, and then secondo. Secondo means like, it will be the chicken secondo, and then salad always, and bread, and a glass of wine or two. So mix the salad. I have my salad ready. I'm gonna check on my pasta. Pasta is ready. Oh yeah, pasta is ready. I'm gonna turn this off. Get my pasta. There you go. That's ready. Okay. That's ready. I'm gonna do my plate with the pasta. Got sauce ready. I'm gonna add the pasta here. All the pasta. Now the sauce is ready. So what you do is very easy, simple. Just add your sauce on the pasta, and then you mix it together. And always with the pasta, you have to have Parmesan cheese. That's good. Look at that. Can I add a little bit more? So you can add that. And lastly, I'm gonna check on my chicken. Go nice and brown. Chicken is ready. Okay, off. So we have pretty much everything ready. So I prepare bruschetta, and then I have the salad, the pasta, and the chicken. So everything I prepare now, it took about 20 minutes. And it's very easy, healthy, just like the Italian. They always go to the fresh market, get all the fresh stuff. So that's what we did. We have salad, bruschetta, pasta, and chicken. Just like Italian style at my kitchen. This has been home cooking with me, Salome. Ciao! Hello, I'm Salome. Today, I'll be preparing you Ethiopian food, an American style. So I have lentil, cabbage, collard green, we call it in Ethiopia, gomme. I have tomato salad. I have pita bread right here. Usually we use injera in Ethiopia. So I usually kind of mix it up, multicultural. So we're gonna start with the lentil. So I'm gonna put the garlic first. Everybody does it a different way. And then you add a little bit of onions. This is for the lentil. And then oil. I love using avocado oil. It's super healthy, super delicious. Oh, perfect. Then we're gonna start. Okay. So just kind of stir the garlic and onions together. Just gonna wait for a few minutes until it gets very heat. And then I'll come over here, grab my lentil. So all you have to do is just add lentil without making a mess. And then you stir together. Now, everybody in Ethiopia, they make the lentil a different way. But this is the way I like to make my lentil. Then all you have to do, add a little bit of water. Just a little bit. You don't want it to burn. And mix it together. And then of course my favorite part, the spicy part, the red pepper. In Ethiopia we call it berbere. Got my berbere right here. So now this is for American taste, so I'm not going to put a lot of berbere, just a little bit. Look at that. That in here. That's it in it. Okay. Add a little bit more water. There you go. So lentil, usually in Ethiopia, we eat it during fasting time. But I make lentil in the house 3 times a week at least. So let that cook. Then close that. So I have pre-chopped my cabbage. It's already ready. So I'm gonna start with it. Put your cabbage first in the pan. I do it a completely different way. Because in Ethiopia, first of all, they add the garlic, onion first, and then the cabbage. But I do it the other way around. That's how I like it. And then I'll come over here. Just the onions. Of course, I'm making always a mess. There you go. That's that. And always olive oil, avocado. There you go. That's enough. Put that there. Then, of course, a little bit of berbere. So, I love seasoning. It tastes really, really delicious. That's good there. And then we put the top. I'm gonna let that cook for about 10 minutes. Yeah, that. And then I'm gonna check on my lentil. Oh yeah, almost ready. Smells really good. So I have my lentil, my cabbage. Then I'm gonna come over here, grab my collard green, which we call it in Ethiopia, gomme. So I have my pot ready. I'm gonna put the gomme, the collard green first, right there. Then a little bit of onion, always. This is Ethiopian way, I'm sure you guys will make it a different way. That's that. I'm gonna grab my avocado oil. Add avocado oil. Put that back here. Then you have to add water. Here. Now, I have to put seasoning. So I got my ginger powder. Just a little bit for the taste. Just a little bit. It's really good. Then I have my organic black pepper. Sorry, it's basil. This is black pepper now. Just add a little bit. It's delicious. When you season everything, all my food. That's that. You come over here. Let's mix all that together. Mix that. And now, okay, that's that. And then you put the top. That took about 15 minutes. So I'm gonna check on the lentil. Okay. That's that. Let the lentil cook a little bit more, and then I'm gonna start with my lamb. All right. I'm gonna season my lamb. So we eat lamb in Ethiopia. We call it bag saga. It's really good. But a fasting season, of course, no meat. And Wednesday and Friday, we don't eat meat. Just fasting. Do the lentil, the cabbage, the collard green, gum, all that good stuff. And if you're not meat eater, so you have all those green stuff. A little bit more. Yeah. And then I always remove the fat, but I don't like that part. This is completely a different way I'm gonna season. Now I'm gonna pick my pot over here and put my lamb on the pad. Like that. Remove that over there. Put the lamb over here. Now I'm gonna season my lamb. Always onions. Look at that. Onions. Pepper. Black pepper. A little bit oregano. It's really good. And then a little bit of the ginger powder. And then I'm gonna go over here, get my barberry. Of course, it's all about our spicy food seasoning. So I don't want to put too much because my American friend, they have to taste this delicious lamb. Now, look at this jalapeno. It's gara in Ethiopia, we call it. We love gara. I'm gonna put just a little bit. This is for American taste, so I don't want anybody to complain. But I'm gonna put this towards the end. So I have that ready. Then I'll grab my avocado oil, mix it with the lamb, onions, and the barberry. Add a little bit more. Doesn't hurt. Now, see this? It's all seasoned, looking good. What I'll do is use my hands to mix it. Look at that. This is how I do it. Everybody in Ethiopia, they do it different way. I just feel like it's all mixed and seasoned together. Now, with my hand, I'm gonna come over here. The lentil's already ready. So I'll move the lentil. I have my lamb right here. Okay, let's say my lamb over here. I'm gonna reduce a little bit the temperature. Yeah. I'm gonna let this cook for 15 minutes or so. Then I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna clean up this mess over here. Put that there. Then I have my tomato salad. But first, sip of wine. All right, I'm gonna make a tomato salad now. I have my tomato already washed, ready. All this stuff we use in fasting season, but you can also make it all the time. Super healthy, delicious, good for you. That. Now, the jalapeno pepper or the curry I said earlier, I was going to use it for lamb. I will use it for lamb also for the tomato salad. So, another tomato over here. Okay. I have that. It's ready. Plates. What you do is you put the tomato, the plates over here, and then I'll use the jalapeno or the cara. This is with tomato. That's it. And you add a little bit of carrot, not too much. And then of course seasoning, the most important thing. We'll start with black powder. There you go. I say black powder, it's black pepper. Then my favorite, a little bit elderberry. Just a little bit, not too much. And that oregano. Just a little bit. This one, the taste. And then the ginger powder. It's super delicious. It's really good. Ginger is good for you. Now, I'm gonna grab my spoon. Just you mix it all together. Look at that. I'm gonna add one more thing. This is the trick on tomato salad. You have that avocado. I love avocado. In Ethiopia, avocado, we don't just eat it. We put it in our hair and our face. So it's good for beauty also, not just for cooking. But I'm gonna check on my lamb. Oh yeah. Almost ready. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Gourmet, almost ready. Gotta check on my cabbage. Can't forget my cabbage. Oh yeah, it's really good. Yep. Almost ready. Let me try. Gotta taste it. That's good. So, then it is. You're ready? I have my rosemary over here, but I'm gonna use it on the lamp. We call it tips. That's almost when it's a little bit ready, so you add the rosemary. But in the meantime, I'm gonna finish up my tomato salad. To clean up all this mess over here. There you go. Then cut my avocado. slice my avocado. How about this? The easy way, without hurting myself. Okay, there you go. Take that part. Usually take the dark part. Okay. So what you do is you just chop it very small pieces. And you put the tomato over here. And mix it all together. So, tomato salad is already ready. So we're good now. So I'm gonna check on my lamb, my gourmet, collard green, and then my cabbage. It's almost ready. My lamb is cooking. Done. Almost ready. Now I'm gonna add the rosemary. From here, grab a few. The depth means it's a lamb stew. What you do is just go like that. You can add as much as you want. Hey, might as well throw on. It's really good. I like rosemary. I promise it's really delicious. Good. Look at that. How's the gourmet? Okay. Pretty much everything almost ready. So now I have my pita bread. So like I said earlier, we normally use injera. So we don't have injera. This is for American taste. I'm gonna have the pita. So all the food I made, the lentil, the gourmet, the collard green, the cabbage, the tomato salad, and the lamb stew all together. Ethiopian food, American style. This has been Home Cooking with me, Salome. Thanks for watching.
I must read the disclaimer one more time. We want to welcome the global worldwide audience on GFNTV, and please be aware that by entering this area, you consent to your voice, name, and/or likeness being used without compensation in films and tapes for exploitation in any and all media, whether now